All right, so I'm gonna talk to you on the through the meeting. I'm gonna hang up on the phone. What's going on, Mr. Brooks?
Good morning. How are you, Pat?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. CFB 873.
Good morning, Pat. Can you hear me? This is Paige.
I can hear you.
Okay, do we actually start in another 30 minutes?
I believe so. I was just on the phone with the young man that's supposed to be hosting it. What was his name again?
Cody?
Cody. Okay. I was going to look up, somebody is signed in as an attendee with a CFB number. I was going to check to see who that was. And if it's Cody, then I was going to promote him. Come on. Yeah, B873. Yep. Promote the panelist. Cody.
Or he can give them to you.
Hey, Pat.
Either way.
So I'm renaming this to Cody KENYON.
Okay.
All right. So who's actually going to be proctoring this meeting or this webinar?
Me.
You are? Okay. So have you ever done this before?
I have not.
Okay. So I'm going to, so at the bottom, you see where it says participants?
Yep.
Go ahead and click on that.
Okay.
And on the right-hand side, you see the white bar that says participants in the list of people?
I see participants, attendees.
Right. Or the panelist attendees? Right. So the
Yeah.
panelists are the people that can speak. The attendees are how you came in. That's the general public. That's how they're going to look. So what I was going to show you is if you hover over, say, Adam's name.
Okay.
On the right-hand side, you should see 3 dots. Those are the controls that you have for users. I made you a co-host so you can see these things.
Okay.
I will make you host and then I will get out of the meeting. And those are the same controls, or that's the same way that you would actually let somebody speak and or mute and unmute somebody on the attendee side. So they can't say anything until you give them permission to do it.
Okay. But the default is that they can't say anything.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know, this is what I'm trying, I wanted to show the same. So
How's that look?
Good? Okay, we're good, okay.
Are we good?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I like Quit editing my slides.
Yeah.
I think keep this around, so we switch papers.
But, you know, nothing else. I mean, it's a pretty good feeling for you.
Yeah, the audio's just out.
Yeah.
The guests, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll have to check in with our front office to get a password. Oh, okay. We're complicated.
Yeah. At least it's a lot. They've been there a long time.
We have an extra barrier. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's an extra people, like, yeah. If you have that, it can be done.
Oh, yeah, better.
That is great.
Okay.
Well. Well, not you,
Yeah.
Looks different. There we go. All right, I'll try this, so you don't have to. But, if it doesn't work, then
yeah,
it's like.
Just say. Or.
I don't think it's most of the reasons. Are you doing?
Yes.
My watch broke with a while, I just.
That's my watch.
Right, so that's what I. Okay, so let's.
Right. Yeah, I did a subsequent to Lovely and no blank about that. I do, yeah, more that, I got it, but actually, so it's. So. Right. So. You know, this one was 30 miles and they didn't be around. They're showing up all the. That's the way.
One really cool, right, all the way down, hit the ridge before we drop down, or build it through. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
It's basically move the stuff. Yes, it's where I'm.
Yeah, it's very, let's bring them back.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on front.
Good morning, everybody. We're just waiting a couple minutes, for, I think we're just waiting on one more person or two, but if you haven't gotten coffee or some snacks, please do so, or use the restroom, and then we're gonna get started in just a couple minutes.
Early or chilly?
The sun's like. We'll see what the locations, I think there's shades.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh.
They're in my truck.
Oh my gosh. Intense. All right, that's good. I can roll, I'm sorry, you guys all this way.
Oh, yeah. That is. Yeah.
Yeah, that one is actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Well, this we came up to do inventory. They were here. It's there. So, no, but. And so. And it was right next to the thing that they were doing straight. Yeah, to try that bit. So. Yeah, I know what I use. Okay.
That's why I. It just seems like. All right. So this is gonna get going. Repeat testing, making your vote, okay? Follow on, Zoom. Hear me okay? Oh, I guess no one can respond.
Hey, Cody, this is Paige. Yes.
Oh,
Yep,
great.
you're good. Can hear you.
Try to talk loudly too, so you roll and make sure you. Thanks. Ben? Good to start? Great, let's do this. All right, good morning, everybody. For all of you that are here in person, and then also I know we have people online as well. So thanks for being here. My name's Jen Thompson. I work at the University of Montana. I'm a professor in the College of Forestry and Conservation. I think I've gotten to know most of the people in the room, but for those that from the public or joining online, I'm serving as a facilitator in this process. And so my main role here is to really guide us through this journey. We've already had our field trip together, our meet and greet, but today's workshop and then next week's workshop to get us, to our goals, hopefully for this process, which I'll go over in a little bit. So we are going to have a jam-packed but super engaging day. So while you are sitting in these seats and listening to me babble right now, I promise you're going to have lots of time to also, we're going to be hearing from you. We're going to be having discussions. We're going to have you up and moving, doing different activities and stations so that we can get as much input to inform these recommendations. And so I just really like to thank all the collaborative members, but then we have an amazing also advisory team that's in the room, who's also gonna be providing input, and guidance through the process, and we will let you know kind of when we're doing different activities, things that we hope the advisory team can contribute to in those different parts of the process. And just to let everyone know too, if you are here from the public, we want this to be a very open meeting. This is, of course, accessible online. But there are gonna be ways that you can provide comment, but it'll be in a written format. So if you are online or in the room, you can go to the FWP Fish Creek webpage. And there's a way that you can submit comments, written comments there. There's also, if you're here in the room, little cards or pieces of paper that people can use, or a QR code, which I don't know where, there it is on the door, that you can scan, and that'll actually take you to the online format. So obviously, if you're a collaborative member or advisory team, you're here and gonna be engaged in the process. But if you are someone who doesn't have one of those roles and still wants to provide input, those are your ways that you can do that in the process. All right. So any quick questions before we jump in?
Jump.
All right, we're ready. Okay, so I just have a short little presentation to get us going here today for this first workshop, the multi-use trail planning workshop. Is it gonna advance? Okay, I may need you to advance it.
First installed.
Or just hit the next button.
It hits a little arrow.
There we go. Okay, well, actually,
I got one of them.
but it's not showing up on here.
What's a nice picture?
It is a beautiful picture. I actually took this on our field trip, so you're gonna actually see some of our field trip photos. For those of you who are here from the public, this group took a field trip out to Fish Creek a couple weeks ago. And it was a way for us to really all orient to the site together and start some of these broader discussions and really see, you know, hands-on what is there. And so that was kind of our first time really all together as a group. All right, there we go. So here's some more pictures from our field trip. So again, this was a way for us to get out there together, get to know each other and the different perspectives, but also some of the interests that were coming out, right? And we started to really learn things about the site from various perspectives, whether it was our advisory team members or, you know, our collaborative members who are representing different recreation types. Okay. Okay, so before we actually get into our engagement process today, I do want to kind of open it up to hear from you all, as in what are some of the best practices to make a process really engaging and something that you feel like is going to be a good process going forward for today, but also the workshop next week. What are some things that maybe you've experienced in other processes that you feel like are really valuable and important for us to all consider? Yeah, Sharon.
Being respectful of other people's opinions.
Yes, being respectful, absolutely. There's gonna be different opinions and perspectives, and there's no right or wrong, and so we really wanna be respectful. Excellent. Other thoughts or ideas? Yes,
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to say what you want to say, don't hold back, because once you've gone beyond the point, you'll say, oh, I wish I'd said that. But trust everybody and the respect, like Sharon says, have that respect. When somebody says something that you don't quite understand, then maybe you can get together later, but bring out what you want to say, what's really important to you, because once we've gone by it, you'll regret.
absolutely. So Denley brought up a great point is, this is an open forum. We want people to share their thoughts. Don't hold something back, but do it but share it in a way that's really productive, keeps the process moving, and is written in a respectful way. Great. Others? Yes.
Yeah, just to agree with what Denley said, I remember John Stagmar.
Yeah.
He said, he asked in the first meeting that they're doing anything that's a non-start, or their sideboards up to someone. Hey, I've heard from a lot of folks in the past over this, but I haven't heard from everybody, and I want to hear from everybody, so, I mean, just let it all hang out.
Yes, love it. So we want to hear from everybody, and that's going to also be hopefully what I can help with today and next week is making sure that there's multiple ways to have voices heard, whether it's in written format or if you want to engage in discussion, but we want to make sure everyone feels like their voice, their perspective, their input is part of this process. Others, what else makes a really good process that we want to think about?
I think vetting ideas or with folks that have proposals or thoughts, giving those some air time to discuss, right? Having some, little bit of dialogue around proposals and advocacy.
Yeah, so being open and spending the time to consider proposals, right? Even if it's maybe not your idea or something you agree with, but making sure that you're giving it, acknowledging it, giving it space, that we make time for it. So no one feels like one idea is being overpowered by another. So yeah, great point. Anything else? I think for me too, remembering, to play multiple roles of being a good listener. So a lot of you have touched on that, right? Like really being an active listener. So when someone's talking, not just, zoning out and ignoring it, but really listening and be open-minded to it. And then also making sure, that we're not overpowering other voices and perspectives. We want this to be really representative. We want this to be, transparent, and that people feel really good about the process. So if there is something, we're gonna have different breaks. We'll have lunch. If you're feeling at some point like my voice isn't getting heard, or if there's any concerns, please come to me. I wanna make sure that that's not something that, we go continue on throughout the day or next week, that people aren't feeling like they have a space here. All right, well, these are great practices, and I hope that we can all just keep this in mind. I know we are going to get into it, and there's going to be lots of discussion, but keep these in the back of our mind, because this is going to be the way that we really succeed as a group and as a team. And it's also a way that people are going to, really feel good about this process and have this be an enjoyable, exciting thing, which is what it should be. All right, so thanks, Jim. Next slide. All right, so I know you all were presented this, but for those that are maybe here from the public, and I know it's maybe a little small on the screens, but just a reminder that this is not the first time we're bringing this up, right? There's been a long, many years going into leading up to where we are today. And so this also included multiple phases where there was public engagement. And it all led up, from the planning kickoff in 2022 to community open houses in 2023, public comment period later that fall, all led up to this recreation strategy, the Fish Creek Recreation Strategy, which is a much larger strategy for the whole complex. And then that part of that strategy was this trails, multi-use trails planning effort. And so we just want to remind everyone that there's been a lot of amazing stakeholder public input that has gone into the strategy. The strategy is kind of our overarching guiding document, but then we're playing a much more focused role specifically on these multi-use trails. But that doesn't mean that this is the end for public comment and input either. This group is going to be coming up with recommendations that will go to Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. But that's not the final say. That's not a decision making, right? It has to go through several other processes. There will be public input opportunities at that point as well. So we just want to remind people that although we are taking written public comment at this time, there's still going to be other opportunities for public comment and other stakeholders once the recommendations do get put forward. So again, this is just one part in a much bigger process that has done a lot of really meaningful engagement.
I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
So how much is this, and maybe this doesn't apply just to Fish Creek, but Montana has a lot of state parks.
Mhm.
And how much of this process will be potentially applied to other parks in the state?
I believe this is just focused on Fish Creek.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is very specific, but other parks and different land areas, have gone through similar processes or will go through. So I think in some ways, hopefully if we're successful in coming up with these recommendations, this could be something that could be replicated or used in other things in the future too, when we're thinking about how to deal with complex issues, different perspectives, whether it's for trails or something else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just one thing I think would be good for folks to be aware of it, like for several folks in this room, some are older. This process started back in about 2012, was a recreation strategy that came out then, and there were, WNPR was engaged back then. Emily's been involved back then, Willie's been involved for a long time, so a lot of folks, it goes back even farther than that.
Absolutely, and when we asked, our FWD folks to put this together, we were like, oh my gosh, we could create a massive timeline going all the way back, and so you're absolutely right, this has gone back even before 2022.
And I think it's important to note that back in 2012, the idea of recreational trails was at the center of the discussion at that time as well.
Yeah.
That's why this has been a long process.
Long process, definitely don't wanna rush the process, and that's where, you know, your roles as collaborative members here and the advisory team are super important. To really, you know, now hopefully take this to the next stage. All right, yes, John.
I'll just ask, what's your goal, or I guess Fishwell Park's, sort of outcome? Is there going to be a document that would be produced? So it's gonna be, we agree, lots of ideas need to come out here anytime, all times. Everybody should talk and get all good ideas on the table.
Hold that thought, John, because I'm gonna be getting to that in just a second. So, yeah, you were on it. We're gonna be talking exactly like that. Yes. So what are our goals of this process? What are potentially the outputs gonna look like? In fact, it may even be on my next slide. So that was a great segue. Let's see if I remember which slide is next. Oh, okay, so first we're gonna do this, about what we're gonna be doing today, and then we'll go into the goals. So if you can click again. So what we're gonna be going over today, goals of the collaborative, right? What are you all trying to accomplish, and what's that gonna look like? Going to John's question there. We're gonna do a brief, high-level review. What are the key takeaways from that recreation strategy that again are our guiding, you know, principles and highlights? We're gonna hear from some of the wildlife biologists and fisheries folks about what are again some high level things, the species that of concern or things we need to keep in mind at this stage in the process. We're going to hear from Jim, who's going to walk us through what this inventory, the trail road inventory, looks like. And so we're going to get an intro to that. Click again. And then this is where you all are going to really come into play. This is where we're going to be doing a visioning activity. We're going to be doing an activity around desired recreation conditions and experiences, mapping of current and future use, and then ending with a brainstorm of management actions. So again, this is, we're gonna end in the middle of the process, right? Because we have a whole nother workshop next week. So we're not getting to the final point today, but we're hopefully gonna get to this stage that's gonna set us up well for the next workshop, and then be getting to some of those details. All right, here we go. So what are the main goals of this collaborative, right? So what are you all kind of tasked with? What are we trying to accomplish here? So your goal is to make recommendations. So again, not final decisions, and these are going to maybe be broader recommendations. So it may not be this very tiny specific trail in this region is going to be this long, and right, like we may not get down to that granular detail, but we may be, what we want to have is recommendations of like, this region specifically wants this type of use and these types of conditions for, you know, the recreation in the future. So we'll go into how we're going to get there, but the idea is that your goal is to produce a list of recommendations to FWP to inform a sustainable multi-use trail system for the Fish Creek complex. And Jim, if you can hit again. What should you also be doing as part of that overarching goal? Providing input on trail planning and improvement projects. So that's gonna be some of the aspects of the recommendations you're gonna be, you know, providing insights to. You're representing interests and concerns of your user groups or organization. Each of you, like we did when we did our introductions, represent yourselves, your communities, your organizations, maybe different recreation types and perspectives. And it's great that you wear multiple hats. So bring all of that into the discussion. But keeping that in mind, right? This is not just your personal opinion, but more broadly, those recreation types. Collaborate with partner organizations and stakeholders. So this is going to be something that's going to be really important, especially when we get to talking about how these recommendations could potentially be implemented, which we won't talk about till the second workshop, but just again, something to Keep in mind, it's gonna involve collaboration, not just with the people in this room, but also with other agencies and groups. I think there's one more, there we go. Some other overarching goals, again, that feed into this is helping to foster the protection of natural, cultural, fisheries, and wildlife resources. So we're not here to just come up with management actions without considering how this could impact all these important ecological and cultural resources that make this place so special and important. And then lastly, advancing our shared vision for accessible, sustainable, and enjoyable trails for all. So this is all also coming from, again, that overarching recreation strategy. So just keeping these things in mind, right? Help to foster protection, but also advancing a shared vision. So when we get to our visioning activity, right? Like where are we seeing really some of those key aspects that come up with a shared vision, knowing that we want to make sure that Fish Creek is accessible, sustainable, and enjoyable for different types of users and groups and communities. So these are kind of the overarching main goals of this collaborative and what you all are trying to accomplish. What this could look like as far as outputs, going to John's question, is the way we've kind of envisioned it is having a list of recommendations, and then hopefully having a map, which I'll turn Jim, who's going to produce some amazing map, that is going to, coincide with those recommendations. So if there's specific regions or areas with different uses, we can create a visual that coincides with your list of recommendations. So it's easy to see how these all come together in the broader complex. So, but, for you all, you're going to be participating, providing all the input, and then we will be kind of synthesizing and putting all those outputs at the end of the day together. So any questions about the goals or the task of this group? All right, great. So now I'm just gonna spend a couple slides, just going over very high level aspects of the recreation strategy. So part of that recreation strategy for Fish Creek highlighted several recreation principles. And so again, we want to keep these in mind. Some of them may be more relevant to our trail discussions than others. But these, again, were out of all of those public engagement processes, stakeholder engagement processes, this was the synthesis that came out of it. So we really do want to make sure that whatever we come up with as far as recommendations, they coincide with these principles. And so primary objective of the Fish Creek Complex is to steward the natural and cultural resources, ecosystems, wildlife, fisheries, outdoor recreation. So again, that big kind of primary objective. Management encourages diverse recreational activities that are compatible with conservation goals, ensuring that visitors can enjoy and connect with nature. So our wonderful students here who are here today to help us with this process, they were also great because they were highlighting what are the key words. When you see bolded words, these may be things we really want to keep in mind when we're thinking about how this relates to our multi-use trail, right? Compatible with conservation goals. We're going to be talking about that. How do these different recreation strategies work with that? How do we make sure there's diverse recreational activities and we're not just creating recommendations that only cater to one or two types? And then we also have FWP will actively monitor environmental conditions to adaptively manage and sustain both recreational opportunities and the resource integrity, adjusting as necessary to prevent resource degradation. So this obviously is not a task of you all, but this is a principle. This is saying that no matter what the recommendations are going forward and the implementation, FWP, that's part of the overarching principle, is that they are going to monitor the impacts of this going forward. Okay.
How do they do that?
Sorry?
How do they do that?
How do you do that? Does anyone from FWP want to respond?
The question is compatible.
How will you monitor potentially environmental conditions to adaptively manage and sustain?
So one example might be, we do spring flights for big game, in that area. So we do yearly monitoring flights to look at numbers of elk in the area, and that's monitored year to year and location of use during that period. We're using trail cameras specifically to see how wildlife are using areas with recreation use, see if that shifts over time. Just an example.
So we also recently established a bunch of long-term vegetation monitoring plots throughout the WMA, some of which are right near where the recreation occurs. Some of them are in both areas, and so those are basically transects that get assessed every couple of years or so, to look at the plant communities and how they're changing. So that just started year before last, I believe, so that'll be a tool we can use as well.
So when you see a change over time, what do you associate it with? What is the causal that created that? Is there a link, is there something, a study, or something you guys have done that we can read to see? What are you blaming for that deterioration?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can use the word blame, but again, for lack of a better term, you know, but usually like with things like invasive weeds, we know that they don't show up without people, or equipment or vehicles, ATVs or whatever it might be. It could be people walking, you know, houndstone sticks to your socks or something. So those, we know it's usually, people, at least with invasive weeds. Where those weeds come from, they come out of state, you know, there's been a lot of, information or a lot of research done where you can basically track like where weeds come from, you know, by species until they're just established. Right, so that's one, or at least for weeds, for reduction in big game population and something along those lines. That's a little bit more nuanced and would take a lot more effort to kind of tease out, because big game species, as we know, are affected by habitat conditions, probably number one. Why are those habitat conditions changing? Is it invasive species, or is it just natural senescence of the vegetation? You know, so those type of questions, I think at the time, we get our arms around it, but we wouldn't go into it just thinking, well, this is why. You know, it would require money, effort, research, data, you know, to order to kind of tease those things apart, if that helps.
And I think too, like, there's lots of ways you can monitor recreation use, in various ways. And I think that the key to this is long-term monitoring, because things change, obviously, year to year. So we're not gonna say, oh, there's suddenly this recreation use, that must be the cause of this, right? Like, it's very complex, but I think there's multiple ways. And so depending on what the recommendations are, it could be that, you know, this group makes some recommendations on things to really pay attention to with monitoring, and then FWP can consider those going forward.
And in my mind, I just want to add more things to that. In my mind, it's not so much focused on like if it's gonna change or things like that. It's like, what do we do when it does? That to me is the more relevant question. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's important to track the change and all, but like, okay, so it changed, now what?
Okay, we'll take one more comment. Yes.
Well, and this kind of ties in with Brian, and maybe a little question too. It's how much of the baseline, what that land was 15 years, or 20 years ago. And now, with some areas, and I brought it up on field trip, some areas that the lodgepole and the larger communities were there, so that's going to affect your habitat. You know, it's how you react to that, but what's the baseline to bring you around into when you need, how you need to react, and how much erosion was caused 15, 20, 30 years ago, and are we actually gaining some of that as the way that land was?
No, that's
A little too hard.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's one of the biggest reasons why we started the vegetation monitoring, was to start tracking changes through time, with vegetation stuff. So yeah, that's a good point, like, what is the baseline, and that's that's really important to me as a biologist. Like, we don't, you know, how are we gonna measure change if we don't know what it is now, right?
And it's important to note, right, for bigger processes of fire, that change how wildlife use that landscape, that don't have anything to do with recreation. And fire's been really present on the landscape out there, so it's really complicated. I guess it's the.
Yeah, and I think when we have this up here as a principle, there's already monitoring happening, right? There's a lot of monitoring happening. So I think I think the other key thing here is the adaptive management and sustaining both recreation, but it's also when we say monitoring, can we monitoring the recreational experience too? How is that changing with different things, you know, and then how does that interact with other resources? So we're gonna actually hear from our biologists and fisheries representatives in a little bit. So I'm gonna just pause. If we have more questions related to those, you can still ask them, but let's wait till we hear from them in a little bit.
I just insert one word in that,
Yes.
enforcement. Because anytime you see things change, we saw evidence of damage out there, but as I'm thinking about things, I'm thinking about, well, if I decide to put a trail through here, you know, it might have impacts, how would you enforce this? So it's something I would be thinking about during our discussions, not necessarily.
Right, so how they're gonna achieve these principles, right, is enforcement would be like one of those, or educate, right, or how to do these things, and that will be very important to consider, for sure. Okay, last comment.
All right.
Go ahead, Sharon.
My comment is, with my experience on monitoring, it's good to have a monitoring plan that
Yes.
says, these are the questions we're gonna look at, you know, we'll look at them every year or every third year or whatever it is. And that way you actually plan. I don't know if there is such a thing, but, we would maybe like to allude that one of those happens.
Yes, having indicators, whether they're
Yeah.
biological or social indicators, what are those thresholds of acceptable change? When you get out of those, you know, thresholds, how do you insert adaptive management actions, right? And then monitor how those are effective. So
If this, then that.
yes, so, okay, I'm gonna keep us moving, but let's keep some of these things in mind. All right, so some other principles. So the level of developed recreation amenities will decrease the further one travels from Interstate 90 traveling up the Fish Creek drainage. So we saw some of that in our field trip, right? That there's maybe more congestion around use around that 90 corridor. So when we're thinking about the mapping activity or where you all maybe have ideal recreation purposes, like where would that occur and how close is it to this 90 interstate? But also, what does that mean about moving further out? And again, we're thinking about that compatibility with wildlife and fisheries and other types of recreational experiences. All right, the overall level of recreation development in the Fish Creek complex will remain rustic. So that's an actual category, right? This aligns with the Montana State Park classification system and service level Fish Creek State Park. So we are not gonna be in this process, we're not gonna be focused on making recommendations for campgrounds, because that's outside the scope of like the multi-use trail discussion. But campgrounds may be something to consider, right? If we're thinking about where we want to put access and how does that enhance your recreation experience with different user types. So again, some of these principles may come into play in different conversations, but just keeping that in mind that if this is the category of rustic, we're not gonna say, let's put in this big infrastructure of a really developed campground, because that's be outside the scope of this principle, right? So keeping, again, these things in mind.
Jen,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just went back on the rustic thing.
Mhm.
I just want to tell you, you nailed it, good job. On behalf of the Parks Board, like, including that rustic designation.
All right, great. Yeah, and definitely a lot of you know a lot more about these, so if I am misinterpreting something, please chime in too. Okay, I think these are the last few that we're gonna talk about for principles. Regulations should align to provide a seamless visitor experience across land ownership boundaries. So this is a big one, right? Like we looked at, when we were out there in the field trip, we talked about this, right? Like, okay, well, there's some DNRC land, there's Forest Service land over here. So while we are definitely focused on what's happening on FWP managed land, we have to recognize that there is other land jurisdictions around in this landscape, and how do we make sure that as a visitor, a recreationist, that's going to be more seamless as you move through that land? How do we partner with others? How do we consider those other different land management agencies? And then recreation uses will be separated to prevent conflict. So I would say separated, that doesn't mean everyone needs to be separated. That's gonna be part of our activity today, is where there may be more compatible or less compatible recreation types based on your desired experiences and conditions. And so that's gonna be part of our considerations as we go forward. We don't want conflict among recreation groups, right? That's not desirable for anyone. But there also can be some more compatible than others. So that's what we're gonna dig into as part of our activities today. All right, so, oh, never mind, there's 2 more principles. All right, so any additional recreational development suggested by the strategy would be developed by following contemporary best management practices, including public engagement and associated environmental review. So this is key. So when we said like, we're gonna make recommendations by the end of this, it still is gonna have to go through public engagement, environmental review, other approvals up the line. So just keeping that in mind, there's gonna be a lot of time for input and vetting to make sure that whatever goes forward in implementation actually is meeting all these goals and regulations. They also will require the necessary allocated financial and personnel resources to assure professional management and rule enforcement. Who mentioned their enforcement? Was that you, John? Right, so this is great. So it came in right here. So knowing that now your job is not to necessarily worry about that. I want us to make sure we're putting recommendations forward, but then when we're thinking about the implementation phase, that's where FWP, others are partnering with other agencies and groups like yourselves, are thinking about how do we make sure we can implement this and for this, knowing the capacity we have here, the realistic, nature of this, to make sure that we're not, sacrificing other goals and principles. And we'll talk about more of that. We'll hear from FWP next week when we talk more about that implementation aspect. Okay, last few things I wanted to bring in that came from the recreation strategy was what they refer to as the recreation strategy highlights. This is kind of the high level summary of some of the focal points that came out of that process. And again, some of these are not going to be as relevant to our discussion, because we're going to be focused on trails particularly, but they may relate. So just keeping these in mind. So redesigning dispersed camping to better protect the environment and visitor experience. So again, even though we're not focused on making recommendations for camping, how do we think about this in regards to the broader, maybe visitor experience with your recreation types on trails and connectivity? Enhancing existing developed camping opportunities, rehabilitating and maintaining the fire lookout. So another example, we're not going to be making a recommendation on what to do with that lookout, but we may be making recommendations, depending on what comes out of the conversations, on trails that connect to the lookout, right, for various reasons. So again, making those distinctions between the scope of what this process will be focused on. Providing a high quality wade fishing experience and protect fish habitat. So we have to think about, how does this potentially relate with trails or connectivity? If, again, we're not going to be necessarily focused on the fishing access site, but how does that relate with maybe your recommendations with the connectivity of trails? Oh my God, I can't even see this on here. Improve accessibility for recreation. And accessibility can mean a lot of different things, right? So we could be talking about accessibility as in just getting to a spot to get there, but it's also about which populations are accessing these, which type of recreation types, who's not coming and who is, right? So making sure we think about accessibility in a broad sense. Okay, and then this last slide on the recreation highlights. So exploring non-motorized and motorized recreation opportunities. So those are all on the table, which we're going to hear from different perspectives on those. Improving the visitor experience and appreciation through better informational and interpretive signs. So on our field trip, the staff pointed out at one location where a sign, interpretive sign is going to be going into place, but maybe there's other areas that are going to, again, be important as we think about these various, new trails or adapted trails. Improving visitor experience through consistent regulations across agencies. So depending on what the recommendations are, is that going to mean we're going to have some really good conversations with DNRC, with US Forest Service? What does this mean as far as going forward? Because it may really involve them in the process. Enhancing safety and enforcement. So we're seeing that enforcement piece, but also the safety piece. We want to make sure that we're making sure this is a safe environment for the people that are using it. So again, you can read much more detail about all of these in the really expansive recreation strategy, but I wanted us to at least keep these in mind as we're going into this process. Okay, now to the good part. Look at this amazing group photo from our field trip. So we had a great day out there. We have an amazing group of people here. And so now we just wanted to set the stage for, again, what those goals are of this process. what we're gonna be going into, today, and then, giving you a little bit more of that foundation for, you know, the guiding framework that we're gonna keep in the back of our mind in our discussions. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do, a lot of you started even asking some of these questions, which was great to transition, is we're gonna be hearing from several of our wildlife and fisheries biologists, and what they've done is they're gonna spend about 15 minutes, so we're not gonna spend a ton of time on this, but they're gonna be here with us throughout the process as part of our advisory team. And so they can answer questions, and we will learn a lot more about these key species, especially as we go into considering different management strategy or recommendations. But they're at least gonna give you an overview of some key things for us to consider going in, which some of you have already been asking questions about. So I'm gonna ask that staff to come up, and we're gonna pass around a nice worksheet here, a summary worksheet on some of these things that we want you all to consider going forward. We have enough? Oh, it's not.
Everybody, I'm Vlad Notek. I'm a fisheries management biologist for Missoula area, Mineral and Missoula counties, so I'd be Ryan's counterpart. I've worked up in Fish Creek for 27 years now. And I can tell you, there's probably more fisheries and aquatic information for the Fish Creek watershed than any other place, definitely west of Missoula, but anywhere else in most of western Montana. And so the thing that's unique about Fish Creek, particularly in the whole area west of Missoula in this region, it has the largest and strongest bull trout and cutthroat populations of any tributary drainage. It's pretty much the backup for native trout. And so as a result of that, predominantly prior to the acquisition of the state park and the wildlife management properties, I mean, there were millions of dollars spent on restoration up there on those properties while they were owned by, for a while by Plum Creek, but primarily during the time the Nature Conservancy owned it in the intermediary period. The other thing I want to mention in terms of monitoring, talk about that briefly. We have main stem population estimates. We have pretty close monitoring on fishing pressure, which is really changing up there, predominantly on the main stem corridor. And then there's a lot of biological monitoring, bull trout red counts, cutthroat trout genetics monitoring, species composition, all the tributary networks. So that stuff's all available. It's actually all in this report that's basically just been finished. So if you're interested in that stuff, just find me. And realize too that, you know, on that main stem corridor, probably the majority of the public use is fishing, particularly during the summer. Right now it's up to over 5,000 angler days. So biologically, on the footprint that you guys are basically considering, the primary tributaries for trout spawning and rearing are Surveyors Creek, Thompson Creek, Deer Creek, and Bear Creek. That's where the majority of those investments have been made for habitat restoration, protection, and all that stuff. Rock Creek is also really important as a pure cutthroat stream, which is not in Fish Creek, it's just to the west. And of course, the main stem corridor is really important for fishing, and that is, I mean, we call it FMO habitat. It's basically the migratory corridor that connects these important migratory bull trout and cutthroat populations coming from the Clark Fork as they go up into the Great Burn. They go on to all these areas on the Forest Service that are like the key protected and intact spawning marine habitats. That's pretty much all I want to mention. I want to give Liz plenty of time. There's so many different wildlife values. So if there are any questions quick, I'll sit down. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Liz Bradley. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for FWP for Region 2. And prior to taking this job a little over 3 years ago, I was the area biologist. So I was Ryan's position for the Fish Creek area. So I also worked out there for 7 years to manage Fish Creek. So I just wanted to provide kind of an overview of the wildlife considerations. Fish Creek has a lot of wildlife values, but when we purchased the property in 2010, there were kind of two really main, focus points for wildlife that were brought forward in terms of the purpose for the acquisition. And the first was to protect big game winter range, and the second was to protect wildlife connectivity. So I'll just talk a little bit more about those. When we think about, recreation being compatible with wildlife, we really want to make sure that we maintain, the purpose of why we purchased the property, essentially. So these are good kind of things just to kind of maybe think back on as you're exploring ideas and do they kind of match what we're trying to accomplish here. So first, for big game winter range, the whole Fish Creek complex is big game winter range. But we do have, certain areas within that are more important for some species than others. We do have some maps of that, which I think we're gonna provide later, but I've outlined on this sheet, some of those areas. It's for elk, what's really important, Steer Peak, Williams Peak, Lion Point, Freeze Out Gulch. And these are areas where elk will winter or transition and migrate.
Could you say, or maybe they're on here? Yep, I got it. Never
Yeah,
mind.
you found those,
Yeah.
yeah, so you can kind of look at that and refer. Also, really, there's some really key places for mule deer in the Fish Creek drainage. Williams Peak and that Slaughterhouse Gulch area that kind of faces the Fish Creek corridor is really important for mule deer. They migrate from that up into the higher elevation, kind of Great Burn area, from there. Also, Steer Peak is also important for mule deer. So there's some overlap with species and importance of wind range. Lion Point as well. Deer Creek, though, is one that's very important for mule deer, which isn't so much for elk, because there's not enough cover in there for elk. But it's really good deer habitat, and it's really a stronghold for mule deer. And then we also have a good populations of moose in there. And that Thompson Creek drainage is really good wintering area for moose, as is the Rock Creek side. Also including Williams Peak, you'll see moose in there, and they use all the riparian bottoms as well. So that just kind of gives you some ideas as far as recreation planning and things to think about that can help preserve, winter range, or things like seasonal or winter closures on specific roads and trails. We don't have a winter closure on Fish Creek WMA. A lot of our other wildlife management areas across the state, we close them from the beginning of December to May 15th. We didn't do that with Fish Creek because it had been open to the public historically. And in that planning process, that was one thing that was kind of important, was to still have access. It kind of closes itself sometimes because it's so rugged and so steep that it's hard to access in the winter. And so just by nature of the topography, that's providing some of that important security. So trail design that limits disturbance to poor winter range, signage to help inform recreations about those sensitivities. And aligning routes outside of those lower elevation, south facing slopes tend to be a lot of what big game like to use as kind of more open areas. The next one, wildlife connectivity. This is really, really important. So Fish Creek has been identified on a large scale as being a really important connectivity corridor between the 9 Mile area and the Selby River Route. And so, how do we preserve movement? When we talk about movement, really, we're talking about all kinds of species. In the particular acquisition, we were, focused on larger species, forest carnivores, grizzly bear movement through there. But we also want to think about movement on a smaller scale for migration. So elk being able to migrate, mule deer being able to migrate from those lower elevations to high elevations. So what's important to think about with this, riparian corridors, those low elevation, it makes sense, right? That's just like the easiest way for wildlife to travel. And I just want to say also about riparian corridors, and they're obviously very important for fish, as Vlad pointed out. Also where we have a really high level of biodiversity of other migrant species like songbirds that nest in those areas, bats, amphibians, all those species that are also on a smaller scale moving. Those riparian corridors are really important. Where we do have more gentle topography also, again, it's just easier especially for these larger species to move. So think like the West Fork of Fish Creek, where it's a little flatter, in there, and they kind of like to move through there. And then cover as well. Animals like to, and that's how, they can stay away from human disturbance too, is by having good cover. We have so many burned over areas in Fish Creek. So where we have patches of cover that connect through that is also really important. So things to think about in planning, is trying to concentrate recreation use in smaller areas rather than having it spread out everywhere. Then you have, animals can move around it, better. And kind of trying to maintain larger chunks on the larger landscape of undisturbed, kind of protected habitat again, that they can move through. So those are just kind of some general concepts to think about. Glad to take any questions now and as we move forward the conversation. Yeah.
You do your, hunter information at very nice citizen up there on Fishkill. Can you find the numbers? You asked the question if it's road hunting that is successful, if it's walking that's more successful. And for that information, sort of as a baseline as well.
Are you asking, or do we ask that information?
Are you getting that information off the road field, or I mean, off your?
Not specifically, we do ask hunters what drainage. And you can kind of feel it out, like, based on the person, where they just stepping off the side of the road, or did they walk in, but it's not something we've been formally reported yet. A lot of times, because, hunters are going to say, oh, like, where do they specifically got it, so, we don't have that data, but we do have kind of like drainage data on where some ones are.
But I guess more broadly speaking, just to make a point about wildlife security. So one of the things that we've worked with the Forest Service for years on, is elk security, and the thought being that we have a very liberal hunting season in Montana. You can hunt, brow tine bull elk, anywhere here in region 2 for a, 5-week season. That's, predicated on having security areas where bulls can get to away from hunters, these remote kind of roadless areas usually where they like to kind of get away. So enough survive the winter, and there's always those hunters that are willing to hike back and get into the, the deeper areas and get them. But it's that patchwork, that mosaic of, security. It provides good access for hunters to get in and hunt, but it also provides some places for animals to hide and survive too. And if we didn't have that, we honestly wouldn't be able to have the hunting seasons that we have, because we wouldn't have enough animals survive through that. So maintaining, security is on the larger landscape, thinking about that is an important consideration for sure. But yeah, Fish Creek is a very, very popular place to hunt. And it certainly has a lot of roads, so there's people that kind of do both, they're driving. It can be more successful that way with whitetail, probably less successful with elk. Yeah.
So a lot of the national forest land that surrounds the 40,000 acre fish complexes, there's a lot of acres that are inventory roadless, recommended wilderness. Do you find that there's a higher concentration of elk in those areas where there's less activity around outside of fish all around?
Yeah, so it's seasonal. So we have to think like in the summertime, that's where a lot of our elk are migrating to, or in those higher elevation. In that particular complex, what we're talking about is kind of the Great Burns area. Burdette Creek is also a roadless area that we have a lot of elk use as well. So we do absolutely see elk use in those areas. And there's a lot of research and data on the effect of roads on in particular. I'm glad to share that if any of you are interested in that. But there has been a lot of, just the elk tend to prefer away from roads and human disturbance. And there's a balance with that in nutrition, right? So they're also seeking out the best forage, and so depending on where that's at, they'll make trade-offs in that regard for sure. But those are things that have been researched pretty extensively.
So if you don't have closure in there, what's the effect on elk calving in the spring in that area?
Yeah, so some Forest Service areas have road closures, particularly, to help, with elk calving. We have that. So that's just very area dependent, but that's one way that we've tried to protect those areas is with road closures, typically on the larger landscape. And we're talking, in Fish Creek, those elk are already starting to move up, so they're probably off of the WMA and onto the Forest Service calving in there. Not entirely. I mean, there also are some elk that'll stay down low. Yeah.
So on the piece north of the interstate, the Nemoti Creek side, that's a piece of the WMA, but it's also in the 9 Mile DCA or demographic connectivity area. And I'm wondering, is there any special overlays because of that, because of the DCA or?
Yeah, so for everyone who doesn't know, that's the demographic connectivity area for grizzly bears and the conservation strategy for the northern continental divide ecosystem grizzly populations. That's like Bob Marshall area. And when they built that plan, there's kind of layers outside of the core recovery area that were identified for suggested conservation measures. So this was one because it's kind of a connectivity area in there that was recognized. So a lot of those recommendations had to do with road densities in those areas in general and for land management agencies, particularly the Forest Service or DNRC. We don't, the FWP per se, I know this question came up earlier too. We don't have we're not, held to managing to a certain road density, but obviously we're part of that planning process, and we're trying to get grizzly bears delisted and trying to, to be a good partner and all that. So it's something that we certainly consider, in all the planning. Yeah.
From the field trip, one of the areas that there's just not a lot of flat topography in Fish Creek, as you know. And when we started our tour, we were looking at Whitetail Flats and possibly talking about that as a staging area, trailhead. So I'm just wondering if you might just speak to wildlife within Whitetail Flats and any, particular concerns there. I don't see it listed on the key areas, but I think that's something that's probably going to come up as we get further into location-based discussion about trail development.
Yeah, sure. Well, by the name, you probably can guess that whitetail, and really whitetail are everywhere. Because when you think about whitetail habitat, they're kind of ubiquitous across that. So what I would say for Whitetail Flats and kind of that state park area, is that overall is an important connectivity area for elk that are migrating from in the spring. They are down low along the river corridor or Sear Peak. They will come down for that fresh green grass in the spring because that's where they can get it. And you will see them right off the highway in the winter too. They're crossing the highway in there. So we have elk kind of down low. So as spring progresses, as we get into May and before calving, they start to move up. They will move through that area, and they actually will have spend some of the spring on Williams Peak as well. So we'll find them in there, and then they move kind of north, up the ridge line towards Great Burn. So for elk, that's really transition habitat. Don't see mule deer particularly on Whitetail Flats down that low. They're up higher, and they're up around Williams Peak and Slaughterhouse Gulch. That's kind of the closest area. Most of our mule deer habitat is going to be a little higher in elevation in Fish Creek. And then moose too in that area. I've seen moose up on top of Williams Peak and Slaughterhouse Gulch and all along that face above Rock Creek. Not so much on Whitetail Flats. We have other animals that certainly move through there as well. So I would think connectivity in thinking about that area.
So we have time for probably 2 more questions. So I'm gonna go to these 2, and then if you have other questions, again, this is not our only time with our biologists. They're gonna be here the whole time, so we can always ask them clarifying questions. And then as we get deeper into details, getting more information. So let's go Ben and then Haley.
Liz, you had mentioned in our first meeting that there were some obligations under the origins of the Pittman Robertson funds. And I'm wondering, are there, particular guidelines or rules there that can't be crossed by our group? Or, once the funds were delivered and then the title to the land was delivered to FWP, is it all open to interpretation by the agency at this point?
Yeah, good question. So the WMA, as I mentioned, one of the earlier meetings was purchased with a combination of the Pittman Robertson money and matched with Habitat Montana, which is state licensed dollars. So that money is typically it's for the purpose of benefit of wildlife, first, and that's how we manage our WMAs too. So So how we're held to that is when we think about recreation, we already have recreation going on in Fish Creek, right? It's not, you know, is how do we make it compatible to those values that we're trying to protect? I guess the thing that we need to keep in mind is, can we maintain or improve things for wildlife? If we're degrading them, if things are going the other direction, that's where we'll get called to task, you know? And I guess, you know, and what can happen? I mean, just as like a worst case scenario is we can, if they, you know, the federal government can come in and say, well, we gave you this money for this, and now you turn the whole thing into, you know, Great America, you know, like it's a theme park or something, and you have to pay us back. And we would have to pay them back the money, not of what we paid it in 2010, but the value of it today.
And I think Adam Brooks is online if we need to.
Oh, is he on? Okay, Adam, did I capture that correctly? Or do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, Liz, you did a great job. And that's exactly right. And that's an important fact of the original purchase was that, you know, out of the 40, I guess almost 41,000 acres, 34,600 plus, I think, were purchased with Pittman Robertson Wildlife Restoration Funds, and for the purposes specifically of wildlife habitat protection and restoration, and also hunting access. And those, so that part of the deed actually that we hold, even though it's one property, the deed is split into two sections. One section that's specific to wildlife that carries a deed restriction from the Fish and Wildlife Service that says we can only use that property for those purposes, and essentially not do things that degrade or detract from those purposes. And then, of course, the other parcel there, the parks section, which was, I think, right around 6,200 acres, that was purchased specifically with parks-based funding and not with anything from our license or Pittman Robertson funds, because that would not have been eligible. And so, like I said, we do carry that deed restriction, and we're audited from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service approximately every 5 years. And one of the areas that they pay particular attention to during their extensive audits, which can last as much as a year, is how we are managing the properties we've acquired with their funding. And so it's really important to keep that in mind. Doesn't mean you can't do other types of activities on a property purchase with those funds. It just means we shouldn't be engaging in activities that would negatively impact those purposes and values.
Okay.
Another thing worth mentioning too is that subsequent to the acquisition of the state park and the WMA, there were a number of private undeveloped in-holdings that were also purchased that became part of those properties where there was a much broader funding source base, I think, where commitments were made there too. So that's another consideration.
Okay, Haley?
Quick question, I guess not necessarily for Liz, but given the importance of connectivity, are we gonna be able to have access to a map that has like the IRAs identified and like the Great Burn? And it seems like that's kind of an important piece to consider as we move forward.
Big picture.
Yeah, big picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry, that wasn't really necessarily for you, Liz.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just for the wildlife piece, we do have some maps I think have been provided to the team as far as like some polygons for some of these core, you know, areas for mule deer and elk. I don't have it for moose, actually. We could build that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, just, you know, thinking of secure habitat, and it's, you know, as you guys look, you know, as we all look at recreation pressure and just kind of see how that can all fit
Yeah, but we
together.
can think about that more as far from that interest point of how we might put that together.
So, yeah, I'll just add that we're gonna, be doing some exercises this afternoon around like mapping, so the areas you're potentially interested in. We then are also gonna be asking like, what information do you need or would like to need or like to have, so that, if it is specific wildlife things, or but we can narrow it down and make sure it's relevant to like where we're considering different things. So we'll have that more for like this next workshop as we get more detailed, but, that's important to keep in mind. If there's things that you're noting that you would like more information on or have questions on, whether it's wildlife or something else, try to keep a note on, because we will be asking you for some of that this afternoon. Okay, Jody, one last question,
Yes.
comment, and then we're gonna move on.
On the WMA for, you know, I don't know for how far back historically that the, cross-country snow use has been allowed winter time and, Fish and Game Commission, same time as the Parks Board, went through the consolidated rules process and they revisited that and that rule deviation that allowed snow use in the WMA, so that, historically, snow use been minimal or doesn't impact
Yeah.
winter range in.
Yeah, it's a good, it was kind of a little bit of a. That piece was initially agreed upon, I think, during the acquisition, but the truth is, we don't have enough snow in that area. For that kind of over, you know what I mean, and it's so steep that most of it isn't really used by snowmobiles.
Yeah, most of the snowmobile use is just on roadways that hold snow that aren't, you know, south facing. I mean, and those are just, it's usually just either a landowner or a tractor, and that's it. Like, there's not a lot of cross-country opportunity, just because of the conditions.
All right, thank you all so much. And again, that was really just, like kind of high level, but hopefully keep those worksheets with you. We're definitely gonna be bringing a lot more of the fisheries and wildlife considerations in throughout our conversations, but especially I think as we get to more detailed actions, recommendations, especially in the next workshop. All right, so we're gonna start with our first activity. Oh, you're my person. Okay. So we're gonna be doing what I kind of refer to as a visioning activity. And so while I know a lot of you already have actions in mind, you're starting to brainstorm recommendations. We want to start with really keeping the bigger picture vision, because if we can really come to some agreement and see some synthesis on what is this big vision, where do we have commonalities across our different representatives here, then that's something that we can always come back to and remind ourselves, as we start getting to those detailed recommendations. So a vision is really our goal is not to come up with a formal vision statement. That could take us a while, but really for each of you to be thinking about what are the most important words, phrases, when you think of a long-term vision. So it's not just today. I want you thinking 30 years from now or 50 years from now, whenever you think of long-term, what is your vision of Fish Creek? What are the big picture things? So not specific to a little trail, but what are the important values, the important aspects of it that you're that's my vision of what I want this place to be in the future, because it's so important. And so individually, and the advisory team, I encourage you to also participate in this if you'd like, but definitely the collaborative members, you have little post-it notes in front of you, and you can use pieces of paper too, but thinking about if you want to write out more of a sentence, you can, but really thinking about at least 5 words or phrases. Again, when you really think about your long-term vision of Fish Creek. So what are the things that really capture, the importance of it? Is it about conservation? Is it about, the future access for your grandchildren, right? What are those things when we had our first meet and greet, that was one of the things we talked about, right? What are those really important things, but why you all care about this place? So thinking about those values, those important aspects that come to mind, and then writing them on your little pieces of paper. And then once you're done with those, we're gonna give you some time to think. So you'll be able to do that. And then we're gonna have you, Jacob here, one of our students, is gonna collect them, and he's gonna be bringing them to our other student here, Joelle. And Joelle's gonna be in real time putting them in to this word cloud, so we can start visually seeing, are there certain words or phrases that, wow, we're seeing come up over and over again. Or there's some real, different, unique things that we want to discuss, and we'll have a little discussion about it. So if you are a collaborative member, if you can write on the top of your piece of paper, collaborative, just so that we know we're kind of, you don't have to write your name, but just write collaborative and that we can capture that. And if you're the advisory team and you want to participate, just write advisory team on the top of your piece of paper. And again, we value everyone's opinions here, but we definitely want to, I think we're going to do the word cloud activity, particular for the collaborative members, but we still want to, get the input from our advisory team as well, and then have a little discussion about it. So does everyone understand what we're trying to do? Okay, all right, so I'm gonna give you all about 10 minutes. I know it's not a ton of time, but we're really moving and cruising today. And I'm actually gonna set a timer, otherwise I'll have no concept of time. Again, just words, phrases, things that when you really think about, when you want to describe the, long-term vision of Fish Creek, what would you want to have included or people to know? Okay, and then Joel, do you wanna come up here? Okay, so we click on this. Perfect, and then Joelle's gonna pop up, and then.
Okay.
You can move, you can still sit over here. Well, I'm totally moving you.
All right.
But-
Sorry.
Yeah, whenever you are done, if you wanna just raise your hand, Jacob can just come around, or if you wanna get up and stretch your legs, you can also just come over and drop him off, but we're happy to come pick him up too.
How was your boy? Yeah.
And Paige, I know you're online, if you wanted to put in the chat your words or phrases, we can include those too, if you would like.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you, Jen.
Yeah,
Thank you.
This month, hopefully.
Down, yes, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, oh, well, I mean. But that's directional, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to make any judgments.
Yeah, I mean. Before we just build. Locally.
Connection.
Pieces that we should. Tie up, so you can. Something small and it's not.
That was five things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fine. No, it's not, it's not very good. Yeah. Yeah, that's just. The risk in your life. So. Yes. Yes.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No.
But then we're not on. We want to know where we go? Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you know. Yeah, I think there's the other.
Yeah, cause I know that, like,
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You mean it won't.
I mean, what?
Thank you, thank you.
It's something like.
If you guys don't do it.
Right, who is a collaborative member that has not turned theirs in? Okay.
Good job. Good.
Different hats.
Like, I don't, each boundary isn't yet. How much independent governments do we leave these? Right? So, yeah. I mean, my experience with exposure, but this is a PR money.
Yeah. No, we're not gonna ask. Sorry.
I know.
Instead of PowerPoint, we're gonna share this.
They honestly want to trade sorts.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is kind of weird, but I gotta be like that. So. Quieter.
Sort of.
Are you like, right? I mean, people say that.
Yeah, it's somehow a lot. Well, that's what I was thinking. See, that's why I think he got lost. I can show Yeah, see this app is amazing. Joining you. Some kids have 8 or 10.
Yes, yes, I know.
Yes.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, for participating in that. It's always interesting the different directions people go with this prompt. So some of you actually make very specific, like, management actions, which we didn't include those as much in here because I think we're looking more for like bigger values. So I think some of those specific things that you said, like something on Deer Flats, right? Like that's gonna be really important, but it's gonna come down further down the line. What we're really trying to get to here is like, what are the big things that really matter, that are guiding our overarching things, so that when we make decisions at those specific points in the water or in this Fish Creek complex, that these are the things we're considering. So when you're looking at some of these, words that came up, again, it was a little hard because sometimes phrases we had to tease apart. So obviously some of these would have gone together with some of you when you submitted it, but we're really seeing an emphasis, right? The bigger the word is, means the more times it was mentioned among the group. And so we're seeing obviously protection being really important, conservation, wildlife, fish, recreation. That should be no surprise. Connectivity piece, but then we also see words in here like landscape, responsible, right? Healthy, sustainable. Some people also mention like access for different demographics and different types of recreation. So I thought we could just spend a couple minutes hearing from some of the collaborative members to expand on some of these points. Like what really surprises you about this? Where do you see some real connections with like the real values that you all are sharing in regards to some of these words? Does anyone want to share a little bit more about what they put on their piece of paper and how it connects maybe with what others are seeing up here?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, for our organization, obviously, wildlife, that connectivity piece, just habitat in general is at the forefront. Another piece of our mission is connecting people to place. And so I think just, as I kind of envision what that would look like going forward and how we would potentially use that space is, it is an easier to access area for potentially school groups, and just figuring out kind of how we would potentially use that landscape to educate and have kids, experience that area. And so, thinking of potential hiking trails or kind of more accessible areas that don't take hours to get to and aren't, super remote trailheads. Really using it as a classroom is really exciting. So yeah, kind of that wildlife and the education piece. Or I should say habitat and education piece.
Education, great. Others, anyone else see, like, did anyone else find that was something that was important to them? Having Fish Creek be a classroom, a place to bring groups and have it, really have an educational component.
Oh, we've used it a lot, but multi-use.
Okay, multi-use, and so for you, what is your vision, big picture vision? You say multi-use, like multiple recreation uses. Can you just expand a little bit about what you're thinking about that long-term vision?
I thought about it in that aspect, but maybe Whitetail Flats has a convention up there, and we have OHV and bicycles. They're on the same day and do an event.
Okay, so your vision is multiple in a good way, bringing together different types of recreation types in this place, potentially. Okay, others, stands out to you? And we have wildlife, we have fish, we have conservation. So like, what's specifically about that?
I'm kind of curious to look at this. We see habitat, conservation, wildlife, and trails was this big. Up there, we're here for trails. That's been the charter of what our mission. I think that everybody is respectful, that we want to have great habitat and keep our animals safe. And I think that everybody does a really good job of doing that and stuff. But like in my county, I can drive 97% of it is public land, so it's Forest Service. I can go on a 90-mile my ATV. If on a big day, I may see one other UTV or ATV or occasionally a hiker or occasionally, but most of the time, the woods is left to the animals all day long and stuff. And I think everybody does a really good job of understanding that the conservation out there naturally occurs every day. I just came back from an animal. I saw over 1,700 animals. I watched them breed almost right next to the highway, as they adapt as well as we adapt to them. You know, so I just want us to make sure that the focus is really, we have an opportunity here. And then we focus on trails and what we can do to responsibly implement that within this boundary.
Well, and going with that, right, if you all, you know, value the wildlife fisheries, like how does that relate to trails, right? Are the trails the means so that you can interact in a very unique and intimate way with these wildlife and fisheries that you wouldn't be able to do in another place, right?
It's very unique because I think animals interact with us all the time. I have quite a bit of acreage. If I walk out there into the meadows or anything like that, if a whitetail, mule deer, elk see me, they're gone, just walking. If I ride my ATV or I drive my tractor or something across there, they usually just stare at me. And so, you know, so what's more disruptive out there, you know, in the real world? And so all of it has an impact. So at some point, you know, we all want to be in the outdoors and stuff, so we have to make some sort of concessions in those areas in order to recreate all the way around camping to bikes to OHVs and stuff. Trying to figure that balance is, to me, the most difficult part.
Well, and I think thinking about, again, like the vision for the trails, right, like, in what ways are the trails going to potentially, is it about interacting with these? Is it about the overall keeping it in this very preserved, like we're seeing protection and conservation, right? Like, we don't want to maybe have this access, but we also want to have that balance with, you know, these other really important resources. But those resources maybe are the big draw to why you want to recreate in this place, right? So there's all connections. We don't want to look at them all, you know, separately, right? But they're very intertwined. Yes.
Now, the recreation is up there, but I think the real question on recreation, what is recreation to some people? And when you think about, people come to Montana, Yellowstone Park, they come to Montana for Recreation Park. Back in the days, long ago, when this was purchased and we got it, Mineral County was promised this park, state park, and there's an economic impact to Mineral County. And Mineral County wants to see a draw come in. Well, okay, what recreation is important? Is it driving through to see the animals? Is it getting out to hike? I mean, they're all part of that recreation. And so I think when you have recreation, it covers so many things. What's the appreciation? But you still have to think, and up in there, it says tourism. And I think that's part of the Mineral County and part of what's motivated all of these meetings is to try and let's have multiple use up there and have a calling card, Fish Creek, or Frenchtown Pond, state park. And there's a calling card and I think Mineral County, Williams Beach Lookout could be a great, you know, I think we have to bring all of those in recreation. It covers so many topics. Great furnace up there for recreation, I think, and so all of we need the definition of what recreation that we're trying to do.
Well, and I think it is different types of recreation, right? I mean, that's why we have it, but I think the reason behind why, right, like you're talking about, like, who is this for, like tourism and being an economic factor is a different kind of value and reason for recreation than if it's more, you know, is this to serve the local communities and the people that live here, or is it both, right? So these are all important values and aspects of this place and what it could be, but thinking about, you know, how do you weigh those? You know, if it is gonna be a focus on tourism, economic, and bringing others into, you know, to help support livelihoods in the community, you know, what does that mean versus having this be really serving more of a local group and keeping that the focus, or having a mixed. So, so these are the things that is not necessarily something we solve now, but these are the things we're gonna be weighing when we're thinking about those recommendations of, you know, why we're deciding to do these recommendations, who is it for, and what values do that, you know, come into play.
But that's what I was saying, that was part of the historic start of this conversation was the state park and preserving Fish Creek from basically landfill.
Yeah, great. Other collaborative members, do you want to share, maybe what are some things that you feel like really resonate with you about things that we should be considering as far as long-term vision for Fish Creek?
Jen, can you hear me?
Oh, I was like, where's the voice guy at? Yes, is this Paige?
Yes. I'm the voice in the room. As I was thinking through those words, it was a thought back to the fact that we're not dealing with a brand new landscape with no previous activity. It's about looking at the historic use and that it's actually very impacted both from fire logging, et cetera, and moving forward with that connectivity word. And also in the future, not eliminating opportunities that could exist that we don't know about today, especially on the environmental review part.
Absolutely. And you know, I think just I'm looking at some of the phrases that were used in some of these, that we may not get just some of the individual words up here. But we have, you know, the connectivity of wildlife and fisheries, but we also have inclusive of all demographics, local and regional, opportunities for all socioeconomic groups, age groups. Protecting and enhancing natural resources, sustainable fishing and hunting opportunities. So, you know, a lot of people were using similar words, but maybe talking about it with a slightly different lens. And so that's great. Those are the things we want to really consider, you know, going into these conversations, you know, going forward. And so, you know, even some of these things about being responsible or inclusive or maintained. You know, I think if I asked you all right now, like, write down what you think maintained means, right? It's gonna look a little bit different to each person. Same with what does it mean to be responsible? And so those are the things we need to like think about, you know, if these are our important, you know, values that we want to make sure are considered. How do we make sure when we get to the point of actually the actions or recommendations, are they adhering to these things, or are they going a different direction, or are they only adhering to some aspects of this and not others? So we want to really think about that, like in a very holistic way. Do any other advisory team members want to add? We didn't include yours in the word cloud, so if there's things you don't see up here and you want to share broadly, again, on values and things. Joe, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just that all of these things that we look at and all these ideas and everything, there are excellent areas that are very well managed, that have all of these ideas in there within our recreational trail systems that exist today that are successful, that everybody enjoys, that has, you know, public engagement that helps with the system, maintenance and management and sustainability and all these things can happen. It happens all the time. So we do this right. This could be killer. Real. This could be just the best. Really can. Fish Creek is pretty awesome.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, when we start getting to the mapping, right, it's big. I mean, even on our field trip, gosh, I feel like it just scratched a little bit of the surface, you know, just being out there. And so there may be different values or activities or things that maybe are, you know, in different areas. And we don't just say, so some of the overarching vision, right? We want to make sure it adheres to those principles of the recreation strategy. We consider these things, but then there may be more compatible uses or different, you know, maybe if it's more like we have the areas that attract more tourists and day users, you know, things of that sort that can still provide that economic piece. And then there's maybe more the solitude, kind of deep in the landscape, you know, types of compatible uses. So there's a lot that can be put on the table. And so this was really just a very brief activity to get us thinking more broadly about what matters to you all. Because really, at the end of the day, this is what it's about. It's about what matters. And that's the big picture value. So we always want to make sure that it's coming back to that. And if you feel like, oh, we're going a direction that's really going against these or really providing tension, then we want to talk about it. How do we make sure that it is more compatible? Not to say that everyone's going to agree on what's the most important, but how do we make sure we're considering those different perspectives? Any other comments on big picture? Yes.
This, one of my big concerns, of course, I'm here representing the county, and economics is always on the top of our list. I want to be sure that we keep that back of our mind. But part of that is maintaining the history, customs, culture, and the heritage of the area. I go back in Fish Creek to the late 1980s. And, you know, I remember what we used to do up there, what we used to have up there. And, you know, there's a lot of things have changed that, but, I just want to make sure we remember that custom culture that is so important to the county.
Do any collaborative members want to add to that about either the economic perspective or the heritage piece?
Well, I just did a horse trip from, taking a horse from Missoula down to Apache Junction, Arizona, took 3 days. In doing that, you have to stop somewhere, once a day, you know, stay overnight. And as backcountry horsemen, we do get people coming through asking where they could stop, and there's the Big Sky Horse Park. But they're looking for an area where they can actually camp maybe a day or so while they're moving through, but also get their horses out, and it doesn't, you know, a short ride or whatever before then they move on. And it just seems that this could be that kind of place where people are going down I-90. They can go off, they can spend a day or a night and then go on their way. And, you know, for us, backcountry horsemen, we could put it on our website, just saying, if you're going, here's a place you can stop on your way. And, you know, people are going east and west, it's rodeos, it's horse shows, it's whatever, but you're on a interstate, you'll see these big, rigs going down the road.
So this is a great example, I think, for each of you, like we mentioned, are wearing lots of different hats. But when we're doing some of these activities later on, where you're gonna be putting down your perspectives on like desired conditions or experiences, it'd be good for you to provide different ones. Because your example, like the desired conditions or experience for a visitor passing through and what they may be expecting or needing as like an outsider may be different than what a local person may be expecting or envisioning. But you can put both down. They're both important potentially in your user group, it sounds like, right? Same with, you know, if you were gonna have it be an educational classroom, like what would it look like if you brought people out here for education, like keeping that audience in mind, as well as, you know, that specific recreation group that may just be locals living here. If you were the mountain biking and you wanted it to be a destination type place, like that's gonna look different than maybe if you were just someone locally that wants to come out, you know, use the trail. So that will be a good perspective when we're doing those exercises to keep in mind if you want to, you know, actually teasing out within your user groups, are there actual differences that we should be considering, depending on if we're looking at this as like an attraction for people from outside the community, I say community broadly, or more the local, you know, experience and user groups. Because I think that is gonna look a little bit differently, and that may be things we should be considering.
I was sort of surprised by the word cloud in that, the words hunting and fishing are small. And it sort of gives me some insight into our group, maybe. And, you know, I think most of us probably know that, you know, the sale of hunting and fishing licenses is the reason this agency exists. It's lifeblood. It built this building, and bought us lunch. Also the PR monies, the Pittman Robertson funds, those are entirely from a tax on firearms and ammunition, new firearms and ammunition. And that doesn't mean that every time we spend PR money, we need to build a shooting range, although it's used for that sometimes too. And this agency's, you know, mission has grown towards, it's now a habitat agency as well. Funds for that come from the marijuana tax, and some more federal, contributions. So, I guess we've got to pay attention not just to the economy, but where does the money come?
Anyone else want to comment on that role of hunting and fishing in Fish Creek?
I will comment, because one of the first things I thought, writing down kind of thing, is, you know, I've heard of blue ribbon trout streams, but I would like to see blue ribbon hunting out here. You know, I don't know if there is such a thing, but so rather than write that down, I wrote down habitat, because that's what would help facilitate that in the long run. So But I agree, I would love to see vibrant wildlife. So I could go out and shoot them. Yes.
Well, it's sustainable, so I love hunting and fishing. Yeah.
Great. And yeah, anything else that people are like, oh, whoa, this is missing? And again, we weren't able to put like phrases in, so apologies that it's not true. And we'll capture all your actual phrases in the notes and reports, so that will be captured. We just want to give you a quick splash up here. Anything that's surprising, missing? Yeah.
I don't see family out there,
Ooh.
which is surprising.
Which is surprising, because if we go back to the meet and greet, when a lot of you were telling stories about why this matters, a lot of people actually included family, friends, very unique experiences that you had that really connected you to the place and that you feel like make it so important in the future. So let's talk about that. Where do you all see that? Family, relation, like personal connections like that?
I'll say, on those ancient field trips that we had, whenever that was, 10 years ago or more.
HS.
Yes, there were a lot of local folks there, and people didn't want to see a big neon billboard out on the interstate saying Fish Creek State Park this way. You know, they wanted to keep it more local and for families, local families, or for, you know, our Western Montana group, and not have it be a destination resort kind of area.
Well, and this thing goes to Willie, your comment too about like the heritage, the kind of cultural aspects of what makes Fish Creek special historically, but more today and into the future. So can we tease that out a little bit? Like when you're talking about, you don't want it to become a resort, or you don't want it to become those things, but like what in like that type of experience that you feel like is very unique and heritage and things that you would want to preserve or maintain, what do those look like? Can we tease that out? What does that mean to people who say heritage or experience?
And that's one of the things that, and Sharon, when I say economics, I'm not saying the billboard, but a place like Williams Peak Lookout is something really unusual, and if you have tourists coming through, that's something they can see that they won't see anyplace else. And so there's a few features that I think, you know, every state park seems to have something that's a feature, and I think that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm not the billboard guy either.
Yeah.
But it is a state park, and so
Yeah.
we have something unique there, and that's why I kind of state that and stress that, you know, Williams Peak Lookout might be one of those that they can't get that adventure anywhere else.
Well, and I think it's important, like, sometimes when people hear the word tourism, they're like, right? Because they're imagining maybe what they don't want, the big resorts, or the crowding, or but there's lots of sustainable and really intentional ways you can plan and still have tourism, but like at what you all have as the vision, right? And so that's why it's important to think about it. We're talking about, well, we do want to attract people, but we don't want it to become like this, right? So let's be intentional and thoughtful of what that could look like. So that it's an opportunity, but also that we're not just saying, open the doors, put the flashing lights on, right? Because then that could really impact some of these other values that are also really important. Okay, well, I want you all to just keep these things in the back of your mind, right? These are the things that are at the heart of why Fish Creek is important, why you're here and sitting in this room. So we want this to keep coming up. When we're having discussions, I want people to be like, oh, but remember those values, those things that are so important. Maybe is this gonna impact that? How is this gonna enhance that value? So I want us to be thinking about these things throughout our conversations today and next week. We are going to take a little break, about a 10-minute break, to let you all ponder, chit chat, go to the restroom, grab any snacks. And then we're gonna be turning it over to Jim for kind of our last presentation of the day, but he's gonna be walking us through the really cool inventory that they did. So he's gonna be pulling up some of the maps and inventory and walking us through that. And that'll be our last presentation before lunch. And then the rest of the afternoon are going to be a lot more of the breakout sessions and discussions. All right, so take a quick break and then we'll come back here at 12, and then Jim's gonna walk us through his amazing inventory.
For 11.
Or sorry, 11.
11:05.
11:05. But if you want to come back at 11, because I know Jim has a lot to share, we can, yeah. All right, thanks, everybody. Okay, so Jim, now you can distinguish. Out of my presentation.
Nice to see you, sir.
It's just weird having to.
No, let me just take a picture of the words and then you can get.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they're gone.
New life. All right. Some extent. Yeah, if there's any type of stuff that's kind of happening, these things, they're natural. Yeah. No, I didn't. For right now.
Yeah.
That's the other one.
We would just. We would share those. With, you know, not gonna have to. I think I'm a couple of others. Okay. Here's.
You know, with like negotiating. So it's good.
Right.
It's nice, but I think it's really nice to do. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, that's way better.
Right. I think that's exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So if we see something. Yeah.
You know, it's not just, we all have these laws. Yeah, it's just. We just. So, yeah. You know what it's not? Yeah. I think that's. Wouldn't you want to walk through the chair? Yeah, there's some stuff. Yeah. It's like possible. We'll say. So, yeah, that's, it's like, what you do, the alternative with,
county, no budget on their, you know, maintenance of roads and. Yeah.
I know. Oh, I'm trying to get rid of this little window, there's no big deal, so I didn't.
Yeah. Like, the county feels, you know, stressed. I'd like to say, waiting, pick up more dollars. Yeah. Suddenly, more miles, even if yeah, I guess, you know, we've got Forest Service owns the.
That look okay on there?
But they don't.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm sharing, okay. Yeah, okay, well, I'm just gonna talk on it.
Right, ready, so I gather the.
Sure.
Okay. Right, everybody, you can take your way back.
Yeah, it's all right. It's, can't get in.
Yes. It does.
Well, you can't go in it, you might fall.
You might fall.
Might go through.
Yeah.
It's not the best shape for this. But I tell you, right. Well. Yeah.
Yeah, like because we already got cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some sort of repeater that
Oh,
like
okay.
a radio. Yeah. It's actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim, what are you guys?
So what is?
This would be the angle of 3
Boys hunters.
Right, make their way back to their seats.
Well, they are load or. Long.
It's not really Fridays. Side by side.
Yeah.
The vibes are, you guys have.
Where's my location? Like a playground. Well, yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Not yet. Oh, gosh. Okay, so, I'm gonna turn it over to Jim. We did just hand you these beautiful maps, which we are gonna do an activity with later, so please don't write on them yet. You will get a chance to draw and write later on, but we have limited maps, so we actually need you to use those for the activity. So for now, just use the maps as reference to look at things. You can take notes on a separate piece of paper. And then we'll explain the mapping activity later on, but for now, we thought it would help you to orient as Jim walks us through this inventory. So Jim, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim. I was one of the 2 guys that went out and did inventory and all the routes out there, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about what we did and kind of our philosophies about how we do this stuff and what our purposes are and whatnot. So I'm glad you got that map. That's shows the different areas you visited. So just so you know, I do know how to count. There is a 5, but it's not shown on there. That was the one you guys didn't go to. That was down south, by the way, so. But that should be the places that you went on the field trip. Specifically, the coolest one, I think, is the Head of the Octopus. That's kind of the deepest part that you got into, and hopefully you were able to wander around there and see things. But it's a bummer you couldn't get up to the tower, but that's, you know, the lookout. That's kind of a cool place, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But first, I'm gonna go through and I hope you don't mind, I just sit here because I'm gonna steer as I talk, so I can kind of let you know what we do. So we are an environmental engineering company. We've done inventory. Let's see if I got that. Yeah. We've done inventory for over a decade, mostly with places like the Bureau of Land Management, but we've also worked with a lot of state organizations, Idaho, Colorado, of course, Montana, Wyoming. So we're kind of well versed in this, and we've kind of developed our process based on distilling what we need for these different organizations and find out what works best. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we do that, and then talk a little bit about what we have as inventory products, the thing that we call a data dictionary, which is basically how we define what kind of information that we're gathering. And then the resulting geodatabase contents. And so that's kind of our repository, is everything kind of ends up in a Esri geodatabase, if you guys are familiar with that. So that's
One thing to note, on the original packet you all received in your folders, there is the inventory with some of the dictionary type terms.
yeah.
So if you have that with you, you can follow along when we get to that.
Yeah, that would be really good. I just have a little snippet of it because it is kind of long, you know, a little painful to
Should
go
be like
through.
a table.
Yeah, but if you want to dig in, that's what a lot of this stuff is. Then I'll go through some of the examples of what we did when we were gathering data out there as to what do we mean by width, what do we mean by use level, difficulty, recreation experience, because those are a little fuzzy concepts. It's not like you can just go out there and take a, you know, sextant and measure how's this experience. So we'll talk a little bit about that. One of the big ones that this place is particularly rife with end of route areas, because since these are a bunch of old logging roads that nobody has been around forever, there's a lot of places where you can see stuff from imagery, but it would be pretty tough to get there. So I want to describe how we go about determining what the end of the route is. Then I'll talk a little bit about where are the excellent routes, some of the really fun areas that we found up there, and there's some pretty cool places that we might want to put on the agenda of having, you know, being a destination or even a loop. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about this interactive map that I have and the way that you guys can give feedback offline. So I have a kind of a rough draft of it right now. We haven't finished going through all of the data for the routes and stuff and doing what we call topology correction. So it's sort of in development, but at least I have the mechanics of the map down and I can show you that. And we'll send out a link later, hopefully like Monday, so that you could go in and draw points and say, hey, you know, this is a good place or whatever. And it'll be a way that you guys can go through and look at the individual routes and see how we characterize them. And it'll also have all the photos that we took so that you can look and see what's there. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna go through. So this is an overview of the inventory process. So like I said, we got a couple of decades of travel management with the BLM Forest Service and all that. we kind of do end-to-end in-house, so we will do everything from initial scoping, which includes, you know, imagery, analysis and access determination and all sorts of things that are real important, like where we're gonna have dinner and things like that. Then we actually go out and do the inventory, and that's all, you know, ground truth. Basically, that's the meat and potatoes of this thing. Then we will go through, you know, if for different areas, different clients, we'll do route evaluation, which includes combining things with NEPA and habitats. We're talking about, you know, including in some of the polygons of wildlife habitat or critical streams, or even things like we get off from the USGS, things like erosion or slope, and putting that all together into the consideration on a route segment by route segment basis. So it's a really kind of thorough and comprehensive way of evaluating a transportation network. Then we've also become pretty involved with public outreach meetings. So we'll, you know, we can do that at different stages. Sometimes we even do that pre-inventory. We'll go out and say, all right, you know, these are the routes that we know of from imagery and from USGS and blah, blah, blah. What are the secret trails? What are the secret areas that you guys know about? And let's put them in this conglomeration so we can evaluate them fairly with everything else. That's sometimes an interesting process. And then at the very end, we can come up with travel system implementation. What do we put on the map? Who do we make these maps for? And sometimes you have different things, like you get administrative routes, things like that, or places that you don't want to expose to the public to, and say, okay, these are the designated routes that we have in this area. So this is where the public can go. Here are some other routes that we have for administrative purposes. And the big upshot of that is that if you create a public map, public facing map, and you make a law that says, or make a rule, law, whatever, say you must have designated trails. Well, that way the public knows when they're in conformance, because they are on the trail that's on the map, and it also lets like law enforcement know when somebody's off the trail, because that's not a designated trail. So as heavy-handed as that sounds, it's actually quite handy, because it keeps everybody kind of using the resources in the way that they were intended to be used. So like I said, our analysis is comprehensive. We try to go like all the way across the different considerations any kind of transportation network has. And then interdisciplinary, and that's what I was mentioning when we take into account habitat, erosion, and fire access, and all sorts of things like that. So we'll get into that a little bit more. When we're doing this, we use a sub-meter satellite-based augmentation system, GPS. So we're always pretty close to what's reality there. And the way that we do this, not to get too nerdy about it, but we Bluetooth that to both, and there in the picture, that's me, by the way, and there in the picture, that's a tablet that we use, and we also have a Bluetooth to the phone that we're doing our photographs with. So the photographs aren't just EXIF data on the picture, it's actually the sub-meter information as well. So when you get a picture, when you get a point and all that with the route, it's all one thing, at least from that point of view. We do multimodal type of inventory. Most of the time we do it on dual sport motorcycles, but depending upon the, you know, restrictions in the area and whatnot, we've done stuff on mountain bikes, we've hiked, we've done side by side, we've done 4x4, especially if it's raining. It's not fun to ride a bike in the rain, but so we'll do that kind of stuff. And the biggest thing is we have 100% safety record in all of our inventory crews over the entire time. You can see there also in the picture, we have a Garmin InReach. We have protocols of check-in, and we're able to push the button. Thank goodness I haven't had to, but it's there. Okay, so the big thing is we are focused on the outcome of the whole travel management process. So these are the kind of things that we take into account to become the outcomes that we want to have, is be able, and we talked about those a little bit, be able to control access and to enable access, provide really good recreation experiences, to implement and improve route connectivity. And that's kind of a big thing in the recreation area, is going down spur routes isn't always, you know, for me, it's not always the funnest thing. I really like to do loops. I really like to have points of interest. There's a book that, gosh, it's like 10, maybe 12 years old, called Great Trails that, you can get it from Novak and stuff like that, but it was one that I used to look at, quite a bit. It says, what makes a very interesting recreation trail? You know, does it have these characteristics? Does it have scenic viewpoints? Does it have dispersed camping? Does it have, you know, interesting, challenging areas? Does it create a loop? Is it, you know, all that kind of stuff. So how do we do that? And route connectivity goes a long way toward creating great trails. And then also there's always the reduce the conflicts, you know, we're talking about user conflicts and things like that. Minimize the impacts on the environment and on wildlife and on, we're talking about, you know, this being such a very important fishing area. And how do we keep, you know, any recreation use from doing sediment deposition into streams and things like that, and ruining those habitats. So we want to definitely pay attention to that. And how do we build sustainability? It's one thing to create a trail, it's another way to keep up on it and make sure that it doesn't turn into braiding, as we call it, when you know, starts getting wider. Or how do we keep the usages correct on it? Are there ways to automatically keep the trail width the same? Working over in Idaho for a while, and the recreation guy over there was having trouble because the side-by-sides kept getting longer and longer. And consequently, when they would go around a corner, they made a wider and wider swath, you know, because they can't turn that sharp. And he said, you know, we got to do something about this because it's starting to create more impact than we originally designed the trails for. So little things like that. Okay, so the products of our inventory when we go out there are basically threefold, and this all ends up in the geo databases. So there's linear features, which, you know, kind of obvious, the route alignment, which includes all of these different characteristics, width, use level, service, difficulty, experience, and all that. Those are, we usually chop those at every intersection. Like I said, right now, the data isn't completely cooked yet. We're still baking it. And so when we get done and we get it all topologically correct, it will be a lot more sensible. But we make sure that every segment has equal attributes to it. So if there's a change in trail width or if there's a change in use level, we'll break it and create a new line segment so that those can be analyzed separately. A lot of times we'll combine those during the evaluation process, but it's good to keep all the attributes the same for specific segment. Then we have point features, and I mentioned the georeference photos. So those are, we take those very frequently, and you'll see that when I get into the map area. And we also take them both along the route and at certain types of features that we'll find along the trail. So if there's a sign or gate or a road specific erosion, if there's water crossings, if there's anything that is of interest that would help us do a better job of the evaluation, then we'll take a picture of it. Then we also create these other points that are in there, such as this trail is non-existent. We find something that's out there that is on our, and this is where I come up with the imagery. If it's on imagery and we digitize it, we go out there and there's nothing there. And I don't know what they were doing. I've seen places where people have digitized fence lines, stuff like that. It's like, well, this isn't a route, it's a fence line. So we'll drop a point there and document it. Same with reclaiming. That's one that we're talking about. I'll talk about a little bit later also, because a lot of times, especially in Fish Creek area, is that now I say creek, so pardon me if I don't say creek. I'll try to adapt to the local. I found out that it's really locally dependent where you say creek or creek. So anyway, so if something is starting to overgrow, and that's what was happening a lot there, we'll call it as a reclaiming, and it says, well, this is, you know, passively reclaiming trail. And if it's blocked, you know, if there's, like we've had areas, we saw a couple of areas up there where there had been tank traps built to shut down a trail, or there's been a lot of like deadfall put across it to try to obliterate it in some sense. But usually those kind of mitigations for closing a trail are really dependent upon finances more than anything. How much money do you have to go out there? It takes a lot of money to do that. And then we have polygon features that we'll put out there. So if there's a denuded area that we think might be, you know, potential camping, dispersed campgrounds, of course, and some of them we will usually take a picture or drop a point for a dispersed campground, like if it's just a little fire or maybe somebody in a side-by-side camp. But if it's a larger area, then we'll run a polygon around it to try to make it, you know, more distinctive as a larger area. And then, of course, parking areas, play areas, if there's been, like if there's a high concentration of trails where people have done, you know, hill climbs and side, you know, traverses and things like that, we'll put a polygon around that and kind of count that as an individual type of resource that we need to figure out how to manage it. Stock reservoir I don't think we saw any river up there, but that's, you know, range features. Okay, so this is, I mentioned the data dictionary. So basically we developed this with whoever we're doing the inventory for ahead of time. And yeah, if you have it in your handout, it's humongous. So as we're doing inventory, we have all this stuff in our head, and whenever we get to a particular route or picture or polygon, we categorize everything that we see there based upon the data dictionary. And so you can kind of look and see some of the things there. Route number is just generated if we see a sign or we, you know, it has a USFS number or something like that. The width, we have all those different characteristics. As I looked in there, I don't think we saw any single track. I think the narrowest we saw was 4 to 6 foot in that whole area. So that was a little curious, given how, you know, how much people have recreated there. So, let's see, surface material, that's kind of self-explanatory. Establishment. So I'll talk a little bit more about these in depth a little bit about some of these that are a little more esoteric, but the establishment basically can we see if it had a blade run across it? And a lot of times that comes back to more financial concerns than anything. If somebody is paid to run a blade off something, then there is some financial investment in that route. Probably not in Fish Creek because it was a lot of logging that had gone on there in the past. But in other places where you have public land where people have paid to, you know, create a route, then say, well, if you want to close this route, then you need to talk to the people who paid to have it done, you know, at least get them involved in it. Anyway, repeated use is just somebody, you know, has gone across this area, you know, there's been some usage over and over, and that's just repeated use versus the mechanical. Maintenance, it's kind of the same thing. If we've seen evidence of people going out there and trying to keep the trail open, you know, bulldoze some of the deadfall or cut things, and we'll say that that's maintained. The other ones I'll get into a little bit later. Anyway.
Can I just,
yeah.
and just to note, these terms that are used in the attributes section are going to be the same terms we're gonna use for some of the activities later on for desired conditions. So this is a great time as Jim's walking through this, if there's terms, and he's gonna provide examples, but if you have questions or things, but making sure that you have a good understanding of what these terms mean, because we're gonna have you use those in an activity later on. So just keeping that in mind.
Yep. Let's see, the biggest thing about the end, the last bullet is all this is combined with that other environmental data that I had mentioned, such as, you know, habitat, erosion, and hydrology and whatnot. We take these attributes, we combine them with that environmental data, and that's how we assess the value or the viability of any route segment. So it really is comprehensive when we get to that. So what this does, the data dictionary gets put over into the geodatabase, and it creates all these different attributes. And so this is just like a snippet out of the geodatabase. There's a lot more there, but basically you can see that they end up being attributes for each individual trail, and it'll tell you how wide it is, what's the surface, you know, all that kind of stuff. So this creates a really extensive piece of documentation for the entire travel network. And this is something that we would deliver to the FWP, is to say, you know, they will ultimately own all of this data. And so it'll be available, you know, for perpetuity. Like I said, you know, when it's done, it's topologically correct, and that's where we get rid of the gaps and loops. You know, when we're out there and we spin around and stuff like that, we don't need to have that, but we just want clean intersections and whatnot. So that's a big part of, we do post-processing. This also includes metadata, and I can show a little bit of that later. I didn't put it on here, but basically it has who did the route, what the accuracy was, how many satellites were fixed, what time of day or when it was done. So if you know, sometime in the future, somebody comes back and says, oh, you know, this route doesn't seem to be there anymore. It's like, well, okay, the last time there was data gathered on it was, you know, 10 years ago. So that happens. So it's, all that is in there for perpetuity. There's also comment fields. So, and Casey and I did quite a bit of commenting this time around because we knew that it was going to be used for recreation assessment. And so we would put comments in there to say, hey, this is a really great route with good views and seems pretty sustainable. So you'll see some of that in there. And at the end, when I have that interactive map that I'll show you all, you can go in each piece of the route and pull that up, and all that data will come as a pop-up so you can see for yourself, including, you know, if you pick on the pictures. That's in the geodatabase. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about how we go about observing this on the ground, because it's a little, it can be sort of non-intuitive. Some of it's kind of obvious, but some of it is a little, like I said, a little more subtle and a little bit more fuzzy type thing. So this is a pretty easy one. When we're running a route, we'll determine, you know, what's the largest size vehicle that could travel on the route, and that's width characteristic. So 12 to 16 foot wide, you can drive a semi down it pretty easily, and that, you know, would be no big problem. This is sort of the range that we saw out there. So we didn't get anything much over 16 foot as far as routes in the whole area, but we did see quite a bit of, you know, 4 to 6 foot. So it's like side by side width. But like I said, there was really, I was surprised. I was looking at this the other day and I said, no, we didn't find any single track out there. So that speaks a little bit to the usage and speaks a little bit to say maybe some potential. So anyway, so the biggest thing is when we determine the largest size vehicle that can go down a route, that feeds into what we assess as difficulty, because we base our difficulty on the largest size vehicle. Rather than, you know, I get out on my dirt bike and I say, yeah, this was, you know, pretty stinking easy. It's like, well, okay, if you were in a, you know, in my grandma's Prius or something, it probably wouldn't be easy. So don't think about Priuses, but that's whatever. So use level is another one. So what we do, we kind of adopted this from the BLM guidance on how to determine use level. So the Forest Service will do more of like usage count. It will monitor how many people and, you know, how often and, you know, all that kind of stuff. This is, you know, we're not contracted to sit out there and count cars, so we don't do that. Especially in some of the BLM areas, there's, you know, you're not going to see anybody for a long period of time. So we look more at things like vegetation disturbance and soil compaction to determine use level. So these are some examples. On the lower left, there's none, and there's no tracks visible. There's pretty mature vegetation. There's no rock disturbance. It's a route, it's navigable, but, you know, I'm making the first tracks on it that I can even see. So then in the middle is moderate, and what we look for there, you can see there's vegetation in the center part of the track, but there's no vegetation in the tracks themselves. So that is sort of where we say, okay, if it's been denuded on the tracks, but there's still some growth either in the middle or close by on the side, we say, well, that's kind of a moderate use level. And then heavy use level is, you know, down there in the lower right, where there's been, you know, a lot of people that have gone down there, and it's pretty well used and probably, you know, even daily. So that's how we determine use level. There's with those different characteristics. Difficulty, like I said, it's based upon the largest vehicle that we estimate that could travel that. So on the left is least difficult. So that's kind of a Jeep trail that's there in an area that I inventoried. And well, this is pretty easy. It's not rough. It's not loose. It's not, you know, steep or anything like that. So it'd be the least difficulty. Then the very difficult was something, and these pictures don't really show the entire thing, because I don't know if you've ever done pictures or videos on trails, but for some reason, the video and the picture completely gets rid of the slope. So people go, oh, this is a terrible climb, and look at you, that's not bad. So anyway, this was one area. This actually was just down the hill a little bit, very difficult. That was down the hill from the tower, the lookout tower. And I'm gonna talk about that route a lot. Well, not a lot, but that was a really cool route. It had good connectivity. It would have made a very fun little excursion. There was lots of scenic points. There's even some denuded camping areas that were potential for that. So anyway, so very difficult. If it's unstable surface. Oh, sorry.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it, but so you're just, this is like really focused on motorized, correct? And what about like horse hiking and mountain biking?
Yeah, so we're focused more on, I would say mechanized travel. Mostly because horse and hiking, they can go anywhere, right? And usually in regulations there are, and you know, this is something that will probably come up too, there's well, at least the BLM and I think the Forest Service talk about wilderness areas and stuff like that. They, you know, there's really no designated trail. There could be a designated trail, but there's no regulations that say you have to stay unregulated, you know, on designated trails, right? So when we inventory, we look primarily for mechanized travel.
So that being said, I'll just add that we're part of our activity this afternoon, like there will be an activity around desired conditions for different recreation types. And so in that part, one of the prompts is gonna be about difficulty or challenges. There's desired challenges. Maybe you really want a cool slope for if you're doing mountain biking, or maybe you want something that's like super flat, if you're horseback riding. I'm just putting these things out there. So there's going to be a prompt that does get at that in more detail that this inventory isn't able to do. It's more based on this, right? Like just what's out there, but we're gonna get to some of that, recognizing that there's gonna be very different things that maybe people desire for the recreation types.
So maybe the very difficult could include mechanized, bikes, hiking, or horseback riding. That would be where you could stick those in terms of a route or trail.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, the main thing is that when you see these terms in the inventory, these attributes, that you all understand what is meant by them. So that it's, you know, because otherwise you may say very difficult, what does that mean for my recreation type? But it's really about like how they're categorizing it, so you can then think about your recreation type in these conditions. Sharon?
One term I didn't see in here is the road open or closed to use, you know, like is it gated or burned or something like that?
I am so glad you brought that up. So, kind of, there's two kind of big pieces in this inventory. There are some that are, I'll call them obliterated. There was a couple that we saw out there where they closed the trail and they tank trapped it. If you're familiar with that. That's where they just dig hole.
Right.
Big holes and then pile up the dirt and they just make it so that it's really hard to get there. And like I said, there were some where they just obliterated it by putting a bunch of deadfall across it so that you can't hardly see it, but if you line up with it, you see all these trees laid, you know, parallel, it's like, I think trees fall down like that, so it was intentional. So that's one. The other is just about the vast majority of the routes up there are behind lock gates right now. Right, and so, you know, Cody was nice enough to get us the keys, so we could go in there.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because I didn't see any of that.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
mostly they're behind locked gate.
Yeah, and so it was a lot easier to go through the gate key than trying to jump it. But I couldn't jump it, I'd kill myself. So yeah, that's a lot of the inventory we did was behind the lock gates, and so we haven't right now, but we are gonna put an attribute on the routes to say, is this open to the public currently or not? And so that would be probably a distinguishing factor, because in some sense you could say, well, what if we did nothing? You know, what if we talk a lot and we get all this planned in and we just leave it like it is right now? It's good to know that state, to say, okay, even if we did nothing, nobody ever goes out there, what condition is, you know, where are the access points? How many miles of route could be? If we wanted to do a, you know, route density analysis, you know, then we could do it based on that. And then all the other, then, we say, okay, these other routes are not open to the public right now. What ones do we want to open? And then consequently, what will we need to do to open them and to manage them? So.
Just to clarify on that, what would be open is the route or the trail? Because currently the entire complex is open to the public, but it's just that distinction of whether it's mechanized or on foot.
Right, yeah, actually, I think I got one of the pictures here. I'm just gonna skip ahead because it's a really good one. We'll get to that. Did I have that picture? Yeah, here it is, sorry.
All eagerly.
Yeah, you'll get it later. This is a good example, Kendra, of what you were talking about. So here's a gate that is closed and you're not gonna get your Jeep or anything by there, but it's got an opening over here for hiking and I would say potentially mountain biking to go through there. And I don't have the picture up right now, but it does say that, it's closed. This says road closed, but what does that mean if you have a gate open over here? It's a little confusing. It's like, well, if I went up there on my, dirt bike or my mountain bike and I said, well, it says road closed, but somebody built a gate that lets you through. What does that mean? So. That's part
So
of,
better signing.
that's, yeah, and that's, sometimes that's the best option is to just put out signs. People in Wyoming call them targets, but they're signs, and use people's good sense to say, okay, I'm gonna stay in the trail here, I'm not gonna go cross country because I'll damage resources. So. Big question. Okay, difficulty, recreation experience. So this was another one that's a little, well, actually it's a pretty, soft assessment of what is out there. So what we look for are routes that have attraction for the types of recreation. And again, we always go to the largest vehicle. What kind of recreation experience would somebody have out there? And so we look for things that are sinuous, that have some variation, something that has interesting topography. They have a lot of scenic areas associated with them. They can be challenging in areas that have points of interest, such as camps, overlooks, stuff like that. And then on the other end of the spectrum, poor is something that's a straight, flat route that doesn't go anywhere, has no scenery. You even have a category called none that is dead ends. So if you don't have a recreation experience, if you just go straight down and it just ends at where they decided to stop blading. And there was a few of those out there.
So there's huckleberries out there.
Good point. I saw some out there and I didn't help myself and I should have.
And this is gonna be another prompt that we're gonna be asking you all for different types of recreation types, like. Obviously, we have the trails and roads that are categorized like this based on this assessment, but we wanna hear from you all in your ideal desired recreation experience. What are those attributes of the experience? Is it a lookout? Maybe it's not. Maybe it is, you want some flat, wide, areas because you have a group. So again, start thinking about that. What are those attributes that contribute to your desired recreation experience? That's something we're gonna be digging into after.
Exactly. And this is it's also something that, like I said, we're assessing it based on sort of our soft perception of it. But you could go in yourself. That's what's going to happen when you have the interactive map. Go in, pick up some of the pictures that are there on the route and find out if this is something that you agree with. Say, well, okay, you might think it's a bad recreation experience, but I personally like jumping over rocks. So that kind of thing. Okay, so that's not all. I'm not going to go into all of them. You can, we can talk offline, or you can investigate them when you pull up the routes and see what all is there. So this was an interesting one, and I think this could come up a lot. We've gotten beat up on various things to say, oh, that's a route. I could have gone down that. Why didn't you go down it? And it's like, well, okay, I didn't want to. That's this particular one I got a picture of. I ended the route there. I said, well, yeah, that kind of drops off. That's where they stopped blading it. And kind of philosophically, we take our job to be, we're out there to find navigable routes. We're not really out there to make routes or damage resources or that kind of stuff. So if we find something that looks particularly hazardous, or it looks like it would be really damaging to go down it, we don't do it. We just make a note, we take a picture, and then we leave it. So, anyway, that's kind of a hard call sometimes out there. It's like, should I keep going? Should I not keep going? Anyway, so they can end for many reasons. So this one just shows that, you know, they ended the blading right there. There are fences, gates. This one I would call topology. Say it dissipates, and that's where if it gets really overgrown and you can't really even see much of the route anymore because of the overgrowth, we call that dissipated. If it goes up to a stream or a water crossing or a lake or something, it's okay, that route ends at this thing. Or if there's a hazard, and some of those can be, you know, really deep erosion. There's places I've been where, yeah, you didn't want to go there. So yeah, so a large number of the routes, like we were talking about, were close to the public, and so a lot of them were dissipating, or another thing we call is passive reclaiming. So if they're just left there, and then they passively get reclaimed. The other reason that we will stop them, and I mentioned that navigability, if we can't go down it, then we're not going to do there. If it's going to adversely impact the resources, or if it's safety concern, and drop off a cliff isn't so good. And also, I'm going to bring up hopefully some examples of this, where if you say, well, it could continue on, but even if it does continue on, I'm about 100 yards from the property boundary. And so, you know, there's no reason to really push through this and try to get to the other end of this just to find out that it's going to dead end anyway. So a few of those will end like that. So, okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's coming. So I'm gonna pull up this nerdy thing. So this is ArcPro. How many here know about ArcPro and have messed with it? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Is it not over there? I think it's.
Is it?
Don't I see it?
Oh, you are? Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Wanted to make sure.
Okay. So yeah, this is please stop. Okay, this is basically the tool that we get all this on, and this is our deposition of data. I'll just bring up a couple of things. So this is all work in progress, so keep that in mind. So going back to the data dictionary and what's in the geo database, this is why I didn't put it all. This is all the stuff that's in there, and you can see the dates and times and accuracy measurements and all that kind of nerdy stuff if you're interested, and that will all come up in the interactive map, so that when you pull it up, you'll be able to see all that kind of stuff. What I wanted to talk about here a little bit is the end of route stuff. Oh, come on, sorry. Yeah. So this was an area where we had a couple of routes that ended. If I can get into this, these just came down here and we dissipated. So if I go in here and pull up the photo. Kind of gives an idea of what that looks like. So this is a typical dissipation type of photo. So we've gone down a trail and all of a sudden the vegetation just completely takes it over. Now we know from our inventory, from our digital digitization of imagery, that actually did have sort of a linear, they call them linear features that existed past that. But at that point we say, okay, it is overgrown enough that we don't think that this is really a trail that is viable. Let me see if I can wonder if that's gonna show. Yeah, so that shows that this route, and this might even be one of the tougher ones. Yeah, this had a lot of connectivity behind it. So if you get into imagery, and let me see if I can pull this up, yeah. So here's the imagery, and this is a pretty good example of why we do inventory, is that you saw that overgrown area and you say, well, gosh, you know, I got down there and it was completely overgrown. But here on the imagery, by gosh, it looks like, you know, I can drive my mom's car through there. So that is a really big point to know, is that not only is imagery sometimes deceptive like that, but it's also temporal. So, you know, on this piece of imagery, I tried to look it up. This is a thing called clarity, and I couldn't find out when this image was taken. But if you go back, you know, Google Earth is a famous one for that. They have I don't know if you know, they have a time slider on there. So you can go back and you can see what it looked like in 1993. Well, sure, you know, this is a highway in 1993. Well, there's nothing there now. You know, and this is a big thing why we do the work we do, is to find out what is the current state of these routes, such that, you know, if when we're doing assessment and things like that, we know not to do that. Here's another one that's a little bit of a overgrown. I would say that that's passively reclaiming. When you have basically mature vegetation in the route, that's kind of where you say, okay, I could go down there and, you know, but I'd be ripping up a lot of native plants and stuff like that. That's kind of not cool. So we get to a certain point where we just call it like that. So but you can see that there's, if I zoom out here, that there's a lot of area that is covered. Like this one part here ended a route that from imagery looks like continues on quite a ways. So that's something that is, it's kind of hard to explain to people that haven't been out there doing this kind of work, but it's like, hey, I can see it on Google Earth. I can go down there and ride down. It's like, well, okay, you can see Mount Everest on Google Earth, but that doesn't mean you can get there. So anyway, that's my point.
However, it could be a good flat hunk of ground to build a hiking trail on, or horse path that
100%.
isn't gonna show up in the inventory.
Yeah. And that's, you know, and that gets back to the values that you have for this, you know, how are we going to manage this area? Are there places that are, you know, potentially overgrown like that? And, you know, back to being limited by, we're looking at from a mechanical transportation point of view. But if it's something that somebody would want to create connectivity for hiking, or like you were saying, equestrian, or even building a single track, you know, that's a potential. And, you know, then all the other factors come into it. Yeah. What kind of connectivity could we create? How does that impact things like, you know, erosion or wildlife, things like that?
But that's where those other images will come in handy, because looking at this, they just end, but.
Right.
But the flat spot may continue.
Right. 100%. That's a big thing to keep in mind.
On those areas where you start out, you didn't go down the road of ways to say, well, this would be a high cost, this would be a low cost reclaim.
Right. You mean as far as opening it up and things like that? Yeah, to a certain extent. So, okay, this is pull up my background. This is one where, you know, I couldn't jump that tree. You know, not that good. So, but we did carry saws, and I saw past this one piece of deadfall that there was pretty clear track down there. So I did cut this thing apart with my saw. And so I was able to run down almost another quarter mile to the end till it actually did end. So we do sort of a best effort at getting as far down the routes as possible, while keeping in mind all these other things of, you know, resource damage and difficulty and danger and whatnot. But yeah, for this, and we knew this ahead of time, that's why I had a saw with me, is that there would be some places that would be kind of a singularity like that, where you just got one tree and you gotta get out of the way. Good question.
For your end of trail routes, what did you do when you came up against the property boundaries that show up as white on our maps that we have that we looked at?
Great question. So what we do depends on what is at the boundary. If it's a fence line, then we'll say, you know, this route ends at a fence. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. If it continues, then we take a picture and we say this is the end of the route, but it's not, it doesn't terminate. you could still navigate through it onto different land ownership. And the reason that we do that is because the way that we write our contract is based on the number of miles that we inventory. And so for us to go, you know, careening off into Forest Service land or, you know, somebody's backyard, kind of goes against our financials, in that we're not getting paid to go out there on private property, and, you know, we don't want to get shot either. So we kind of end it there and just say, you know, this route comes to an end, but it continues on. And there's a couple of examples in there, not a whole lot, but a couple of them.
Thanks.
Yeah, good question. Thank you.
I've got a question. Other than with your photos, did you record anything about habitat conditions? You know, overhead canopy or recent fire or?
Great question. Yeah, so no, simple answer. So usually what we do for route evaluation is we will get that data from other sources. So if there's like habitat polygons, are you Liz?
Yeah.
Yeah, that you were talking about having some of this GIS data for use in habitat. What we do is after gathering all this information, you know, about the routes and stuff like that, you can put that all together in the GIS and say, oh, you know, this is a really nice route and it's scenic and all that kind of stuff. And it goes right through a raptor nesting area. Okay, what are we gonna do about that? Are we gonna close it? Are we gonna seasonally close it? Are we gonna do something to mitigate it? Are we gonna reroute it? But yeah, all that stuff comes in. And like I said, it's hydrology and erosion and wildlife habitat and cultural aspects. There's been places where we've done inventory, you know, where there's pretty sensitive cultural areas. And so we'll have to figure out what to do about that. And that's all done as part of the whole route evaluation post inventory.
That being said, for the purpose of this collaborative, once we get down to narrowing down certain areas or things you're considering for your respective recommendations, that's when we can ask the biologists, the fisheries, or like, if there's specific information that we would like to see if they have that for those areas or those species. So those still can be brought into the conversation, but it's not gonna be put in this inventory at the same time over the next week. So just to be clear on like what's gonna be available, but keeping in mind, if you do have questions or concerns about those things, and there is information and data that we can access and bring into the conversations, then we will do that. We have about 10 minutes. Is there anything else you want to show, and then
Oh, I got
audience for questions?
Fantastic.
Okay.
You have a question?
Well, I don't know if you're still, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
First, well, like when you were talking about end of routes, and some of those that go out, we said that you'd stop where they're fairly overgrown, they're looking over, they're not, can't travel on them in their current condition. Of course, majority of these routes have been closed for years, so it's vegetation and all.
Right.
So from the recreational trail users' point of view, a lot of us here aren't really interested in riding roads.
Okay.
Like, we've got opportunity roads, we're talking about recreational trails.
Right.
So some people aren't narrower machines, some people want something only, you know, they're a single track.
Yep.
50-inch, 66, and you mentioned Dick Duford's book. I learned all my trail stuff from.
Oh, good.
I worked with him in the field, you know.
Oh, awesome.
I understand your great reversal, sustainable trails and trail anchors and all that stuff. So in this landscape, we can utilize the existing cuts on the land.
Sure.
Of course, if we were talking that versus developing brand new trails, this is probably a lot less scars on the land if we can use original cuts.
Sure.
So people that are looking for recreational trail experience, take a trail that's, some of these that you've shown that are degraded, that's a perfect foundation for, because of it's been for a logging haul route. So you've got kind of a entry level type trails.
Right.
As far as climbing or something, some challenges like that probably aren't gonna exist.
Right.
But if we could do, you got a couple spur routes, if you take them out to the end and they could be connected to form loops.
Yeah.
And then also, depending on how much of it has been, maybe the banks sloughed off some vegetation, and you could do like the curvilinear treatment to that existing road bed, you
100%,
can turn it into a recreational trail that somebody's gonna enjoy.
sure.
So how much of your inventory, how many of these overgrown spurs that may come close and connected are still not in your inventory?
Well, you'll be able to see when I get you the interactive map, you'll be able to see a lot of that kind of stuff. So, I think, and yeah, this is a little bit of a segue into my last slide, because I'm gonna talk about where are the excellent trails.
Well, maybe let's
So-
transition into that, yes, there we go.
There we go, that's what it was. So,
I'll jump in real quick and say that inventory is what is on the ground, and I think, what we'll do probably the next meeting is capture stuff like what you're saying, Jody. What could be, what do we wanna have be on the ground?
Okay.
yeah. And some of those too about trailblazing, you know, going through these places where we've ended the route, that's always a positive, you know, you can walk anywhere, right? I could get up and hike down the end of the trail, fine, but, the idea was not to, again, not blaze trails, but to find out what's there. And then if we want to extend, like you're saying, some of these benches where they're flat, you can get fantastic views and still have a very low risk of getting out there because you have this flat route.
I guess what I was getting at is kind of like, how do we come up with this as an option if we don't have a base map that shows the option?
Well, the base map does show all of this, I guess.
How many miles you got?
I mean, they've inventoried.
Yeah, we got about 300
almost the
miles of
entire,
inventory.
yeah, Fish Creek area.
Not counting the access roads, you know, the primary
Yeah.
roads.
I think
So,
it's only a small, from my understanding, only a small percentage of Fish Creek complex that has not been inventoried due to maybe very, very limited access, but this inventory is pretty
it's pretty, yeah, it's pretty
comprehensive.
comprehensive, and
Yeah.
that's, the stuff that we did not get to, in general. You could go do it if you want, but I wouldn't.
And, you know,
There was a ACEC that was in, over south of, Billings. That we went into and then, oh my gosh, you know, this whole area is closed off to motorized, although we got dispensation to go over there and inventory it. It was horrible. It was a bunch of drop offs and it was, you know. Crap that you would, you know, overgrown stuff and crap you really wouldn't want to recreate on unless you went in there with a blade. You know, so
I
I'm not
think-
saying it's all
yeah.
like that, but I'm saying that, you know, I think there's enough to deal with recreationally here. That going to that level of getting out on some of those benches won't be necessary.
for our discussion though, we do have lines on the map for the completely overgrown roads that you weren't able to get to, right?
Yeah, there, and most of those are digitized imagery. So. Okay, let me,
We've got 5 minutes.
all right.
Is there any other burning questions right now? Okay, let's get to some questions. Sierra?
I just have maybe one suggestion, I think for the next meeting, it would maybe be helpful to see this map with kind of interstate a little more delineated, because on the map it just says state. And like, we all know the difference between that and interstate, but the general public doesn't, and so lumping us together as one agency probably just can make it look like.
Okay,
Because we just have very efficient, right, so, I think that would be helpful to see it a little in here.
Okay.
Future conversation. Very interesting.
okay, yeah. I will get that on there.
Any other questions? So one thing to note, we are going to be giving limited access, but access to this inventory, these maps, so that obviously right now in today's workshop, you all are not gonna have, we're not gonna have the time to be digging into each part of the map. We want you to have time to do that. So ideally by Monday, we're gonna talk about this at the end of the workshop, but just to let you know, you will have access to some of this interactive map where you can zoom in on areas and see the photos and attributes. So the idea would be that you can really, if you're interested in a certain area or exploring more, you can interact with this at home. You can't manipulate the map and the data, right? And it should only be shared with the people that are getting direct access. But it is an opportunity that you're gonna be able to see this in more detail, interact with it on your own time. And then that's gonna be really helpful as we go into the second workshop. You're gonna have more familiarity with the data and what's out there. So that's more to come on that. We'll talk about that at the end of the workshop, but just keeping that in mind that that is,
Yeah, go ahead.
Jim, just real quick, these 6 areas that you have identified, that's where you cross from 300 miles with your contract.
Right, so it's all
concentrated, right?
Well, these are where we stopped. The areas, a lot of these are also areas we stopped for the field trip.
Right.
Are you talking about the
But my
points?
question is this the 300 miles that?
Yes, so if you count the area north of I-90, that is part of the 300 miles.
Okay, so you went up into here.
Yeah.
So it's not just these 6, or?
No, it's not just-
Five, the pipes missing up here.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, are you referring to, I just wanna make sure we understand this, the numbers on the map are
Yeah,
referring to just the places we stopped just to orient yourself for the field trip. The areas
The
are
letters, yeah.
letters, and so those are just general areas that have been established for not a particular manager, but just so that when we're talking through, like, oh, I'm really interested in area E or D, it helps us all be on the same page with where people are referring to.
But we went to all those areas, except for D. So yeah, D, we said, okay, we're overflowing our miles, we don't have any money for it, so. Yeah. Let me just give you we're out of time. This is a little preview of what's be able to do in the map, but I just, the interactive map will have not the same kind of feature, but you'll be able to go in there and filter out what are your recreation experiences equal to excellent. And like Wayne said, and so, what that will do is it'll highlight all these different areas. I'll take away the photos for now. You can turn the photos on and off since they kind of get in the way. It's annoying. I'll just talk about this one route that I found that was really excellent, and that was just down the hill from the tower. So it's this particular route right here, and you know, some photos that you can see on it and whatnot. And what the reason that I determined that one as being an excellent recreation resource is it connects down here at the gate off of Williams Peak Road. You can connect all the way through, up through here, and then up past the tower, and then up to the Octopus area where you guys live. It was a continuous path, and then obviously from Octopus, you can drop back down to the road. So that made a really nice loop area. There were some really scenic areas. There's up at the tower, that's another one, but anyway, on this scenic one, there was a spur that came out here, and out on this very point, there was a dispersed camp area where you got like almost a 360 view of the valley from out on that like Point Ridge. So that was a pretty good one. And then when I mentioned to Cody, and I'll shut up in a minute, coming up here to the tower was very excellent recreation resource. But there's also this little spur that comes off here, and you can hardly see it. That looks like more that you can see it. There was a very faint track as you got out here, but essentially what it did is it came out to this camping loop out here that didn't look like anybody had been out there in a very long time. So if we were, the tower is only accessed through one gate, and that's down here at the pass. Anyway, you come up and you get to the tower, but before you get to the tower, you take off, and there's a little loop of camping area that would be a really good recreation resource.
Guys, I had that last spring, pretty neat little spot.
Oh, yeah.
Look out from there,
Yeah.
And just to note, this map, this was created just for the purpose of this collaborative process. So these areas are not something that's aligned with, since we're mentioning, really just for us. So just keeping this in mind that this is not a new map that's gonna be used for FWP purposes, but just for this activity.
Yeah, I'll just mention that too. Since all of this is preliminary inventory data, it's, if you are in a club or something like that, please don't publish this. And hand it out and start putting it on All Trails or on X or something like that. That would be uncool. So this is for internal use only until we get the designation process through. And then it can be game on, but until then.
So I think just looking at the time and listening to my belly, I think we should start the lunch process. But that being said, we have about 40 minutes or so for lunch. If you do have questions about the tool or want to ask Jim any follow-up questions, please use this time to do that. We are gonna come back to this at the end of the workshop about how you can use and access the tool starting next week. And so there will be more on this, but if you do have any questions or want to see something, maybe we could do that during the lunch period informally. So with that, I believe lunch is ready in this atrium area right out here. And it's kind of buffet style, so if you all just wanna go out there, start making your plates, and then you can sit here. You also can use some of the other areas if you wanna sit, if you wanna get some fresh air outside. But we will come back together officially at 12:45.
Okay. You want your PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay. I see.
Yep, that one. This presentation.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Okay,
It needs to be a different thing on here.
I need to share. Oh, no.
They're just seeing the one that. I guess it's fine. They're seeing,
Is that good?
Is not seeing the presentation. Seeing my slide.
Oh. Let me see if I can.
All right, we are gonna be getting started in a couple minutes, so last chance to get snacks, go to the restroom, get a drink.
So let's get it again. There we go. That better?
Now it's over.
Okay, all right. I'll get over here. Yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of it. There we go. Oh, wait. Nice.
Could grab a seat.
Is that the right slide? Okay. Well, yeah, you said that I might want to refer to my stuff too.
Or, yeah, if, oh, you don't need to pull it up now, but just, we'll just get in. If some of them.
Here, let me move.
Volume off yours, you did your volume.
Do this.
Audio. No, you need to turn off the audio and video on your computer.
I don't know. Is it still doing it? I can't hear it.
In slideshow.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of that. Yeah, it's off. Oh.
You need to turn it off here. And you can see it. Okay, now. Okay, Sharon, if you all could take a seat, please. Okay, so we are going to be diving into desired conditions and desired experiences by recreation type activity. And so this is where I was mentioning earlier, you know, if you have different recreation types or groups or organizations that you're representing, be thinking about that. There may be different responses depending on which hat you're wearing. So we want to be able to capture all of that. Also think about, you know, if you're thinking about visitors in that group versus locals in that group. Think about if there's differences there. You may want to tease that out. So what we're going to be doing is, Jim just shared with us a lot about the inventory, right? And those different attributes that are part of the inventory. And so that includes width of the trail and road, surface of the trail road, the use level. So again, how often it's used. So looking at the amount of vegetation that's there. Remember, that's how they're categorizing that.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll just wait till they. We're gonna try to get it up on the, Zoom as well.
You should be able to see it on the.
So with these, also thinking about difficulty level, desire aspects of recreation experience, and compatibility with other recreation types and users. And so how we're gonna do this is, we're gonna do what we call a gallery walk. Has anyone ever heard of that before? It's kind of like a fancy term for basically what we're gonna do is walk around to different stations. There'll be 6 stations. And each of them are going to have a different prompt. And Jacob and Joelle and I are going to be at these stations, so helping you talk through them and what you're gonna put down. But again, we want to have your perspective from the different recreation types. And so, hey, Philip, do you mind just grabbing the things? I think maybe just I want to walk people through it together. And then, yeah, I think, sorry. No, it's okay. And then put them back. So we'll put them back at the stations, which are gonna be over there. But just to give you an idea. So you may come to the desired use level station, right? And the different attribute categories that Jim has, right, are heavy, which means there's no vegetation, C, right? That means heavy vegetation means, heavy use means there's no vegetation because there's been so much use that it's trampling, right? All that vegetation. Compared to moderate, which is minor vegetation in the center. We saw a picture of that earlier. Light, so lighter vegetation along the trail, but not necessarily just in the center. And then none, that means that there is heavy vegetation, but the route is visible. So again, that's that example of the picture that Jim brought up where it's like, you can still see that there's a trail there, but it's definitely not going to be like an open road where it's very compacted. So for instance, at this station, we want you to think about, okay, what's your recreation type? If John's thinking about mountain biking, where is his preferred level of use? Does he want to be on a trail or road that is no vegetation, or does he want some that has light vegetation? So John would be writing down mountain biking. This is my preferred one over here. But let's say John says, well, this is my preferred, but you know what? I can also mountain bike with some, minor vegetation. So we're going to put mountain biking minimum needed. Does that make sense? You have your kind of minimum bar that you're setting for your recreation experience, but then you have your desire, like in an ideal setting, this is what you would want for the amount of vegetation on that trail. Any questions about how you would do this one? Yes.
How we differentiate?
What if you need more than one type? Ideally, you have, okay, so you put your use after 2 of those different categories?
So you're saying you have 2 different uses you're putting down, like mountain biking and hiking?
No, I'd say grouse hunting, where I need a moderate road to get to the ridge tops, but then might prefer the none route to actually be out the hunt.
So great example. So you would put grouse hunting and then put next to it, access to site, right? Or by foot to walk and actually hunt. So put those notes in there because otherwise we're not going to know what was meant by that. Okay. So that's great. If you have more than one, that's okay. But again, we at least want everyone to think about what's the minimum needed and then what's your desired ideal state. And again, we're gonna have someone at the stations. We're just gonna make sure you don't have to put your name, but you at least want to put your recreation type that you're referring to. Okay? Yes.
What, about offering a spectrum of difficulty or experience within user groups? So some people starting out mountain biking might want something easier, whereas somebody who's more advanced may want more difficult.
So that's fine too. We're just like not trying to get like a million things written here at this stage. We're trying to look big picture, right? Because we're not gonna be getting to those granular stages at this point. So I think if you really see a very big difference, then put it down. But we don't want you writing every single variation of what the experience could look like, right? So just big picture, what would be an ideal thing that you think the mountain biking community, thinking about what your vision is for this area, would be for this specific prompt. Okay? All right, so there's one example of a station. Next example is desired difficulty and elevation. So again, these are thinking about, your different recreation types. How challenging do you want your experience? And what are the desired versus non-desired challenges? So what we mean by that is, again, recreation type. Maybe you're saying, I'm a horseback rider, okay? And the desired challenges maybe, I want a steep terrain because I'm gonna get a great viewpoint. I want that to be part of my experience. So it's challenging, right? But it's desirable. What are challenges you don't want as part of your horseback riding experience? Maybe you don't want massive boulders in the middle of your trail that your horses are gonna have to navigate. I'm just saying this hypothetically, right? So thinking about what are the things that would be not desirable challenges on your trail that you could, come across? And what are potentially, if you don't have any desirable challenges, you don't have to put anything, but if you do have things that you're like, this could be challenging, but good challenge. I want this as part of my experience. You put that in there. Does this one make sense? Any questions on it? Yes.
Suppose somebody already wrote something that you agree with, can we just put a check, or do you want us to write it again?
Nope, you can put a check. That's a great point, as long as it's for the recreation type you're
Right.
referring to. So if they say horseback riding, you agree with this challenge, just put a check next to it. But let's say you agree with the challenge, but from a mountain biking perspective, you want to do a separate line.
Right.
So we can catch that.
Just say room on charts.
Yeah, but that's great. Okay, next chart, thank you. Okay, the next one is recreating with other types of recreationists. So this is getting at, in your ideal world, based on your experiences and your vision, right? What's your recreation type? And then which are other recreation types that you think are highly compatible with you? So again, if you are a mountain biker, are hikers highly compatible with you, or are they less compatible? It's not saying that they're not compatible, but are they less compatible, right? If you're an OHV user, is it less compatible to have horses on your trail because maybe they get spooked by motors? I don't know, right? So thinking through, doesn't have to be a comprehensive list, but when you think of your go-to types of recreationists that would be a good fit for your trail that you'd be open to sharing with, who would they be? And ones that may be lesser, not saying that they can't be, but maybe cause more challenges to share a trail with, you would list those here. Yes.
I just want everybody to remember OHB carries beer sandwiches. And money.
I do want to say, when we say less, it's not to say, I don't like this group or they're horrible. That's not what this is saying at all, okay? This is just thinking again, what we're trying to get at is where is their compatibility with desired experience? And that's not to say that one experience is better or worse than others. It's just trying to think about when we're coming up with recommendations, which maybe uses are going to be more compatible in certain areas than others based on what they prefer. Yes.
The other comment I would have on that is, it really depends on how the trail is designed. I've been on trails in Alaska, for example, that are multi-use, and they had every single one of these recreations. But there were rules, it was a wide trail, everybody respected each other, so it's a little bit hard for me to say, like, if we're not talking about the actual, trail design.
We are. Hold on. Save that, pause that thought, because we are going to be asking you about your desired, again, in your opinion, I know there's a spectrum, but your desired recreation experience and trail width, okay, and surface. So if you, in that example, let's say that was a good example of where there could be a lot of compatible use. But in your mind, is that what you want for Fish Creek? Do you want your recreation experience to be this wide, open road that could be great for utilizing all the different users? But is that what you all want and envision? Because if it's not, I wouldn't put that down, right? We could make that happen, it'd be great, but if that's not what you envision, we don't want that to be in our recommendations. So does that help a little bit?
Yeah.
But if you are really into that and you're like, let's do it, let's make it open to all, then put that down as an option.
So your trail widths in feet. And really, Forest Service standards are 17 to 25 inches for a single track. So that depicts really the type of trail most people would like to ride on single track.
So these were based on how the inventory is categorized. So when you go in there, it's all categorized based on these.
Yeah, but there could be trails that are developed. And so we would want to indicate, in my mind,
I
we
would,
don't want them built to 3 feet, you know.
I think you just need to say like, what's your ideal situation, right? And so based on that, whatever parameters, where does it fall in this spectrum of category? The reason we're using these is because this is gonna be the best way for us to look up and utilize the inventory. But we recognize that there's different ways that there's categorizing of trails. So it doesn't have to be specific, but we're trying to get a bigger picture, like, do you fall here or do you fall here? It's okay if you're off by a foot or two, right? But we're trying to get at what type of user groups, looking at what type of width broadly. It's okay if you're like, well, I'm in between these, then just put an arrow and say I'm in between these two. Don't feel like you're gonna be pigeonholed into one, but we're just trying to get an idea of what this looks like. Okay? Same with we use the categories that are used by the inventory for the surface. All right, so do you prefer concrete, gravel, wood chips? But this goes back to, I think Sharon mentioned, well, maybe I want concrete or gravel so I can get to the trailhead. But when I'm on the trail or on the road, I want natural. So just note that in there, if there's different types of things that you want for parts of your recreational experience. And this one is the most subjective one, but what we really want you to think big is your desired recreation experience, okay? So what are these bigger picture? And so, you know, we saw how it was categorized in the inventory, right? But that was based on kind of, you said, some subjective means of what is a desired recreation experience. Excellent support. So is there a lookout? Is there these different, you know, cool points? But that may be, you know, someone may value those things, someone may not. So we want you to think about with your recreation experience, your ideal state, like what are you looking for? Dream big. I want a trail that curves along a mountainside and has overlooks the whole way and, you know, comes to a fire lookout, right? Whatever it is, try and think about what are those characteristics when you think of your best trail experience or best horseback riding ride, what made it so great? And try and broadly put those in here when we're thinking about what are those attributes or characteristics more broadly. Okay, it's okay if you still have questions. This is really a brainstorm. This is just to get us starting to think about how there may be similarities, differences across different user groups. And for you to start thinking more specifically, when we think about trying to get to that recommendation stage, what are going to be those things that are going to help you narrow down where and what you do in the Fish Creek complex. So we're going to have these out again at 6 stations. And we're gonna be having you all rotate through the stations. And again, we're gonna have some of us there to, you know, answer questions, help move you through. But we want everyone to get to all 6 stations. Okay, if you're not gonna you can't spend 20 minutes at the recreation experience station as much as you'd love to, right? We want you to get your input at all of them. So I'm gonna be kind of saying, okay, you haven't rotated yet. Get moving, right? Not to rush you, but we want your input and to move everyone through. And then we'll actually come back and have a discussion to see what was put on the paper. For the advisory team, we're not going to have you actively writing on the gallery walk pages, but you will have a chance once they're done doing their input. We're all going to walk around and see what was said and have discussion about it, and you all can provide clarifying information, you can ask questions, things of that sort. So again, we still want your input, it's gonna be very important, but for these purposes, for the gallery walk, we're not gonna have you writing on the pages, okay? All right, so let's get the station set up. So everyone wants to get up and you don't need anything with you. We have markers over here. All right.
Maybe they did.
Yeah. it's already, you wanna also put out.
My wife.
Okay, so we're gonna have this.
We're back. And my wife's wife, and we moved in for
We go down here.
And I was like, sitting in the. My boss was great, I was like. They're done shots, I wanted, like, to the checks, yeah.
So you read the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, but it. Well, I took his class.
I did one again. Yeah, they did, I think, that, it was like, yeah, like that, one guy, in charge of.
Was it like a little? Knows in person and they put. Yeah. Before he wrote the book. Then like.
Go ahead.
Well, I know. I think we probably. Yeah, I met him down at the. Yeah. And he's not in Vegas. Right. He's not. Mark, I think he's there.
Yeah. For Russ. Yeah, I find it very. We're one of the spots that got us back. So like, yeah, it's like, it's hard to get through. Started. It was like a state and there were still.
Yeah. Yeah, so. Folks here. One of them is on.
Well,
yeah. Yeah. They got the grant. Whatever the money did it. They. They found, they did another project. Oh. Yeah, that's how. But for sure, they. Yeah. Why did they? Oh, yeah. Some say. Yeah. That's not uncommon. Right, yeah. So. With Dick and the trail, so thinking, you know, they. Russ, Rod, Lynn should be cut first. Yeah. A couple days in class. On the trail. Yeah. There's some BLM that's on it. We could do 2 more miles of trail. And so what it is. We went out there and then the whole. Woke up in the rooms.
Right.
Yeah, whenever we live. Shoot out. Yeah. Like,
They realize that's the first break.
here's. You need about. Flag out about. Take the dozen one. Okay. Or what we wanted to take out.
Cool.
And actually created the trail.
Yeah,
And then, so we also got to learn different equipment.
Right.
And then they came out and then they actually built the trail, they worked on it. And they got to ride. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So we got. Stay on the trails in the class and then we got. Flag it out, get it built and riding.
Oh, that is so cool.
It's cool.
That is-
Planning the site.
I had so much fun.
Myself say.
Yeah.
I'll be hard. And I was just, you know, super. You know, they teach you. It's the same stuff. That's fun.
Yeah.
And the rules that we-
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Keep them out of nature, they don't want it.
Marina.
And then if you have, shipping for each year, well, and you.
Okay.
For my coffee. Oh, it's fine. I keep giving them away.
Right. Say, here, read this.
I called Russ, I said, I can't get it. I go back to the answer. Emails, he said, I still got some. He said. Oh, okay. So I got.
Yeah.
I keep giving them exactly. Open up people's notice and the agency and stuff. So they start with a few and all. A gating thing that. Yeah, it's like they're sort of target of those signs of gates. I said, you know, there's. They're successful. Keep the rider busy, keep them also, right, if we get. Not good thing if we don't miss the nature. Yeah, and hopefully you can get enough of this quality trip.
So that was kind of my impression when I looked there, is that the area has great potential. It's got the. Yeah, big girl is. Yeah, you know, and it's all everywhere. Boy, I tell you from the 3-4 days, that gets so tiring. Because we have a certain, as we're supposed to do. Well, it only counts one of them. Now I gotta write that. And it doesn't count. So it wastes time and all that. There are, really paying attention to where their work, you know, connecting loops. So, you know, you can tell it's a dead end, we'll try to connect, you know, if you look at it on Google Earth or on maps. Oh, here's a couple of trails coming down, we'll try to connect those. Well, you better look at the topology map because there's about 500 feet of elevation between those two mountains. It's like up there, so, yeah, it's, well,
I'm sure we did.
no. Right, right.
We call local fishermen, sticks with us, we feed around. Probably multiple use because we don't have.
Right, right.
Lots of people there, I can make. Some over here, that's part of that. She grew up right.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, yeah. Oh, my gosh. So he's been, yeah, he knows.
I think it's for.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, those guys, they know fish. They're the better.
Oh, okay. And then they're. Oh, my gosh.
It's a great resource. So. I've seen. Motorcycle accident across.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it? Sometimes that's short, but we don't know where they go.
But that's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know that there's like a lot of talk there. A lot of stuff that goes around the sites and stuff. But man, I tell you, I was up there. Some of them nice. I did not see.
Yeah, you gotta check, you got.
No, yeah. That's true.
Can't go there.
It was only maybe 1 or 2 days and I couldn't. Because it was either easy side hill or, so I got when I showed where there's, my whole. Yeah. Okay. People are playing on. Yeah. So yeah, it was, but yeah, it seems like there's a lot of resources, like really. Yeah, it was part of this, like, at least for OHV. And even, I didn't understand this, like, I thought, because I just, it's really challenging and modern. So, but, then, maybe we talk about hiking. That's not a GTO. Ground transportation.
Paige, if you're on there and you want to either put your thoughts in the chat or for these different prompts, I know it's a little bit more difficult where you can email it. We'll make sure to capture.
Yeah, I think Cody was gonna send me pictures of your flip charts
Okay.
and I'll just type
Okay,
in one
great.
document.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, this part's a little, we're all walking around.
No, I don't know when he's gonna send them, but I'll,
Oh, you want him to send them now? Okay.
well, whatever's easiest.
Well, I think it's more, if you see these things on the screen, is it still, it should be still sharing the screen, I think. I think if you can just base it on this, if you have the inventory, that's what we're using for each of these. So out of those different widths, which is your preferred for different recreation types, out of these different surfaces that are listed in the inventory, which are your preferred? Does that make sense? Kind of like what we were talking about earlier in Jim's presentation, but it's also in your packet. It has all these terms.
Yeah, of course, and if you go south.
Yeah, so it's width, surface, establishment,
Yeah.
maintenance, user level, all that.
Yes, and then the only ones that are not in there that are a little bit different is desire aspects of recreation experience. So just picking your recreation types and more broadly writing down like what makes that experience really amazing to you. You know, like for hiking, horseback riding. So you don't need to refer to the inventory for that, but just more broadly, what makes a really high quality recreation experience for like whatever type you're gonna be talking about. And then the compatibility with other recreation types is whichever recreation type you're kind of representing or wanting to focus on. Where do you see other recreation types being more or less compatible?
Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can think about it and either send the notes now or at least just send them at some point, make sure we capture them in, our notes and discussion.
Okay, and I think I have your email address somewhere, don't I?
Yeah,
I don't know
can
if I
put
do.
You do have it?
I don't have it on this sheet.
Oh, yeah.
Just put it. Okay, I just put my email in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'll send it.
Yeah, meeting I haven't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Open street map, yeah. Yes, of course. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Transmission. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but. Yeah, that's kind of the list of stuff when we're doing imagery that we grab a lot of that. I don't know the expert GPS, but I imagine it's another. Mapping service. And then the hum bumps, I got those.
Very cool. Yeah, yeah. That's very cool. No, it's, you know, these are funny SGS, topos. Like, I pulled some of them, like, my shoe for stuff like that. They have all this house over. And when you go out, it's some place that you can say, grab that of something here. You know, they knew what they were doing. So, and that's kind of cool, because when you're looking at it, if you say, well, like, I get it for this. Well, you know, yes, well, and then you go, hey. But yeah, the table match for us.
But it's not as.
Oh, the names, yeah.
Name pops.
Yeah. Some of these places have. There's a, some of the. City park out in Washington. Which is a. 5 acre players being, they have daycare, or they have lifeguard.
I thought you seen.
Okay. Yeah, then LiDAR, well, it's gotten better, but these days. Based on, you know, aircraft and equipment. They're getting such a hungry created.
I wonder what's happening, that's when they do those flyovers and we can. With limbs and something.
Yeah. Well, there was one of the gals that works in the office, she was, I think it's, you kind of be the, vegetable high, and she was. And, he said, hey, you do the multispectral stuff, because there is some.
Yeah.
She knows this out, something in Utah, there's. Tree out there, right? They had that kind of very first. So if you can get some, you know, a different spectrum, then you can do a survey. This is what's fun. If I can take that, and take a spectrum, and then figure out GIS, and get how much. Invasive species there are in an area without touching wells. It's kind of cool. So.
That light, that's really.
Yeah.
He does. He does. Lays out.
Yeah.
He does. He uses that light.
So you know, areas we did it. So there's a, all line of those. Yeah. Part of the access. With that power line. There's some areas ready for all there.
On that side.
You see the tower, here's the tower. The two.
Maybe nice.
Yeah, if you were to.
I have a feeling,
I will look at it.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah. Oh, good. So seriously. Right, yeah, we don't.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This size particular. You went on the tour with us.
Okay.
You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, yeah.
Okay, everybody. What we're gonna do now is I also want to invite, well, everybody, to the gallery. Come to the gallery while including the advisory team. And I want everyone to have a chance to do a loop around the gallery and see what's written, and then we'll actually stop and do some like little discussions around it. So everyone can come over, take a quick look at what's been written down. And then we will do some little bit of discussion.
Oh, well, you just go for it. Yeah, we mostly size. Yeah, yeah. Mostly side by side, hundreds, certainly. Yeah, all of those, on the side, yeah, books. It's been here. You know, sometimes they'll say a line or something. And then we would go on. You kind of routes it. That's a good. So. Sometimes they come with. Yeah. I met him. Yeah. All of them. I mean, you really go in. Got here. They all. I did a good competition. Yeah, you know, I'm starting. I'm the kind of guy that I'm gonna be on the side. Yeah, he was good. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Everybody gets to have access to it.
So the problem of this was really, again, on the day. This is being all here, so in your desired recreation experience, what makes it ideal or not ideal? several things, and if there's something missing, this is for the advisory team, if you all have a question about what was written on here, you can ask them. If anyone who's a collaborative team wants to clarify anything, let's just see, because we can take notes on this, to make sure we're captured correctly. So, first we have hiking, for hiking destination, so getting, it sounds like to some sort of neat destination, I don't know who wrote that. So what kind of destination are you envisioning? A photo example of that.
A waterfall, mountaintop, lookout,
Okay, so natural and unnatural, potentially, you know, something unique about those. I think that was part of the inventory, that Jim was capturing some of those unique aspects. Also views, so having maybe some nice open views, or just really iconic views, in there. Anything else on hiking that anyone wants to add or clarify? Okay, so let's get into some of those. So we have a wild photography and watching, looking for healthy, quiet habitat and a sense of solitude while doing that. So you can see here, we're starting to tease out not just what are physical attributes in the landscape, but also those parts of the experience. Do you want to be around a lot of people? Do you not want to be around a lot of people? The types of sounds you may or may not want to hear, not just visual, but also acoustic. Healthy habitat, what does that entail? You know, that could mean something different, maybe you're a wildlife person, you know, so maybe without a lot of human intervention. I'm not sure, I think you write that one.
I mean, I don't want to really before the river off the picture with the trail, and there's a lot of great there.
All right, great. You want to go with the apple part? You want to go with the apple, right? So I don't think that's, you know, you're supposed to have it there. Okay, then I go to horseback riding. It sounds like a loop is ideal for horseback riding, not a, in and back. Topography, we have medium, and then looks like good trailhead and access road. So anything else to add on horseback riding? Any other horseback riding, wanna put some thoughts on what makes an ideal experience?
I just have a question to clarify, are you looking at day rides? Or are you looking at?
I think in this area.
In my head, I was just thinking, day ride.
Yeah, because we're focused on this, yeah, just in this area, and it can be on that. Okay, so we did have a check mark, means someone agrees with that, so that check, couple check marks on the loop, but also out back would be part of this. All right,
Question on the, like with the hiking and horseback riding, are they mostly thinking about a trail or cross-country use as well? Because of course, hikers and horseback riders can go up a ridge or any place they want, so I look at that.
but this terrain is not really impenetrable, off trail riding. You know, like, down, what I do, I have now have, with for like sports, and I probably do need for you. But I find this terrain not very friendly for riding on. Yeah, not for on trails. All right, so this would be on trail, what we're talking about here. Okay, e-biking, and this was clarified as class 1, which can you explain that briefly?
There's quite a, that's sort of demarcation, but you can get e-bikes that will go 45 miles an hour. They're basically dirt bikes if you want. So the one that settled out as being basically equivalent to a bicycle. Mountain bike is class 1, which is pedal assist only, it doesn't have a problem. And it's limited to less than 20 miles an hour. It's supposed to be programmed for that. So I think it's important only because there's a lot of controversy around that. And you could be talking about store open there, more vehicle, you get through the gate. And so this, I think this document should say, class 1 pedal assist.
Question about that. Do you know, are you aware of any places that have something like a class 1 designation for trail use, like how they monitor, enforce that?
Yeah, good question. It's smaller, better, smaller, smaller.
More lanes, that's the class 1.
But that,
Trails with more lanes, and
I don't know if they want to do it.
We've tried and that's that. Legislative.
Yeah, just curious, like, how you would.
I think you put it out there and then you can tell the person that you're not on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
And then limit use for the law enforcement.
Yeah, the city and people have passed the Milwaukee Trail and better range, those are restricted and possible. Oh, I don't know how they enforce it, but it's in code. Yeah, I think it becomes more about in the event, you have the law in the books and in the event of an incident, there's legal protection for whatever happens. They know how much actual day-to-day enforcement's going on.
Seems like with a lot of recreation, we all do, the recreation group itself does kind of self-police a lot of times also.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's just very helpful in our discussions for other users to know, or maybe what John referring to e-bikes, that it's not all types of e-bikes, but this particular kind. Then it may, those uses may be actually more compatible with other recreation uses that you can. If you're just do that 45-mile/hour.
Yeah, and that has a new stream, but
Yeah.
you go just a little bit more powerful, and then you get issues with hunting because you know all your, you can pull a trailer with an elk in it. You get a long ways back there. So it starts to introduce into other areas of use.
Okay.
Currently, right now is the, class 1 e-bikes, and the Forest Service, and are considered road.
That's right.
So that is,
All right, but you guys vehicle use maps.
yeah, but for our purposes, possibly those uses could be more.
And I think if you can specify those, you can.
Yeah. So again,
The argument comes on in the background and then you'll get there. If it's specified, people know what it's called.
And as an e-bike user, I would agree with John. Class 4.
great. And there's other perspectives, again, still on the table, but it sounds like a lot of people are open to the, last one.
We covered that, right, John? I mean, with as far as like what e-bike classifications are compatible with strictly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, so the pedal assist bikes are supposed to go lower power and they're governed at, you can only, the motor shuts off at a certain speed, as you do it go below 20. And that's more commonly what you would find, if you had allowances for e-bikes on a multi-use trail system. It would be class 1, it's not going to be a one with a throttle, because those are, as John said, they're much closer to a traditional motorcycle. The functionality is going to perform like a motorcycle, whereas this is about an assistive technology, that's kind of an extension of mountain biking. Yeah.
Yeah, keep us moving, we're still gonna be able to talk about it, because that's very helpful. Okay, so now other type, hunting here, so hunting from the perspective, we have a check mark here on being solo or small groups. Also the quiet experience, so you wouldn't want a lot of loud noises, and flat, so this is also helpful, so we're talking about like, maybe it's undesirable that flat, well, it actually could be desirable for some groups, so that's great. Mountain bikers. So it's just a trail network with a variety of difficulty ratings, beginner to advanced. There's also options for backcountry ride experience. So it sounds like a spectrum. Was you, John, for this?
Yeah, I mean, it just like, when you look at trail plans traditionally over time, as they've evolved, it's oftentimes you've got what is referred to as a stacked loop system. And the closer that you get into a developed area, you're having a probably multi-use wider trail that's going to be generally easier. The grades are lower, the width is wider, the off-hill exposure is less, and then as you move out, I mean, Blue Mountain is probably our best example of a stacked loop system, where the lower area is a circular formation with wide trails, and then as you head further up the mountain, you're getting into harder, more difficult trail design. So that's probably what my group would recommend in a mountain biking schematic or otherwise, because there's an opportunity spectrum there that meets a variety of needs, as opposed to just one type of hiker, one type of non-hiker, or equestrian.
Okay, OHV, we have long loops, connectors, and no gates. Anything else on OHV? For questions? They're out and back. I heard that a lot, is out and back. Part of that, or just loops?
All the same, we just don't want to come and ride over 3 and out.
Back's good. It's got a destination, viewpoint, overlook, waterfall, power, all of the good things. And out and back is worth it.
Is it worth capturing the desired conditions or?
I think we can, like,
Okay.
the connector was a big thing, about the jump once.
It'll loop you to travel once, out and back, you're in the same truck twice, what you do. So, there's some of that.
All right, last but not least, we have fishing, so. Oh, yeah, please.
But there are no gates. There's a document challenge. And when I observed on our tour was, that whole place is called there. And I talked to him, I said, how much of those boats are they on us? Behind lock gates that public access is at 80%. So is that gonna change when we go forward and try to look at things, or is it always gonna be, those gates are gonna be locked down? So this is 80% of 3 miles is. Or
Your guys' recommendations are gonna help a lot, but is that, if we're always balancing the intent of the acquisition in mind, and is that a way the state park is one of our major areas? So it's like always trying to address that little thing, is that what that is? So like, it's hard to say like, oh yeah, gates would all be open, because it's much more.
Point process of second in place of the big public.
I think it would be this, it would be like our, I think next workshop is what we're gonna get, if we narrow down what the recommendations are, if it involves a gate. We start discussing what that is, right, and then if in the final version, it does end up including that would be a recommendation. You know, we get put forward.
Yeah, and what do you need the protection period, certified special care? Security or something. Who you can solve. Surprise, I mean, these.
Right, so I think that will come into our discussions, but I think it's a good point that you're saying is gonna be difficult. You can get rid of 2 really sides.
And the only thing I would mention in regard to that is like when we went up to the end of the outpost area, there are a lot of open roads off of that one close road, so, you know, those would likely, be looking at open spots to close those roads if we open that.
Okay, I'm gonna keep us moving. Lastly, fishing, again, that quiet, solitude, and I don't know if there's any specifically representing fishing here, but we got, that's a feeling of people come there to fish and want to represent that, the fact that it's about. So I'm gonna keep us moving because we have limited time in our gallery, we'll do well, but this is just jump starting conversation, we're gonna be synthesizing all these notes here.
On fishing, they're like, I see a lot of waiting. That's for a certain way to provide, is that separate thing that needs to be on there, or?
I think we want to keep this about trails. So I think thinking about, we're not going to be talking about managing a specific fishing access site, but I think it's, if there's going to be trail roads that lead to something like that, because, and how to make sure it's gonna, you know, deal with this experience that we. Okay, so next up we have recreating with other types of recreation. So this is really asking people again on a spectrum of highly compatible to maybe less compatible. What are some initial thoughts on these recreation types? So hiking, saying, you know, horses and e-bikes, would be highly compatible, potentially on those same use trails, but OHV may be lesser. Mountain bikes, some OHV, so again, I know there's a spectrum of these things here, this is probably, but also hikers, so we're seeing some similar perspectives. Lower compatibility, larger groups, open roads with regular traffic. Horseback riding, being again compatible with hiking, so we're seeing that, similarity perspective there. But maybe less compatible with some of the mountain bikes or OHV. Hunting, compatible with the hiking, horse community, and e-bikes, but maybe less with OHV, other motorized. OHV is saying they're compatible with all different types and no real issues with lower compatibility. Mountain bikes and adaptive mountain bikes, being highly compatible. Motorcycles and pedestrians. I don't know if we consider motorcycles in here, but, hikers maybe, and then lower compatibility for side by sides and maybe horses. And then, question on the adaptive one, I saw that several times on the tables, is that like a hand cycle? Or?
No, they're a quad bike, a lot of times it's a paraplegic or quadriplegic, somebody that's lost,
Right.
providing mobility.
Right.
And with these new adaptive bikes, it's allowed for that population to have a lot of great access.
Yeah.
And there's, without getting too far into it, we've started to build more trails with them in mind. They need a different type of facility, they need a wider trail.
Right.
They need gates and parking that are conducive to mobility and fair access.
Yeah. Probably less speed. So again, this goal is not to say the goal is that the problem is not there. These groups can never be together. We're starting to see the different perspectives. Do you all see the compatibility of the same plan, right? Where are we seeing real synergies there of, okay, yeah, we're seeing the hiking community sees this compatibility with horses, vice versa. Or maybe there's some discrepancies there. And that's gonna also come into play when we look at the desired conditions of the trip. Maybe they're saying our uses are compatible, but maybe the desired conditions are not the same. So maybe we wouldn't end up on the same trip. That's kind of why we have the problem, not to say that there's conflict or there's going to be, but ideally we want to, going back to that principle from the recreation strategy, we want to avoid it if possible. But still provide a high quality recreation experience.
You kind of paused at the one where it says, mountain bike, adaptive, compatible motorcycle.
Yes.
No, that's correct. There wasn't anybody here representing, trail motorcycle, as far as like that left column. But the motorcycles, e-bikes, all those levels of e-bikes and mountain bikes use the same trail. Basically.
Well, I guess I was saying, I didn't think, I thought with the motorized bikes, we were only, the e-bikes were only considering the class one. But
But
it
you
would not be a
said
motorcycle
what they were compatible.
on trails though, so not like just on some roads.
Yeah, so like Blue Mountain, for example, you can ride your motorcycle, like 3 miles of trail. You can also mountain bike on those trails. In my opinion, it's very compatible.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's, I just hadn't heard motorcycles come up at all, so that's why it was, or. Not sure how much, if we're gonna bring that into covenant, we just make sure we're consistent, if we're considering motorcycles as a part of the trail use. I think you should.
We have to
They're there. You know, what they go. That's what they should, but then we should put that in on, yes, I don't run, but I kind of tell it, they're there. Okay, so then we should just consider that on all of these then, right? Because some of these things, no one's rode motorcycles, and so I just wanna make sure we're gonna consider motorcycles as a use. We wanna make sure that we're including in all the conversations we're going to have.
As I was assuming that some of the OHP community was including some of the preferred, desired, some of their.
Trail bikes, it would be more trail bikes rather than cars and that's going for grace, yeah.
But, I think some of the Forest Service to go single track motorized designated routes that make people more cheap will go on. Et cetera. Very user friendly.
Okay, so then I think we just, again, I'm just saying, what, no one wrote down that perspective on here, so we just wanna make sure we're including that in our conversation. That's gonna be the use that know is happening there and is gonna continue and want to continue. And we can consider that in our, conversations.
And I think on the
Major was going through it and mapping it out, I think some of those non-use trails, that could be that simple use. When we were looking at the maps.
Yes, and we're gonna get to the mapping it too soon, so I'm gonna move us kind of quicker through this section. The desired difficulty and elevation, so this again was thinking about desired challenges on potential trails, roads for your, again, to get to your desired experience. And so, you know, again, we have some groups that are preferring elevation change. The thing about that, that is something that is in the inventory, where you can look at the elevation change along these different routes that were, in the system. We also have, built features for mountain bikes that vary topography and elevation. OHB also said built features, trails, not roads, hill climb, optional, I think it says. I don't know who wrote that. Okay, so just,
If you're on a ride and you've got several people, some want to stay on the trail, if some want to do the hill climb, it's optional, they can go do that and rejoin later.
okay, so have it was often during, a ride, right?
Yeah, some are.
Hunting, we have dense vegetation, wet areas, so that's a desired challenge. There will maybe a desired challenge for some other groups. E-biking, slow to steep. And then e-biking also moderate grade, not too steep. So having something like a range, which is what we're hearing from others, like a range of different, conditions for different, maybe, experience levels as well. The not desired challenges, noise, by hiking noise, open and hot areas, unstable trails, would be maybe harder for horseback riders, mountain bikers, animal waste and poop. So this is also something to consider. Again, we're going back to the compatibility degree, if the trail is being heavily used maybe by horses or hikers with dogs, then maybe that's not the best compatibility then on the same trail as a mountain biker, potentially. And then it looks like with e-bike and things that are very, very steep or have big rocks, traffic, those are gonna be, you know, a little bit less desirable. You can see we're starting to see kind of like what that vision is for each of these recreation types potentially. Okay, so this one, please, all right, get a little bit more straightforward. Here we have trail width. And so we start to see here that not many people feel like in their desired state, their ideal state, that there would be much in the 1.5 lanes or 2 lanes. So it sounds like everyone fell into 12 feet or less as being their ideal. We do see some variation. It seems like a lot of people love the single track, seeing patterns. Ding, ding, ding for all different user types. But on here, we also said, what is your preferred versus your minimum? So a lot of people said these are minimum, but for hunting actually is preferred, and same with OHB to have a little bit wider. In here, same with the adaptive mountain bikes, a little bit wider. E-bikes, would be preferred at even a 2-track. So we are seeing some variability here. We're also seeing some preferences really towards, certain widths. So that's great for us to know, because then we can look at the inventory and be like, where is there potential for either something that currently exists or could turn into some of these conditions, if that's what the recommendations, you know, go forward with.
Can I just add one thing to that? Depending on your mode of recreation, the other thing that you have to consider with this, whether you're gonna want to create a. So people talk about just having loops or one-way traffic. But if it's an out and back, and you're getting a heavy use, if use is restricted, you do have to think about how wide that could.
That's a really good point.
Just really work around, you can go where.
It's all the extensions, you know, not that, you know.
Or you can somebody's got that, or, you know, the horse comes up in it, or whatever, yeah, that's a really good point.
Okay, surface, someone brought up a point here, you know, are we talking about the surface of the road or surface of the, this turned into more of a trail, and so I know there, maybe it was, this maybe not has been as straightforward, it seems like there's a lot of preference for natural, for all different types of recreation uses. We do have some saying that like the asphalt is okay and concrete for horse trailers and trucks, that would be needed to transport to the trailhead, potentially. But they do also have, natural as their preferred. Gravel, we're seeing that for hunting, horse trailers, e-bikes, as long as not big rocks. And then, I'm not sure what these, not sure where those is, but, seeing a little bit of a spectrum here, someone asked, are any of, like, that, is there concrete or asphalt anywhere in Fish Creek? And someone said no, is that correct, that this currently doesn't exist anywhere?
I think there was some like programs on the bridges, it's about.
Okay, so, maybe, would you say, sorry, Joe, but would you say most of it is in this category?
Yeah, I think there was some recorded gravel there as
Okay.
well, or it's just, the service has been stabilized,
Okay.
but yeah.
So this is again, so we can look at the inventory and just put in some of these characters, and we only wanna look at where the gravel has been categorized, like where is that, or where is the, but also, is it needed maybe for some of the other things to get trails in there? Those are things to consider, but again, it seems like natural is the real preference across recreation tax. Okay, I think this is the last one, is desired use level. So again, this is getting at, how much compaction or vegetation is seen based on use of those areas. That's how the inventory is categorized. So a high use area is gonna have little to no vegetation, right? So again, looking at what's your preferred versus your minimum needed for your desired recreation experience. It looks like a lot of the horseback riding, mountain biking, e-biking, hiking, we're seeing a lot of that in the lighter vegetation. Okay, so there's some, grasses and things, but, there's not like this two-track road, kind of going through. For the heavy vegetation, so the route is visible, but there's really, pretty filled in with vegetation is going. We do see fishing, hunting when you're on foot, so you still need to access the area, but once you're on foot, that's preferred. Hiking, and then I'm trying to see where some of these others fall in there. So OHV is looking like preferred is in minor vegetation in the center or lighter vegetation. And then with no vegetation, it's really just to access the trail. So we're seeing that really people want more of these, but they recognize that to get to the trail, that's really big the access. Am I capturing that? Anything else anyone wants to add on this one? Okay, so I know we went through that, faster, but what we're gonna be doing, our team is gonna be actually taking all these notes down, kind of synthesizing those, or so we can look for those patterns, and similarities and differences across the different user types. But hopefully this gives everyone a little bit better idea of what other recreation types and users are thinking, and some of their preferred conditions and how they maybe, overlap with yours, right? So we're starting to think about that going forward. Yeah.
One thing we didn't show up today was the camp, whether it's bench camping or whether it's campers coming in, and they were right to the trails as well, because so if they didn't show up, maybe I'm not one, but I think we have to have those considerations for students campsites.
Right, so even though we're not gonna make recommendations about the campsites, we can make recommendations about trails or roads that could lead to those areas, right? Or that we see as having potential. So that's a great point.
And I'll follow up on the camping aspect, green actual recreation strategy, camping was identified as an important aspect of the recreation strategy. So it's a part of that phased approach to address the first camping and so remind you of that, bringing it all the way back to that.
Okay, but what we're gonna do now is we can go back to our seats, and we are gonna hear from, the mapping activity. We're gonna hear a little bit from the DNRC, So there were some questions about their designations and uses, and so we're gonna hear from them, and then we'll go into what we're gonna do with the mapping activity. Oh, there you are, Sierra. I was like, there you go. Ha.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, Sierra wasn't able to join us on the field trip, so I thought maybe it would be great to have her introduce herself and then just share a little bit about DNRC, and if anyone has any brief questions, it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I'm Sierra Farmer. I'm the Trust Lands Program Manager for DNRC out of Missoula here. And my apologies for missing the field trip. I think you guys probably talked a lot about some of the things I'll mention. But I thought I would just bring it up again, just so it's really fresh in their minds. I think one of the things that's tempting about looking at the map and seeing DNRC FWP is it's tempting to think that we're one because we're on the state. But we really do have very different missions, as you guys all probably know. But it's very confusing for the public, especially because we also have our enforcement is also done through FWP. So we pay a portion of the warden's salary to help enforce our rules. So if you're a member of the public, FWP comes and enforces our rules, and you're like, where am I? I don't even know. Because they don't care. And I know that was one of the recommendations out of the strategy was for us to kind of line up our rules a little bit better. But as you all know, that's really tricky to do because they're in statute. So I just kind of wanted to mention that as you guys are making recommendations, and if you see a parcel that is DNRC, another tricky thing for us is that because we generate revenue for the school trust, we have to be compensated for anything that's permitted on our ground. And so that usually is in the form of an easement. So like any new trail that would be built on DNRC would have to be purchased. And so like if you look at some of the fishing access sites that are on there, those were easements that were purchased from DNRC, probably in the 50s or 60s. Then you might know. But those are why those are there on DNRC. We were compensated at one point for those to be managed by FWP. So when you guys are looking at recommendations, if you see a trust lands parcel and you're like, oh, it'd be perfect if you could just punch a new trail through there, just know that there is that consideration, is that it would have to be, we would have to be compensated, and it would have to be an easement. And it's not that we're not willing to do that, it's just a consideration. And an easement would have to be held by a public entity, right? So that would have to be FWP, or the county would have to actually hold that easement. We can issue easements to private user groups. So that's just a consideration. The other consideration in there too is that all of those parcels that are DNRCs are within our habitat conservation plan. So that is our commitment to the Fish and Wildlife Service that we will manage our ground with wildlife in consideration. So a lot of our roads are closed for that reason, because we've made a commitment to keep those roads closed. So if we were to explore opening any of those roads, we would have to close somewhere else in the state. So there's this kind of long-term plan that we always have to consider. So it's easy to just look at it and be like, oh, that's an easy spot. Let's just punch through DNRC, but just know that those are some considerations for you. And I'm gonna provide some of that information to Jim, so that'll be a little bit more easier for you guys to see that. But I just wanted to kind of clarify that, because I know it's just really tempting to sort of just think that we're all one big blob. And, you know, I know you guys have already heard this, that Forest Service is gonna be different than the WMA and the state park and NRC. So you're gonna have to get all of us together and try and work within all of our different rules. So I just wanted to kind of plug that while you guys are looking. I know that's a tricky piece of that, but sometimes it just gets confusing for everyone involved, that we're not all just the state.
Do you all have any questions at this time?
Don't you have a logging project proposed? Is it a Rock Creek or is it adjacent to the?
Yep, we're working on a timber sale right now in the Fish Creek area. And so we've designated this area. we have to, choose what the highest and best use is for all of our ground, and we have to, in this area, it is forest management and harvesting timber. So that is gonna be a project that we will be, doing in that area, and we've been working really closely with WP on that and making sure that we're balancing the closures and, so yeah, that will be coming as well. Any other questions?
Yeah, is there a little chance of slivering off some of the conservation devices money for maybe that little easement that might have to go on the trail?
That is a good question for you, actually.
That's why I'm on.
Yeah, it would have to be done, yeah, it has to be done with
Because
legislation.
that's part of that, that's part of the responsibility of why you're not that. Sorry, I thought, but maybe it's just specific.
Yeah, and statewide, it's about $2 million. So when we do sell an easement, we do have to sell it for fair market value. And so you can imagine that gets very expensive. Very quickly. So, but yes, it could potentially be related to that.
For, doesn't TNRC have a recreation permit needs to be purchased?
That's that conservation license.
That's the same. thing.
Yeah, so if you have
Now it's-
license, you already have paid for it.
I thought it was a completely different.
It was, now it's conservation license.
Yeah, so if you don't have a hunting license, then you would have to go pay for it separately,
But
but
you're trying to figure out how the DNRC can make money off the recreational.
you and me both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's just boil it down and say, yeah.
yeah, I mean, it just for perspective, statewide, we have one FTE dedicated for recreation for DNRC, so it's not, it's a hard thing for us to manage, and that's why we rely so much on activity to help us. All right, thanks so much, Sierra, and you're gonna be here, I think, next week too? I should be able to make part of it. Okay, great, so again, just another amazing resource on our advisory team, and so as we start digging in and have questions about how does this relate with our Forest Service, DNRC partners, they're gonna be there to answer those questions. Okay, so our next activity is who still has their maps? All right, so if you need a map, let us know, but everyone should have a map, including the advisory team. Does everyone, advisory team member, have a map? Okay, all right, so with that map, can you switch to the next slide?
That one or?
Oh, yeah, sorry, this one. Okay, so this is gonna be a two-parter, but we're only focusing on the first part right now. And this is, the first part is something that I want the advisory team to be participating into on your map. So you'll see on your map, there's different areas designated. We looked at this earlier. And again, this is just for this activity, our collaborative purposes. But we're gonna use that to be able to communicate about these different areas that are just like this area over here, right? So it just helps us compartmentalize a little bit. But what we want you to do for this first part is we want to better understand how Fish Creek is currently being used by different types of recreation. So not the future, we're not talking about that yet, but just based on your current knowledge, experience, where is recreation occurring in these different areas? And what types are they? And so if you just know generally, and you're like, well, I think mountain biking's, and I know there isn't a lot of mountains, okay, I think horseback riding is generally occurring in area A. But you don't maybe know a lot more specifics than that, that's okay. But let's say you do know a couple key points in area A that horseback riders tend to go to, then that's great, we wanna note that too. So, and this could be for multiple ones. So someone mentioned like motorcycles, someone mentioned, other types of user groups. So we want to note all this hunting. If you know where hunting is typically occurring, again, we want to note all of that as much as possible. So for this first activity, what we want you to do is you can draw on your map. So now I'm allowing you to actually touch your map and draw on it, but we are going to take it from you. So, so on your map, you can use your pen, but we also have markers that we can pass out if you want to use a different color for different recreation types and circle, and that actually would be helpful. If you don't use a marker pen, just make sure you're noting it. So for instance, I'm just going to draw on my map because I'm just using it as an example.
I may circle area D, and then I may put a line that says, horseback riding, right? I'm writing it directly on the map so I can see that. Okay, and so write on the map so we can see what you're marking. If you have other notes, you can write it down on a piece of paper, you know, more detailed things. But we want to organize it by the areas. So I would suggest starting in the areas you're most familiar with and starting to note the different recreation uses. And then you can move on to other ones. And if you don't know anything about some of the areas, that's okay too. Just leave it blank. Maybe you don't know anything about any of the areas. That's fine. You can just look at your map. But if you don't know about current uses, you can start brainstorming about the second part, because the second part is going to be starting to think about future uses, right? So thinking about that, where would you like to see more of different recreation? So right now, you're only focused on current, okay? We're gonna give you a separate map for future. But if you don't know a lot about the current and you still want to brainstorm about the future, you can do that too. Okay, so does everyone understand this activity? You have your map. We're gonna pass out markers. Maybe some of the students, if you can pass out markers that are available just around the tables. And again, you want to distinguish in these different areas the type of recreation that's occurring. So either write it on there with your circle or denote different colors with different recreation types. And if you just know broadly the area, that's fine. But if you know more specifics, that's even better. So if you're like in area A, they come specifically to this point, note that down. Okay?
You're supposed to decide our.
You definitely want to focus on your representative areas, but if you know or like have experienced other recreation users while you're out there, then put that on there too, because we're capturing it all, right? Okay. All right, so go ahead and start this one again. Just focus on your current uses right now, just current. I think you just put them on the table, like just this little. You wanna use these extinguish. Traded colors.
So I know fishing for it. I did fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's like very, there was.
I don't know, I'm thinking. Tell you where it's done.
No, but it's in the WMA. Right, so yeah, this is. This is, no, this is.
And if you want to ask any members of the advisory team, if you need clarification on things, they are your resources, or some of the FWP folks over here. Anyone in here, you can ask for resources. Including Jim, Jim knows this landscape.
Yeah, we're at.
Oh, that'd be Porsche.
Yeah. Oh, there.
No.
They should make one here. Yeah. I have no idea. Could be 5 years, could be.
Yeah.
There's two.
I don't think
We did do it, we do have a similar.
We finished who, Les? I think so, yeah, I think I haven't talked to him, and the last I heard of him, just that BLM problem thing back in January. But it was like third hand.
You have some existing.
Ran out of work and so we were, and they had a few things that were still on. Right? They had this thing, I guess there was some. Yeah, there was something up in out there. And then there was the general languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Lauren's been helping us. Yeah. You're trying to do that. Yeah. 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 Oh, heck, yeah, I know. You don't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. No, I think.
Well, you can draw it too, understand.
No, exactly, but yeah, they are. But you know, they go, I was gonna do this again. I don't know if that'd be, I was gonna do these. You know, 10 grand. But you know, how they work through that. I mean, ultimately, there was. They don't. Yeah, and if they don't. They don't have the, you know, brain trust, or they can't. Then, no, I think Johnson would hope. Like, hey, man, could we buy Ken? Like, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know, I mean, Cam might still, you know, he might be good stuff on, I don't know. It's, Casey, the best thing is Casey is no longer a person in Utah. So, he's like, you know, so, you know, get involved with, you know, so, yeah, you gotta be ready for it. So, right, people, yeah. But you've been there once.
Yes.
Yeah, we did this area down here in Las Vegas, called Money Mountain, something like that. There's any about it. Oh, yeah, yeah. It was down there. Sorts of different. So, there's one thing, oh, Hunter, this was the funniest thing. That was the first time I realized that there's something that unifies all of the recreation. Wildlife, hunters, OHVs, mountain bikers, hikers, the equestrians, it's the one thing keeping endangered species, people unified. Eight soul. It was wonderful because they could build a channel. The channel, you know, it traps one. Yeah, it's like, I wasn't even this, had I not seen it. Yeah, oh, the one out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know any of them.
Yeah. That's really good. Yeah, there was, I started taking this.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, you were on that.
Yeah. So, yeah, they had a bunch of new stuff up there.
Yeah.
And it was like, how do we deal with this stuff? It's like, well, there's this.
Yeah.
Call it temporary. It's BLM, right? They're gonna be there.
Right.
But yeah, that was, well, okay, it's sort of, similar. They don't put them into this recreation network.
Yeah.
Lots of their travel questions.
Well, yes,
Actually, I really.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I only knew it about three. So, I was just like, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
See how he's doing.
Yeah, hopefully this was a good thing. It's one thing. Like, if you're looking for a way to retire, it gives you a little door to go out.
Yeah. No, I know that they were like. Don't leave.
Yeah. That's, and that's kind of the nice thing about, local citizens. We got other people we can rope in.
Yeah.
Go grab somebody on the, environmental team and have them do.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, but nobody, I think that's. Inside out, right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, we got we got a great go. We have connections, we're doing a visual resource at this point. So we do a fair amount of that, plus one of our, what does Chris work for? A guy named Chris Baki, like a Southern margin. We could grab general area help out.
All right, and everyone can come have a seat. Okay, so first I just want to hear from collaborative and advisory folks. Was this easy, hard to do? Just some general thoughts of just this question of actually, what do we know about current recreation uses in Fish Creek? Any reflections on this activity? Jerry?
Because I haven't spent a lot of time in there. I went probably a couple of times with some people here, did some trails, but I didn't see any horses. I saw a ton of fishermen down, along the river and stuff like that, but that's about the extent of my knowledge. So this exercise is extremely difficult for me to try to figure out where horses want to be, or bikes, or e-bikes, or anything like that, so.
Absolutely, and definitely we did not expect all of you to know where all the recreation uses were, but just, you still had great input, right, from your experience that you're putting on the map, and so this is, I think it's wonderful, Jerry. But I think it's just right, like, the idea is that we're getting lots of input here with the idea that where are we seeing, like, is, what Jerry put down as OHV, is that similar to what, Sierra's knowledge is of where OHV is? And again, no right or wrong, we're just trying to see, can we get some commonalities of where we generally think these uses are or not occurring currently? And so any other comments? Who else struggled with this? Anyone else? Okay, all right, Sharon said easy, John struggled. Sharon, why did you find it easy?
I don't know, I spend maybe not a lot of time, not like Jane does up there, but I've been up there a lot. And I see what people are doing.
Yeah.
And I know where I go, or what we do when we go up, so.
Okay, so great. And also, I bet if I said, what's the use like 15 years ago? maybe it would have looked, your map would have looked different, right? So it's always changing. This isn't just saying this is a static thing with hard lines on here, but right, just generally, what is a snapshot of what's happening today? What about some of the advisory team? Any insights or thoughts on this exercise for you?
Some of the uses there are, some of the people aren't recreating there because it doesn't have anything aside from recreational activity that they would prefer.
Yeah, absolutely. So this will be good when we transition into the future. But for now, I want to get a quick and dirty, is there a thing to wipe this? My sleeve? Correct. Okay, thank you. Probably more. I just wanna hear generally, if we list these areas, what people have listed as current uses. Just, we don't want to get too specific on it, but just when we say area A. Just shout out, what type of recreation do people have in area A?
Hunting, fishing.
Hunting, fishing, what else?
Camping.
Camping, yeah.
Hiking.
Okay, hunting, fishing, camping, someone said horseback riding?
Yeah.
Driving, wildlife viewing.
Yeah.
Photography.
Hiking.
Yeah, absolutely.
OHV.
OHV, motorcycles. Anything else?
Berry picking.
Very big thing like that, alright? Okay. And we're gonna collect everyone's map so we can see a little bit more detail. They're just getting, again, some raw input here. What about area B?
Hunting.
Hunting? Fishing?
Camping.
Camping? Hiking?
Berry picking.
Or berry picking?
Those berry picking sites are almost more coveted than the hiking
I've never
spots.
I've never seen so many up there yet.
Okay, let's go to area C, area C. What's going on in area C? I don't even know where we are in that.
Way down south.
Way down south.
OHV.
Hunting, OHV,
Camping.
camping. Anything else? In area C, hunting, OHV, camping. All right, let's go to area D.
No man's land.
Big old question mark.
What was that?
Side riding.
Zero.
Horseback riding and what else?
Hunting.
Hunting, okay. Anything else?
Floating.
Floating, right?
There's that over.
Seems like, I feel like it's unknown. It's unknown.
Does area D have the fishing access sites along the road, the old Hurricane?
Yeah, yes, it does.
So, yeah, I would say, bike riding.
Bike riding,
Yeah,
okay,
Starting with the.
I ride there regularly.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay, is it just one more? No, two more. All right, all right, area E,
OHV.
OHV,
Hunting.
hunting, area E, anything else? All right, so just OHV and hunting. Okay, last but not least, area F,
OHV.
OHV,
Camping.
camping,
Hunting.
hunting. Okay, so when you look at these, again, I know this is just a rough list here. Anything else we wanna add? We're getting current uses generally happening in these areas. Yeah, Jen.
I don't know if it's in D or in E, but hang on.
Oh. Okay, does anyone know about hand gliding?
You know about the cell tower stuff. I'm not sure if that's in D or that.
All right, I'll just put a question.
Marshall Mountains and these,
Yeah, that's gonna be.
What's the name of that?
Marshall.
Oh, yeah. So with this list, is there any, like, if we said hunting, out of all, like, it's obviously hunting is, I think it almost is in every single area. For the hunters or people who know more about hunting, is there a preferred area that people go to? Or is it across the board? Okay. What about OHV users? Is there any preferred or all the ones listed? Good to go. OHV.
We were in all the existing roads, they can get one, wherever they get. Well, except D and B, if you don't do much until.
Right, but is there any area that stands out to you as like really great so far for OHV? They're all good, the ones that you're in.
We enjoy them all.
Awesome, okay. What about horseback riding? For the current areas listed, any ones that stand out to you as being really ideal?
What better trails as it was in there?
A, okay. All right, what about bike riding? Is bike riding only in area D? Motorcycles are only in A. What about hiking? Area. No, it doesn't have hiking. So any preferences? Okay, so it sounds like, for the most part, where there is currently recreation happening, it's not necessarily a preference, is one area being better than the other. But the areas that it is occurring all seem to really be useful going forward. Is that what I'm hearing from everyone? Okay. So now that we have a good idea of where things are currently happening, is there anything else anyone wants to add or questions they have about current use that we're not considering right now?
I have a question. How much outfitting, if at all, is allowed within the WMA? None.
Okay, so now, some of our students, Dan's gonna come around and collect your beautiful maps. If you can actually write your name at the top, just in case we have questions about it, just write your name, including the advisory team. And then one of our others, Marlena, is gonna pass out a digital map. Just the collaborative, because there's this screen is. No, it's right up here.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll actually go back. Go back. Okay, this is the one we want, but it's not on this. Okay, so now we're gonna give you time, and we just gave new maps to the collaborative members, but we encourage the advisory team to also be thinking about this, but you're gonna kind of be in a more helpful role, supporting role. So if the collaborative members have questions, they may come to you for some insights or clarifications, and then you can join in the discussion. But for this section, we want you to use the same map, and we want you to use your pens and markers to think about in the future, what areas could you or want to consider for your recreation types going forward? And it's okay if you're like, I'm not sure, exactly, but generally, are there some areas that potentially you're gonna likely wanna explore a little bit more. And it's okay if it overlaps with your current uses, but this is your future. Kind of think big, where would you want to potentially explore more for your recreation types? And so this, try and really be specific to the recreation types that you either participate in or represent. No, this is wrong. This is on the last one. So that has to do that. That's right. Yes. There's two things. Weird.
Got two screens.
Oh, okay.
Different than what we already wrote.
It can be the same, if you wanna keep everything the same, right? As current use, then just circle the same areas. But if you're trying to explore some new areas for, again, the management recommendations for your recreation types, that's what we wanna see. Which areas are really priorities for thinking into the future for your recreation types?
So are you asking us, where do you want to build trails? Is that the, I guess I'm just looking for a clearer picture of, because I mean, I can circle this whole area and say, oh, I wanna spend more time all over here, you know, and probably all of us could.
I would say try and be more specific within the areas, if you can.
Like,
If
to build if I were to build an OHV trail, this is where I would go. But
or convert an existing road to a trail. And if you don't know more specific than just the general area, that's okay, but if you're like, in area A, this is an area, a subset I want, that'd be more helpful.
Okay.
Than just saying all of area A, unless you truly would just say. All of
No,
area.
that's what I needed.
Yeah. No, thank you, that's all. Does anyone else have any other questions that would be helpful in this? Yeah.
Do you also, are you also looking for them to conversely put places where they don't want trails, or this is just for?
I think that's a good point. We want you to put where you want to, but if there's areas or places that you're like, we should not even be considering this, then maybe make a note of that up top, or you can just put a big X. So we know that you're like, no, this seems like an area we don't really want to explore. And we can bring that into a discussion.
So are you asking the question as there's no limit to funding or
Yeah,
personnel?
this is, again, we are not talking about implementation at this stage, because the idea is that the collaborative is coming up with recommendations, and then it transitions, into how that would actually go into implementation later on. Is that correct, Ben? How I'm capturing that? Okay, yeah. We're still in the dream big, let's put everything out there, let's put all the ideas on the table. And then we're gonna be narrowing that down again in our future discussions.
It seems like it's not as out there is area. And it's probably.
To be a pedestrian.
Yeah.
Yes. Down, put them in a corral.
And the other considerations are obviously. Is there any way we can not, this is on. There's no longer. Promoted as a destination. Because everybody out there has this cannot understand.
Right.
And so.
Not this is all.
No, and it would. I will take a short. So, yeah.
Oh, and it's, basically it's just.
Yeah.
Some story there. Okay. Big plan.
Gives me money outside. Oh, yeah.
It's so common.
Yeah, and you get to, it depends on who you get to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And varies every day.
Yeah.
And it was mostly for sports.
I don't travel.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'll change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on my calendar. Are you going? Yeah. Okay, everybody, come back together. All right, so let's reflect on this part of the activity. Who found this part super hard? I was there going, okay, so good. You shouldn't be finding it hard. Not that we want it to be difficult for you, but we don't wait. Oh, the whole point is like you don't maybe a lot of people say, well, I don't know enough about this area, right? Or what's on the table. And so you're exactly right. And so this is more just an initial brainstorm to get you thinking. Like, oh, if I did have to narrow down, or maybe I don't want to narrow down at all. I want to see everything that's possible, what's out there. So this is more just for us going into the second workshop to start being like, oh, do people have a real focus area in mind, or is it kind of open for exploration? So don't feel pressure that if you didn't put a circle on a map, it's not going to be considered for your use. This was really just a brainstorm to get you thinking about these different areas. So we will collect them if you did fill something out, but if you didn't, that's okay. What's going to be really exciting though is that you are going to have access to that inventory tool that Jim introduced, and he's going to talk about that at the end of the workshop about how you're going to be able to use it. But that's going to give you all the options to zoom in, see things closer. Some people said, well, area F seems really neat, but maybe the access is really hard. I don't even know if it could be a good fit. Well, you're going to be able to zoom in to what's been tracked in there, right? And that will give you more insight to, does this meet with some of my other desired conditions? Could this turn into something that we want to use? So again, if there's lots of unknowns and if you're like, I don't even know where I want to go, that's okay. That's just all part of the process. So anyone else want to reflect on this as to things that they're considering as being important for when they're looking at this map? Like what are some of the considerations for the people that are like, I'm not sure yet where or what to put on here? What are some of the things you're thinking?
I'm wondering if, I know people here may have put a lot of thought into this already. And I'm still kind of looking for that guardrails thing that I know FWP and the NRC and Forest Service, I mean, they spend a lot of time in this country too. And so there have to be some thoughts about what's feasible considering funding and terrain and public safety and enforcement of rules and all those things. There has to be some thoughts that are coming from people who consider the big picture in that regard. And so for me, without having that, like if I don't even know what you guys are thinking, then, because it's all a beautiful country. And perhaps, all of these recreation opportunities could exist there. But it's too hard for me to say, okay, I think we should do this here, because I like to do this, and.
So some things to consider. So you did hear at least some initial insights from the wildlife and fisheries folks, right, about things to consider there. They can provide more guidance with maps, I think, for this next workshop of where some of these habitats or the key timing of these species are. So that will help us look at these areas with that lens in mind. I think if you think back to the recreation strategy, I think it was the principles or the highlights, they said more of that concentrated use is going to occur most likely around the interstate. So if you look at your map and look at which areas tend to be around that Interstate 90, thinking about like that may be where we're seeing much higher use and accessibility. So thinking about that in regards to the greater, strategy. I don't know if FWP or others want to add any other things at this stage that would help them with considering with some of these different areas on the map that you think are going to be important for them as we go into more specific things to put on the table.
Yeah, I guess, I appreciate the comment, Jane, and something, I'll just throw this out here, something I think about, I kind of mentioned earlier, you know, just changing over time. And something I hope this group can help advise on, maybe it's not a place this group, but to me, like 20 years of time or 50 years, like if you're there all the time, you don't necessarily see the change happening, right? And so like, what are the thresholds on when things have changed beyond what our vision was, you know, from this group? So I don't know if that can be part of the discussion, but to me, that's what I get bogged down in, is less about like what type of recreation or where it's necessarily occurring, but like, you know, measuring it and at a point in time saying it's still great, or we've gone too far, you know, and then what do we do in either of those scenarios? Do we go down more, you know, because we've shown that, hey, this is actually working really well, let's expand it? Or once we put something in place, is there anything, any mechanism for us to take it back? You know, unfortunately, a lot of times once something's out there and it exists, it's really hard to take it back. So that's kind of where I get bogged down, you know, so hopefully, that was more just a statement, we maybe answer any questions, but.
Well, it does for me a little bit in that, rather than looking at this whole thing, take a smaller piece and say, okay, we know this is accessible, it's right off I-90. We know that all of these forms of recreation are gonna be important in here. So let's take a small chunk and actually figure out how we can fit them all together. And then we're limiting the impact and perhaps like in a way that not everybody wants, by saying a narrower, you can only, we're only gonna do it in this area and see what happens. Because we can't go back. When does too much become too much? And if we figure out that this is not gonna work at all, you know, we start with separating people out, then maybe we should try to have a trail where we join everybody, if that works. But if I look at this area, it's too big for me to plan for. It's too much, there's too many different governing agencies and the potential for too much bad to come out of it. Whereas a small area, you could say, okay, in this area are these trails that were mapped, or these roads that were mapped, how could we give each discipline a spot to recreate?
Well, I guess I looked at FWP, there's how many, 6 different areas on this map that we've just, you know, labeled. Are there certain areas that you think are more likely going to be where the recreation occurs? Or I'm just wondering if they need a more narrow scope. Can you provide ones that you, in your opinion, are likely going to be the ones that are the focus of these recommendations? Or is it still just a very open book at this point?
I mean, a big piece of this is we really wanna understand what you guys are looking for. Like, we have our agency perspective, right? And so does the advisory team, but like that public input is really, really important. So I know that it doesn't give you like these really nice tidy guardrails, but like, this is your guys' opportunity to speak for the public across all these different disciplines and perspective and use types. So I realize that can feel a little bit uncertain and it's nice to have more structure, but I think this is your guys' chance to dream big, and we're trying to tee you up with all the things to be successful, like all the things we think about that we gotta balance across the landscape, whether that's fish, wildlife, if it's like adjoining properties or different rules across different ownerships. So we're trying to give you guys those filters that we're used to working within, and then provide you that support when you have questions about them. But we really, the whole impetus for this is to hear from you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, as it's been said a number of times, this has been going on for years. All of the stuff has been great. Really appreciate FWP providing all these opportunities. But I think if everybody would take a look at what has been done with the national strategy, the recreational strategy up until now, there is details about what these groups have asked for years. And there's a lot of similarity throughout that, and maybe it's not something you'd agree with, but it would at least maybe stimulate a thought process and provide you some insight about what a broader public has been saying. And, I would encourage everybody to read that. It's not a difficult read. But it has some really good stuff that, I think would be helpful to this conversation.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
really super good point. So when I shared at the beginning of today, those really like 6 slides, right? They were just high level. Here are just some principles, but that strategy goes into all of this. So I think if you go into that strategy, and you're like, I don't have time to read the whole thing, but you can narrow, you look at the index, they have the perspectives from the user groups. They have, if you're like, I need to narrow in at this one area, there's a lot in there. And so I do think if you're feeling a little bit more like this is really big, that's a great recommendation of after this workshop, before the next one, dig a little bit deeper into the strategy if you can. Because I think that's gonna be most helpful to each of you with really coming up with your recommendations in area, but then also, like we said, you're gonna have access to the inventory tool. So you can then look at, all right, I like this, I'm interested in this general area. I wanna now zoom into the inventory, look at the current conditions. Now I'm gonna think back to what my desired conditions are, and then I'm gonna look at that strategy. What were other groups saying about this that may inform me? And that maybe helps you narrow down your scope a little bit more instead of just saying, I'm interested in everything and everywhere, right? Because I think if you do that, that's great, but you may lose your specific voice. You want to make sure when we did all those conditions in there, right? Like there's differences of what people want. And so not everyone's going to get everything everywhere. And so you want to make sure that your desired conditions and experience are going to be represented somewhere in this landscape, right? Maybe not everywhere. So that's where we just want you to start orienting yourself more with this place. Not physically maybe being able to march around on it, but that's why this inventory and all those photos is so great. And then go back to the strategy or really rethink about some of the things you put on these pieces of paper to remind yourself of where this could have the most potential for you. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's a big thing, right? And some of you are more or less familiar with it. But we're hoping that through this next workshop and the time in between, it'll help you narrow that scope a little bit more. Okay, I think we're gonna take a brief break, and then we're gonna go into our last session of the day. So let's take a 10-minute break, use the restroom, get a snack. We're gonna collect the maps. If you did fill them out, just put your name on the top. Just so that we can capture those. And if you left yours blank, you just wanna keep it, that's fine too. Thank you. We have your name. It's my favorite part of our ads. That's the one person who says civilizing.
Now, that may be economic development.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The north side. With the drop down with the,
Yeah. Is it something you all? John, did you steal back the current one?
I just,
we did.
Okay, that's what I.
Yes, that's why.
Just making sure.
They can. It was easiest for me to email that.
okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Somebody else will blame us.
Does that be there?
Right.
Yeah.
What is this? So it's hard, and I own Xbox, and it's hard to do both, and I understand that. So, you know, like, it's on the other side.
Well, yeah, especially we don't want to guard. It's like, okay, one of the, we start this meeting. We'll say use that. And the meeting, whatever. Or is it so? You know, the it's all about that. So, you say, well, class one is the same thing.
We're talking.
Oh, yeah. And it's, the big thing is they're both class one. Yeah, they have lots and everything for classes. But they can just go, oh, no. So it's
Right.
Give us some idea.
I did talk to them. Yeah. Well, exactly, that's the whole thing about it. There's okay, well, you're not. They found the trees, I said, there was one route and there was like two trees just like that one I have to pick up there. And I knew the route went with a couple hundred yards. And I could see down there and there was trees. I thought, well, You know, if it's been. Probably not, but I didn't see it's gonna work, so I took a picture, I thought, I said, yeah, let's put it down. I can see the bin, but it's like, yeah, there's only so many. Run out of gas up there. There's some. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is the USGS. This is the
We're just.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that.
Yeah. Well, it's like a healthy.
Yeah.
Are they over here?
Size of you think they're the best.
Yeah.
So it's size down there.
That's covering that.
Like, you know, there's.
Unless you go for here, there's gonna be a lot of.
Yeah.
These are really open.
Yeah.
This one.
Oh, yeah. I'm the. Yeah. You know. There was some that kind of bothered me. I was on a different place. And there was this much growth, and then there were big rocks. I couldn't see how you couldn't sit over there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, I had it, kind of just, I was going really slow, if I can see the ground.
Yeah, let's look. The name of the slope.
Oh, okay.
Like this whole- Alright, please find your seats. Okay, so, we will have some time after these prompts, to kind of recap the day, next steps, and then how you all can play around with this inventory in between. But we wanted to at least use the next, 30 minutes or so on some of these big picture questions. And again, this is not asking you to make any decisions. This is just a brainstorm. So again, thinking about when we did your vision about what's important to you. When we talked about the different gallery walk, about what's your ideal recreation experience and the different considerations for trail conditions and other recreationists, all of those things. Now, are you starting to brainstorm in the future, what could be potential, actions, recommendations that could go forward? You're not making any recommendations, but just things that if we had to ask you, which we are, at the end of the day, what are some things you want to put on the table for consideration at this point? Because this is going to really help us with thinking about for our time in the workshop next week, where are people's, thoughts at? And again, this is not committing you to anything, but it's just a brainstorm. So if you are thinking, well, I really want to develop mountain biking trails because there aren't currently in the conditions that are desirable, right? That's great. That's something you're going to put on the table. Or I want to explore this type of use or expand it, or, so again, just thinking about what are things that you want, if there's certain areas, I know we just did that. So you don't have to pick a geographic area. This can be more broadly, but when we're thinking about, what exists today currently at Fish Creek, and then again, where we're going in the future, where are those gaps, right? Your recommendations should be filling those gaps of where you want to go as your vision of the future and where we're at today. And those should be helping you to start think about in your brainstorm, what do you want to potentially consider and talk about going forward? So that's kind of the first prompt. The second one is we're also trying to get rid of, a lot of people have said, well, a lot of the inventory is currently roads, various, conditions of roads, but maybe not trails. And so is this about converting current roads to trails of various conditions? Or is it developing something totally new that doesn't exist at all? So again, just trying to get your thoughts on, where your thoughts on either utilizing the current network of roads and converting them to the conditions that are desirable versus really exploring that doesn't exist at all in any condition at this stage. And the last one, which I think is one of the most important ones for us, is what additional information do you feel like you need to know or would like to know for informing recommendations in the future? So if there's things that you're still like, I have this burning question, or I really want to know about, this fishery and how it could be impacted by my recreation type, whatever it is, things that you don't know that could be helpful for you personally or the group going forward, we want to hear about that. And then we're going to see what we can actually gather. If that's information that is currently exists, we will be, work on trying to get it to you in this next week, by the next workshop. Or if there's things that maybe we don't have information on, it's good for us to know what we don't know. And maybe, how do we factor that into our discussions for the recommendations? So these are the kind of 3 general prompts. You can be as specific or not specific, as you want. So interpret it as you wish. But it's just really for us to end the day with kind of, we've done a lot of these, gallery walks, visioning, starting to have some of these conversations on looking spatially in this landscape. Where are your thoughts at right now as we go forward? It's really thinking into the future. So we're gonna let you take some time. You can write down some notes personally, but when you are ready, we ask you to go up and actually just use the markers and write on the board. And the reason we're asking you to do this is because we're not gonna have time for everyone to report out, but this will give us a time for people to actually see what others are putting up there. Especially in the information section, if someone already lists something and you're like, oh yeah, that's what I need to know too, you can just do the check mark. You don't have to list it twice. But I could imagine that maybe for some of these other things, you may have a more specific thing you want to add. Yes.
Is this exercise for, advisory team also?
So this exercise will be for the collaborative, but the advisory team, I would like you to do the prompts at your own desk, so you won't write your things up here, but I think we will open it up to questions and comments from you all once we have the collaborative's input up here. So I want you to do the prompts, hopefully, and provide that information, but you also may be the source of some of these, responses that maybe our information needs too. Any questions? Sharon? Yeah.
I'm good with questions. I suspect that these markers that we all have
Ooh.
right here are flip chart markers. Should
Yes.
not be carried up to the whiteboard.
Exactly, great point. Very good point. We are gonna be removing these markers from your reach, so you don't get tempted, or I don't get tempted first. The markers that are up here, you can use. I'm pretty sure we checked them, that they're all exposed, so we don't want to ruin any of their nice boards. So again, if you need a couple of minutes to gather your thoughts, do that, but when you are ready, you can start writing up on the board.
Yeah, so. Oh. Good. So. Yeah. But still.
No, I think it's just there's some LS and it's really expensive. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, God, no, I'm.
What I did is
Like the yellow side. Yes. Like this is yours.
Look at it. That's when we'll provide.
Yeah. And just like right here.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew it was kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's. And this is what happened. Right. I actually got that. Yeah, you just hope. Anyway, So, yeah. Whole job, doing that. So. Down for class. Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, no, shit. I swear this. I don't get it. Yeah. If you do this again. And they. Yeah. Doing something. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Take care. Yeah, this is okay.
And then.
That's what
Did you all get all three? Yes, yes, I did. Okay. But I'm still having. I was gonna go to that.
Well, then you get by. You buy. They said, there's a bracket there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, basically. I saw stuff out there.
Yeah.
But it has to be. I consider
Okay, you'll get to that. Then I get that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually like times there's fire.
But I think.
Now, basically, you're on the next, that's to get more narrow. That's why people get familiar with the word strategy.
So that's what I.
I know, yeah, I feel like it's gonna take some time. I'm like.
I'm just gonna try.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah, even if you just like, I love it. It's not. So.
I'm a firm sample, you guys are. I mean, obviously, they're trying to find assistant brothers.
Yeah, I would like to stay.
Get over here, and this road.
Yeah.
Yeah, just make
Yeah.
Yeah, very hard.
Okay. Everyone, have all the timers closed, put your thoughts on the board. Last call.
Okay, yeah. Scared. Okay. I will be sending it this year. Yeah, it's just a little bit on the show that it's not the place to. That's for free.
Yeah, I just, my feeling about it is that I put it together and investigate it in the house. You know, all all connected. They're doing fine. The other part is that the pop. They all do that. Accuracy. Yeah, well, that's what the big league. Don't be able to get more closely. Yeah.
Let's all come back to your seats, your assigned seats. Okay, so, we're just gonna very briefly go through, what was on the board, put up on the board by the collaborative members. This is also a great time for the advisory team, if you all have other thoughts, or maybe some responses to some of the, either the questions or ideas that have been put on the board. This is a great time to share that. And again, this is really seen as a brainstorm, to really inform as we get, the whole idea was today we started kind of broad, and then we're slowly getting narrower. It may come out broad again, but we're gonna get narrow, but we're eventually gonna get down to those recommendations in our next workshop. So I'm gonna stand over here, but I have a loud voice, so I think you all will be able to hear me. So based on the general, area that you were looking on the map, what were some specific things that you're interested in exploring for future trail planning? Again, it's not saying this is the only things we're gonna consider, but just seeing where people's heads are at. I'm just gonna read them out. So key bike compatible trail connecting some of the dispersed campsites to one of the major campsites. Think about a family coming into camp and ride e-bikes and fish along the street. I like that. That, someone's creating here. Who put this one up? Or anything else you want to add or share with this?
It's something I could get my head around. Really simple. I think it's worthwhile to start small and see where that's.
Well, it's nice, right? You're already highlighting, like the connected piece, okay? You want that to be connected, you're gonna connect eventually to a campsite. So that may help you narrow down your scope of where you're looking at or with dispersed camping, right? You want to think about a family, maybe there's also access to fishing. So even in just this little brainstorm, maybe that can help with narrowing down like where he's going with some of these ideas and vision that we put on the table. Okay, so then we have potential for separate trail system areas for motorized. I think it should be for motorized versus not motorized, I'm assuming. For motorized versus motorized. So we have a check for that. So for those that like this one, the idea that there would be specific areas or regions or trail systems within areas that could be dedicated to different types of recreation use, particularly motorized versus non-motorized. Is that what was being generally captured in those thoughts? I don't know who was up there, so maybe it was John, I don't know if John. Okay, so John wrote that, okay, so something to think about there, are we gonna be thinking about motorized versus non-motorized, or maybe there's more specific things that we're gonna think about recreation types, but looking at these systems, right, within areas that we may wanna consider. Someone else wrote, I'd like to see approximately 25 miles of closed roads considered for management benefiting mountain grouse, okay? So this is like, great, this is really looking at how does this potentially, tie to a specific species, right? So that's where knowing where I would assume prime habitat is for that species would be around maybe some of the areas you're really considering important. And with that, are you thinking that closed roads, as in there be no recreation use at all, or still recreation use in these areas?
I think for, other compatible uses, there's several. And so this wouldn't be exclusive to grouse hunting, but it would be an opportunity to try and improve the habitat. And there's a lot more, kind of backstory to this. Could I just take 1 minute to try and summarize it?
All right, 1 minute.
Okay. Montana is not known as a great mountain grouse hunting state. It's not a destination, but we have thousands and thousands of acres with plenty of birds. Eastern Montana, on the other hand, has become a destination for upland bird hunting, for pheasants, for sharp-tailed grouse, for Hungarian partridge, so much so that non-residents have just been excluded from the first 10 days of the season on block management properties in particular. There's a history with a very similar background to our setup here on Fish Creek with the state of Wisconsin, which has acquired commercial timberlands that were heavily harvested. Now, as that recovers, it's being used as a destination for rough grouse hunting. They actually are attracting upland bird hunters from other states to go hunt rough grouse there, providing maps, etc. And it would take years to put in place here, but in close consultation with the biologists, I think it's possible we could have a lot more mountain grouse hunting in places like Fish Creek. That's sustainable and good for both Montana's resident hunters and non-residents.
That's great, thank you so much for providing that broader context, and so these are the kind of things that are really helpful to understand why people are putting these ideas on the table, and then what does that mean, with compatible uses, right, that would not harm the grouse, but be compatible and would not, be, cause conflict among recreation uses either. And we also have some check marks here, which I'll make sure we're capturing when people agree on these. We have a couple of check marks for this next one as well. Focus for skate park trails versus WMA. So as in the WMA, it looks like we have fewer trails or more shared use trails. Am I capturing that correctly?
Yep.
Did you want to expand on that at all?
No, it just seems like the WMA, we should maybe be, not really focus heavily on additional trails in the WMA. And the state park, the reason to be for the state park would be to provide additional recreation.
Okay, so great. So here we're already starting to think about what are particular areas in here, whether we're categorizing it by area or state park versus WMA. Then maybe it's more appropriate to either consider building new trails or not based on different, wildlife fisheries values. And again, we're gonna get some more of that information to inform that. Okay, use existing 2-track or route in area D. And then use existing roads only. Okay, so this may actually be a good transition into us talking about this next one. Behind you, about generally, again, we're thinking about how much people are thinking we would use roads that already exist and think about converting them to those desired conditions versus creating new trails altogether. And this is not, again, any sort of recommendation at this point, but just seeing where people's heads are generally at. So it sounds like old roads would prove valuable if they align with the desirable conditions and routes. So we would go back to that exercise where everyone said, these are the kind of conditions, the width, the type of experience I'm looking for. And then maybe we would look at where could there possibilities to convert current ones to that. And if there aren't any, maybe that's when it's considered, we would look at potentially building new ones. And it looks like there are a couple check marks underneath that, especially useful for ascending non-motorized routes. I'm not sure exactly, does anyone who put check marks there want to expand on that, what that means? Especially for,
I think that was John, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Roads, old roads to get uphill and then, purposeful downhill mountain biking.
okay. So we can, and John had to leave, but obviously he can expand on these points, next time as well. Okay, so mostly converting old roads into perpetual pedestrian use. Okay, so the idea that some of these could just end up being just for pedestrians versus ones that are open to maybe motorized and other types of use. Some new pedestrian routes could be considered in dense creek bottoms. Okay, so now we're also starting to see if we were gonna create anything, where would that be most appropriate and why, right? Depending on the desired condition. Then we have a couple comments here on gates. So this has come up earlier in the conversation, the role of the gates, opening the gates, you know, what are the possibilities? So opening the gates in the summer. So this idea of like, okay, if we are to open the gates, is it done by season? Is it done in spatially at, you know, certain areas? Or is everything open all the time or is everything closed all the time, right? So how do we think about the gates in a more dynamic way? Because we also have some check marks here, gate closures can be a good thing. So not looking at gates just as a negative thing, a barrier, but it may be appropriate and really good to have some of those limitations depending on what the vision is for that area, and these other, you know, ecological factors. And then lastly, we have up here several check marks. Seems there are a lot, that's the emphasis on here, of miles of old road prisms on this landscape. I would hope we don't need to construct anymore. So this is the mentality of, there's a lot out there. Let's work with what we have before we even consider putting some new thing on the table. So again, lots of different variation here, but at least we're starting to see where people's thoughts are, and what this could look like going forward. I guess I'll pause for a second to see from the advisory team or anyone else, any comments, questions about these two boards? Yes.
I think, creating these trails, since this is kind of put out to be a long range plan, I think it could still state something about, work with neighboring agencies and landowners to possibly make a connector. Otherwise, you know, that's the only way I would think of a new trail or a new road, but because we have plenty out there in the landscape, but not to put that aside, because once this is in place, maybe that 5 years down the road, maybe the Forest Service comes in with a timber sale that comes right up to it. So I think leave that in there, that there could be the possibility of a connector, but not necessarily the focus on building new roads.
I think it's a great point, and that's something we can also consider with recommendations. What are more short-term versus long-term recommendations? We also will have maybe priority ones that the group as a whole feels like need to be top priority versus, you know, something that could still be included in recommendations, but maybe not as high priority. So I think these are good things to consider for sure. Other comments? Yes.
Forever we talked about a connector that would tie in Fish Creek with Petty Creek. That's a critical thing for me because it would get some of the OHV use off of the main Fish Creek Road. And Chris Gulliver, the district ranger over there, has indicated that he would certainly work with us to that end, and including possibly something into Deer Creek, which is another great way to keep people separate the use on Fish Creek from the OHV use.
Yeah, and I think that connector piece is, you know, again, not that anyone's committing to anything, but if the group really feels like recommendations that include the Forest Service DNRC, right, that would involve a lot more steps to make sure that happens, which we heard from those representatives. But if that's what the group really feels like is a great recommendation because it meets all these needs, then I would suggest we definitely consider putting those on the table, even if it means that we know that it'll be a little bit more difficult, potentially to carry that out. Yes.
Yeah, on the connection thing, well, those were great points that they both made. I know that, like talking with John, who's not here, and with most of the OHV, those folks looking for recreational trails, that the desire, the best thing they could say is if there was nothing in the Fish Creek, and we said, have at it.
Yeah.
Because Well, a lot of that is an engineered trail. I don't know if anybody's, that rides 50-inch trails and actually engineered, designed single track trails. It's different than a road. But I think the road, utilizing those roads, a lot of those spur routes, some of the new stuff that would be made would be connectors to create a loop. Some of those roads just have, when it's dispersed, but so we've looked at some maps and stuff and the amount of connectors, what that adds up to as far as new disturbance on the land is very, very minimal. An eighth of a mile to a quarter mile per connector is pretty accurate. And then a road to trail conversion now is, there's been a lot of science that's come along the way, so it's becoming an actual engineered item. I mean, people learn about this, go to school for this, how to do it, so you've taken this, basically this platform of the road that's there now, and turn it into a recreational trail or whatever width use we're talking about. So it's, I think a recreational trail, from road to trail conversion is a nice compromise. We're looking at using an existing cut. We've talked about or on the land, and there's a lot of advantages to that. You can control erosion, control the speed on the trail. Also, you get the rider more entertained, they spend more time on the trail. The trail just has more quality to it. When you can take a trail that's kind of somewhat overgrown and make that a specific recreational trail for a specific piece. So, there you go.
Yeah, I think.
I've got some copies. This is from California State Parks, actually.
Yeah, I think there's lots of resources out there. Thank you for sharing that, because I think after the recommendations are made, right, it is gonna be that how is this going to potentially be implemented with partnerships, with their using best available science and practices. And so there's lots of resources out there, for sure. And I think that'll be a great time to bring those in, for the group. So last but not least, I think this is one of the important ones that I know want to make sure people have input on is what additional information is needed so that you all feel like as we go into this next workshop, you're gonna have the tools and things you need to help us narrow down these recommendations. So big one, which we'll get to in a second, is the road inventory data. So that's definitely gonna be happening. Jim's gonna walk us through how you're gonna be able to access that and over this next week. And so we really need you all to do that because, like I said, we won't have time physically to spend hours doing that in the workshop. There was also NDNRC data in there. I know that, Sierra had talked with Jim about potentially clarifying some of those things on the map. I don't know if there's other DNRC data that people specifically were looking for, other than the designations of where it is on the map.
I think that was John's.
Okay, so maybe we'll follow up with him.
I added that on.
Oh, you did?
There's existing roads between Heelan Camp and Deer Creek, which Willie has walked. So there's an existing road there, and what we were proposing was that we use that existing route to get our OHVs off Fish Creek Main Road. Keep the dust out of the creek, all of that trade-off. But it does go through some DNRC land. And so we gotta figure out what is that process, whether it's an easement or what all it involved. That's the kind of information we need to make that route usable.
So is there information specifically about like where those trails or roads are on DNRC land that you all need, or is it more how would this potentially be?
Oh, we know where they are. We can't ride them, but Willie's walked them. I've walked part of it, not all.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe
It's
Sierra would
more
help me more with
process.
the process. Okay. Okay, we also have on here with several check marks, critical habitat overlay zones. Is there specific species or information that you all are particularly interested in, or is it for the key species that the wildlife biologist had presented this morning on your, kind of 2-pager? Just trying to get an idea of specifically.
And the connectivity data. That's really important to look at. When
Yeah, I think John had put that one up and I just check marked it, but like, I mean, if there are any. I guess starting with like ESA listed species, I'm assuming there's no critical habitat in that, cause I know it was more connectivity, but, I guess just any, right, ultra. Yeah, I guess just trying to flag any like really important spots.
And I think you said that data could be available.
Yeah, so we have polygons for mule deer and elk for kind of critical winter range. We don't have those for moose, but, we could at least present those as a starting point.
Yeah, I think just as far as for me, I know I'm much more a visual person, really helps to actually see the blobs.
So maybe like on your cheat sheet, you had mentioned a couple points, like places, maybe we could just put that as a visual with the overlay of the layers or the areas that we've already identified using the map kind of that we have, or just put those areas on board, just so that they can see it together.
Yeah.
So we something, so
Yeah, we have that, for sure. I don't really have like a connectivity map per se, you know what I mean? Cause it's more kind of general concepts of how wildlife would be here. But I have something I might be able to share. Demonstrate that. I'll talk to.
we also have looking at neighboring connectivity. I don't know, we'll put that one up there.
That was fine. So like, I've mentioned this before, just trying to get a zoomed out map that has maybe some of the IRAs and the DCA and just some of those important areas for like grizzly and things that are gonna be moving in and need secure habitat, just so we have a better idea of potentially how they're moving through there.
Yeah, so like larger.
Yeah.
Outside of just.
Well, because I mean, like I know like Petty, Burdette, I mean, all those areas are just, right to the east and are important.
Days walk away.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess it would just be helpful to, as we're starting to look at, potential loops and bigger, kind of connector areas.
So I think if you don't have those maps, Liz, then maybe if you just know general information or areas that we could orient, maybe just put them out and like talk through it. That could be helpful as you all are looking at your maps. Next week.
Yeah, we may not be able to build a new one. Certainly could share a map of the DCA and then I'm sure the Forest Service. I have noticed IRAs.
they're in mass fire.
Yeah, so.
I was people.
Right.
The Forest Service map.
We have people.
I mean, gosh, I could even see if I could just get
Yeah.
a map that just has we have some GIS in our office too, so maybe it's just something that I make.
And if we can get a official map, that's great, but if not, I think it's more that we incorporate this through discussions, right? We have the knowledge in this room and we'll next week, so it's more when these things come up. How do we think about it? We could have a map up here, we just talk through it, right? If you all can scribble on your maps as you see them. Okay, so we know we want some of that connectivity pieces. Someone else wrote how to get a DNRC gate open in the summer. I'm gonna hold off on that one because I think that sounds like a process piece and we don't even really, we're not at that point yet, but if we do get to recommendations on gates and things, I think we can ask our experts on that. If we suggest opening a currently gated road, will all other roads off of the newly open road be physically closed first? I don't know if anyone has to respond to that. So it sounds like it's maybe referencing the comment earlier that like if you close one road or you open one road, you have to close another. For someone I thought made that comment, maybe it was you, Sierra, or anyways, I think the bigger thing is this opening or closing one road of impact, opening and closing the rest of the roads more broadly.
Well, especially behind the gated road that gets open, there's a lot of those, there's both go to maps or roads back.
So maybe for managers in the room thinking about that, bring some information broadly to the next workshop. How our gate opening is, there's some interesting questions about gates opening, closing, how does it impact the larger system? So we'll look into some information there that may be helpful for our conversations going forward. Can greater hunting of grouse be sustainable? Okay, so this is like a nice bigger question, right? But this is the thing, if you're gonna open up to hunting, you increase use in general, like it sounds like you're more questioning, how would this be sustainable for that species?
Right, and Ryan and I have been trying to get together to have this conversation since the field trip. And maybe Liz too, I don't know if we need to sit down and drink coffee or beer. But, I think this kind of going through some of other states' experiences with these species, can we have comfort?
And I'd encourage, you know, yeah, have, if you wanna gather more information or anything that you think would be interesting, or if there's just not information out there, maybe that is something that down the road, you know. So I guess I'll look to the biologists, if there's things that you think you could bring to the conversation, it's great, or if there's just bigger conversation that where you need to consider these things, we can bring that in. So with our last 10 minutes, I'm gonna turn it over to Jim, and he's gonna be showing you all now. You're gonna be getting access to this tool. We're aiming for Monday. And so he's just gonna walk through broadly, when you get the link, from my understanding, you're gonna get a link in your email. Is that right?
Yep.
And then you're gonna be able to access this tool via your link. And so once you do that, what are you gonna do once you're in there? That's what Jim's gonna talk you through a little bit, so that you can broadly see how you can play around with this and learn a little bit more about this landscape using this tool.
Okay, so disclaimer, this has raw data in it and I just threw it together. So to kind of demonstrate a little bit of it, I'm gonna try to refine it over this weekend and get it a little bit cleaner, but basically the components are there. So it gives you like an opening to get into all the inventory data. So all the routes here that we got, you can pick on those and it pulls up all that geodatabase information that I talked about for each one of the routes, including more than you want to know. So you can go in there and pick around to your heart's content and see what's there. The other thing, this has all the photos in it as well. So you should be able to see those. The arrows are the photos and the arrow indicates which direction you're looking for the photo, which sometimes is helpful.
Do you just click on
Yeah, so you can click on the,
On the-
this is a
on the
whole
arrows.
visibility thing here. And then you can click on, whatever, photo you want, it'll say which direction, who took it, all that.
Where's the, oh,
And
there's
then down at the bottom, there's the picture and you can click on that and it'll pull it up in another window. So that's pretty helpful.
It's gonna be a big rabbit hole.
Welcome to my. So yeah, this has, notwithstanding the bogus land status, there's some problems with that. This has pretty much all the inventory data in there. You can, I put in a few base maps over here that you can, use to look at, but you need to go over here and turn some things off in order to see it. So you can play around with turning things on and off, but that way you can go and you can zoom in and say, oh, here's these guys, they ended the route here and, heck, it goes way up here, what are you doing? And we can click on that and say, oh, well, there's an earthen berm there. So that's what we stopped at.
if somebody wanted to just look at a certain, like only look at with.
Oh, yeah.
Trail widths that are 6 to 12 feet, how would they do that?
Thank you for the leading question. So, down here in the base data, that's where, or actually in the inventory route's the best place to look at it. So you go here, this will pull up filters. So you can set a filter on it and you say, well, okay. Of course, it's a pause. So you say, well, I want to look at all the recreation, go back to this again, all the recreation experiences are, and then you say, excellent. See if it has the domain that comes up. So you'd have to know, first click on the route and say, oh, what are the different types of it? Excellent. And then you can turn on, that turns on the filter, and then what it'll do is it'll only show you the routes that have the excellent recreation experience. So you can go and look at, all of the ones that are just what's left over. That's why it's a little clunky. I really like it so much, but so and that a lot of the excellent ones will be, have some comment, amazing views, blah blah blah. And So if you said, okay, well, I wanna know more, I wanna know more about this excellent route, then you can click in on some of the pictures. Pull those up to see why it was excellent, so. So yeah, that filter is, probably the best way to do it, and, you know, in order to see all the routes, you gotta go back here and, turn off the filter again. So it'll, when you click on here, if you don't know, there's a little blue dot up here that shows you what the filter is. Turn it off and all the other routes come back. You can do that with any of the attributes.
So are there any general questions about when you all get this link? How you can do something or what you should be doing with it?
Is there any way that we can get the link before the weekend?
Well, depends on what I do tonight. I will do my best to get it out as quickly as possible. I was up kind of late last night, so I don't know.
It's
Maybe-
more that there still needs to be some work done, so it's not just sending out the link, he's saying that there's still some work that he needs to do to organize it in a way that you all can use it, so that's why there's a slight delay with it.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I'll see if I can get a link. Do you have an email list? I can send stuff out to.
Cody will have the email list.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
so hopefully sooner than Monday, but Monday for sure, you'll get a link. And so at least you'll have several days. I know you probably could go down a rabbit hole and spend weeks on this, but we're limiting you to a couple days to play around with this, let you dive in deeper for areas that you're not as familiar with. That's where I would focus if you're interested in exploring those. But again, going back to what are those characteristics and things that you're not gonna have time to look at every single picture in here. But I think using those filters could be really helpful.
Yeah, the other, yeah. Okay, but the other part that I wanted to show is, creating comments that are geographically located. So over here in this little editor box, want to be able to create, you know, there we go. If you want to, if, you know, you're looking around in here, you can go to this little editor box, go down to the create feature, and then you can go drop something in here like that. And then put a comment in that says, you know, keep going, or I don't know. And, just whatever you want to put in there, and that way we can capture all this interactively. If you want to put your name there, that's cool too. Or, you know, whatever, and then you've got the, you know, something there that references it, so. That's one way to do stuff, and if we do that, what I'll do is over the next week or so, when we're, you know, when you guys are looking at this, you want to drop comments down, they'll all collect up in there, and then we can bring them up. Yeah, we got, that way you don't have to carry a little piece of paper and stuff.
Jim, is there a easy toggle for turning on or off topography lines?
Best way to, you mean, like this stuff up in here?
Right.
Yeah, that's basically it's a base map thing. I could, I don't know if there's an option to have no base map. Not with the maps I chose so far, it looks like.
Did you want actual topography lines versus the hill shading?
Right, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where's the high spots, where's the low spots. I mean, I can tell creeks are probably at low spots. But
Okay. Yeah, that would be a base map kind of thing. One of these over here. I don't know, have you fooled with these before?
No.
Okay, so that I'd encourage you to kind of click around and see what gives you the best. I'll add in more base maps tonight, when I do this. I only picked a few of them because there's where you shake a stick at, so.
Yeah.
I'll add in a few more, but basically you just want to see a blank background.
No, I'm looking at topography. I want to be able to see where's the ridges.
You want like a USGS topo map?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have those, I can put that,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
Later satellite and.
Yeah, I will, that's, yeah, I know, I left that one out because it gets It makes everything a little busy.
Yeah.
I understand.
If you zoom out a little bit, it's just covered with lines.
Right.
They do a pretty good job of setting the scale when you zoom in and out, so I think that'd be okay, but yeah, I'll do that.
And I just wanted to provide one comment to the group on Jim's work. At lunchtime, I asked him, so, you know, you went on a motorcycle, these 300 miles of roads. Did it take you, you know, 1 season, 2 seasons? He said, me and another guy did it in a week.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah, well,
good job.
that's, that turns into work, but thank you. It was, I did actually, you know, truth be told, I got out there on one of those south facing slopes in the middle of one afternoon. And I started to get a little heat strokey, because I had a bad starting chainsaw, I had to pull it, had all my riding gear on, it was all black. And I had to go back to the trailer and get a drink because things were not working too fast. But, so subtract that, everything went really well. But it gets hot there, and some of those exposed southern areas.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, and I think just, yeah, a big thank you to Jim and his team, because this is, once you start playing around and just going forward, that this will be a really, really helpful tool, for everyone to be able to use and, you know, manage going forward. So I do want to be respectful of time. Thank you all so much for coming today and engaging. I know it's a lot of brain power and sticking through it. If you have any other questions or comments, please feel free to come up and talk to any of us or talk to Jim. But otherwise, we will be seeing you next Thursday. And with that, also just make sure you're checking your email to get the link to utilize this. And I also encourage you to check out the recreation strategy one more time and to get back in there, because I think that could be really helpful for our conversations next week. Yes.
Just the question for the group is that also, when we had some, not on our site visit, but there was a previous site visit where an actual recreational trail design and construction gentleman who owns a company who does that, has a lot of information about you know, trail development, trail design, trail building, management tools, that kind of stuff. He would be available to come to our meeting if we thought that would.
I don't think we're at that stage. I think we're gonna be, we have a lot to discuss for the recommendations. I think that's an implementation thing that we're not gonna get to, like, our recommendations are not gonna get to discussing how we're going to construct these, so but I think we'll keep that in mind for the future, for sure, because when it gets to the implementation stage, that's absolutely the person we want to bring in, but I don't think for the next workshop, we'll be at that stage, but thank you. Okay, any other final comments, questions?
Hunter has graciously offered to help with tech support on this map. So Jim, I think he's gonna get with you to just put that in the email.
Yeah.
But if you guys wanna reach out to Hunter, I think he knows
Yeah.
how to use the data set the best out of all of us at FWP. So thanks to Hunter for offering himself up as tech support.
You'll be hearing from me.
Maybe you can speed up my laptop and say reasons.
That's tech support.
Yeah, my contact info will be in the email you got. I had one other thing too. When Jim clicked on a route, the table popped up and there's a 3-digit number right at the top of it. If you need to refer to a specific road in your comments, instead of saying this one, use that 3-digit number. Because then it'll be easy to find in our discussions. You can say, we'll pull up Route 302 and we can. Especially if you're talking about multiple roads in the same comment, that's really helpful.
One disclaimer about that is once we cook the data and do all the planarization, those numbers will change. Because we're gonna be combining things and all that, but for the purposes of this week and next week, yeah, that'll work perfect.
And we would also ask, like, this is really preliminary information, so please don't share that link with me today, keep it within this group. Not that it's like super secret, but like Jim said, we don't need to have it like magically show up on X or in some other way, so please keep it to yourselves.
Yeah, and then, yeah, another note on that too. So the way that Esri works, it kind of sucks, but they either allow you to have it private, or you can share it with your organization or group, or you share it with everybody. Well, I can't get everybody in here on a group and you all get Esri logins and stuff. So I'm gonna be sending it to public. So anybody in the world could look at this stuff, even though we don't want them, so please don't send the link around to everybody in the world. Because eventually, this all will end up on a,
Right. Okay.
legal, approved page, but just, it's not.
Okay, last question.
When you send out the email, I would encourage you to be fairly explanatory, because we have some members that are missing. They didn't hear this discussion.
Right, yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you again, everybody. Again, we'll stick around if you have other comments, questions. If not, we will see you next week. And thanks everyone who's on Zoom. Paige, let us know if you have any questions.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Jen. Nice job facilitating.
Yeah, and will you be in person next week?
Well, what?
Will you be in person next week joining us?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that'll be a lot better.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
Bye.
bye. Oh.